Kakashi opened the door of the Hokage's office just as the clock above the window struck. Godane was seated behind her desk, holding up a small cup of sake.
That can't mean anything good.
Shizen was standing behind her, clutching a few documents to her chest. She smiled as her eyes met his, but her brows were still furrowed.
Tenzo Yamato was on his left, in the attire of a jounin instead of the umbu gear and tiger mask. A new assignment then. Permanent or temporary?
His old students, Sasuke and Sakura, stood on his right, now wearing the same uniform as himself as two of Konoha's newest jounin.
Almost 5 years since we first met. Hard to believe.
Kakashi put a hand on the shoulders of both his students, placing himself between them.
I came as soon as I got your message, Hokage-sama. May I ask why you saw fit to reassemble Team 7?
Kakashi asked.
Or what's left of it?
Kakashi often wondered how far he would have risen if the fourth member was still around.
He involuntarily straightened when the Hokage's amber eyes looked up. How nice of you to join us, Kakashi, on time for once. We have a lead on my traitorous teammate, Tsunade said. Sakura's eyes widened while Sasuke's did not. Jiraiya-sama's lead then. You four are to go to Tenchi Bridge in the Land of Grass, meet the informant in Orochimaru's organization and purchase the information from him. Kakashi and Sakura exchanged glances. Do we really need 4 jounin, Hokage-sama?
Kakashi asked.
The informant claims to have information on Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi heard Sakura's quick intake of breath at the name. I don't see a reason to trust this informant, Hokage-sama. We haven't found any intel on Naruto for almost 4 years. And someone is just offering it to us now? We don't even know if his disappearance has anything to do with Orochimaru.
This reeks of a trap. If it is, said Sakura, are you sure it's worth the risk, Shursho?
Orochimaru has been quiet for longer than I've been a ninja.
If he's making a move now, it could be bigger than anything we expect.
You want to go nonetheless, Sakura.
Be that as it may, Orochimaru may show up himself.
And we don't have a choice. As to why that is. Tsunade paused. Kakashi knew what was coming next. It's high time they know.
Naruto's retrieval is paramount to the security of Konoha. What I am about to share with you was declared an S-rank secret by the Sandaime Hokage on the day he was born, over 17 years ago.
Sasuke and Sakura nearly jumped to full attention, an automatic reaction to being made privy to village secrets of the highest order.
Tsunade continued, the Yondaime sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi inside Uzumaki Naruto as a newborn, turning him into what's known as a Jinchuriki.
A host of one of the Biju. Jinchuriki?
Like the Kazekage's son who was here for your first Chunin exams, Kakashi added.
So the strange chakra that flowed out of Naruto when he went ballistic on our 4th C rank was from the Kyuubi? Sasuke asked, his frown deepening. Indeed.
If Naruto is indeed working for Orochimaru and you find him, be wary.
He was the best of your graduating batch. He would only be much more dangerous now, Tsunade said, looking more at Sakura and Sasuke.
Sasuke scoffed a little. He isn't the only one who would have grown since the last time we saw him, Hokage-sama.
Nevertheless, this is the purpose for including a 4th member on your team. His skills will come in handy should you encounter a rampaging Jinchuriki, Tsunade said. You can call me Yamato.
I'll be giving the orders in case of Kakashi-senpai's absence, Yamato said.
Well, at least he's the same.
If you encounter Naruto, your first priority is to return him to Konoha.
However, if you have confirmed that he willingly betrayed us and retrieval is impossible, you are to kill him. Sakura gasped. Kakashi had seen it coming a mile away. The fact that Orochimaru was still alive, more than 20 years after his defection, was bad enough for Konoha's reputation. Not to mention the problems that would arise if the shinobi sensed a lack of consequences for betrayal.
It won't come that, Shursho, Sakura said.
I hope so too. Triple X.
Sakura, Sasuke, and Yamato stopped behind Kakashi as the Tenchi bridge came into view. The narrow path that led to it was flanked by trees on both sides.
As planned, I'll go and meet the contact. The rest of you find a vantage point and wait.
Only come out on my signal, Kakashi said and slowly started walking towards the bridge.
Sakura followed Yamato as he searched for a vantage point. Seeing him use Emokutan technique had been shocking, to say the least.
She had not been expecting the special skills her Shursho spoke about to be the legendary bloodline of the Shodai Hokage. They crouched behind a rock not far from the path where they and Kakashi split up. It was close enough for them to reach the bridge in less than a second via Shunshin. Sakura suppressed her chakra to avoid being detected by any sensors, knowing that Sasuke and Yamato were doing the same. A cloaked figure stepped out of the woods on the other side and approached the bridge, most of their face hidden under its hood. They hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the bridge. She heard her heart hammering against her chest. The spy stopped as he reached the center of the bridge and waited for Kakashi. Her former sensei came into view shortly after, his pace giving the spy plenty of time to see his approach. The spy pulled his hood back slightly to reveal the face of a bespectacled man with silver hair. Her eyes widened.
"Isn't that Yukushi Kabuto?" Sakura asked, quietly. "Looks like him. We finally know where he went," Sasuke said. "Maybe Orochimaru took him as well?" Sakura suggested.
It would make sense for him to kidnap the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi.
"Why would he want to take a washed-out genin?" Tenzo asked.
She shuddered at the word Jinchuriki as Sabaku no Gaara's manic face flashed through her mind. The memory of what he had done in her first Chunin exams stayed with her, even after all these years. But Naruto is nothing like him.
"You're right, it doesn't make sense. We need to prepare for the worst," Sakura said.
She refocused on Kakashi as he took out a storage scroll and handed it to Kabuto. Sakura felt a sudden flare of chakra in her awareness in the direction of the bridge, the telltale sign of the Shunshin no Jutsu being used nearby. A man with pale skin and a snake coiled around his arm appeared on the bridge. White skin, long black hair, and what looks like a snake summon.
"There's no mistake." "Orochimaru," Yamato said.
Fuck.
Orochimaru showing up meant that this was one of the worst-case scenarios. "We should move."
Now, Sasuke asked as he tried to stand up, only to find Yamato's hand on his shoulder.
"Wait for the signal," he said. "Damn you and your protocols, Kakashi-sensei is on the bridge alone." She could see Orochimaru's lips move as Kakashi gave them the signal.
The forest blurred before her eyes as she body flickered to the bridge in an instant, landing in a crouch beside Kakashi.
"Kukuku, the rest of Team 7 is here." "Splendid.
I suppose a complete reunion is in order," Orochimaru said as he gave a signal of his own.
There was another chakra flare, heading towards them.
Her breath hitched as she saw who it was a moment later. Naruto appeared next to Orochimaru with his arms crossed, standing a little taller than the missing Nin.
Purple eyes purple?
Looked at them with a steel that was far stronger than what she remembered. His whisker marks were bolder while his blonde hair was as spiky and untamable as ever. A sleeveless violet shirt with two thin vertical light blue stripes. He never wore those colors before. Metal-plated gloves that left the fingers bare like Kakashi's black pants of a sturdy material tucked into a pair of matching thick sandals that reached his knees, soles studded with spikes like the ones used by Konoha's Umbu. The rest of his silhouette matched that of the Umbu as well. The only addition being a stylized snake was branded on his left forearm, Orochimaru's summoning tattoo. Her gaze returned to his eyes and drifted down to his chest, fixing on the blue crystal that she had given him long ago. Not that the others knew. However, it no longer matched the color of his eyes.
He kept it. After all this time?
His eyes turned stormy for 1 second before settling into dispassion like the rest of his body. "It's been a while," Naruto said as he took slow, languid steps towards the railing of the bridge and leaned against it. Naruto sighed as he shifted his gaze to Orochimaru. You told me Jiraiya or Uchiha Itachi would come, Shursho.
Last time I checked, handling small fry was the Five's job, he said. Small fry? Small fry? Cracks appeared under Sakura's feet at Naruto's dismissal. Orochimaru laughed rather loudly.
I was expecting one of them as well, apprentice, but Kakashi of the Sharingan is anything but small fry.
He is classified as S rank in 2 bingo books now. He will keep you entertained. He'll be entertained all right.
I can't make any promises about the cell and tea though, Kakashi said as his hands balled into fists.
Is that how it is, sensei? You'll defeat me, drag me back to Konoha and throw me in a cell? You're welcome to try.
The feral grin that appeared on his face sent a chill down her spine. The bloodlust radiating from him turned her blood to ice in her veins.
Didn't he kidnap you, Naruto? Don't you want to come back home? Sakura asked, searching for something familiar in his eyes.
His grin vanished.
Orochimaru laughed again. Kidnap him? Did you honestly believe that, Sakura-san?
Your dear teammate came to me of his own volition, Orochimaru said. Please tell me he's lying.
Please.
You're coming with us, traitor, Sasuke said, activating the Sharingan.
Are you going to make me, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he raised an eyebrow.
She gritted her teeth as she, Sasuke, and Yamato prepared to engage while Kabuto removed his cloak.
But Naruto doesn't make empty threats.
Seeing those curious whisker-like birthmarks of his shift with his grin and knowing what was inside him, Sakura noticed for the first time how much he resembled a fox.
Triple X.
Sasuke focused chakra into the Sharingan as he locked gazes with Naruto, suppressing the rage boiling inside Genjutsu, Sharingan. He felt his chakra connect, sinking into Naruto's system, seizing his senses to unleash an illusion that would bind him in place. And then, something interfered. In an instant, daylight was swallowed by darkness as the bridge and forest vanished. A rumbling growl filled his ears as he stared up at the colossal beast Kyuubi that now dominated his vision. Slitted red eyes bigger than his head, full of rage and hatred bored in his Sharingan. Each of its bared teeth was longer than his entire body.
It then opened its mouth and roared. The sound deafened him.
His hair was being blown back as he brought a hand up to cover his face. His legs trembled for a second. I'm not going to him the satisfaction of seeing me afraid.
And just like that, it was gone. He was back on the bridge again. The Sharingan's Genjutsu. It isn't as great as they say, Naruto said, shrugging.
His chest constricted, but he ignored his instincts screaming at him to get the hell away from the monster in front of him. Even the bridge began shuddering at the sheer weight of Naruto's presence.
That's enough, Naruto-kun. We would not want to scare them too much now, would we? Orochimaru asked and chuckled.
The presence vanished.
Kabuto, keep the Jounin occupied, Orochimaru said. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto shot towards Yamato while Naruto and Orochimaru bolted.
Kakashi was the first to react and chased Naruto.
Go!
I'll take care of this guy. Kakashi-senpai can't deal with both of them alone, Yamato ordered as many wooded spears grew out from his hand at remarkable speed, halting Kabuto's advance.
He and Sakura took off after Naruto and Orochimaru.
Just as he was halfway through the forest, his Sharingan spotted something closing in on him. He stepped out a flicker and managed to dodge, but Sakura was not as lucky. Orochimaru collided with her mid-flicker, sending her crashing into a tree. She pulled herself up with a little effort a moment later.
Orochimaru's chuckles reverberated in the forest. I do not want either of you to interfere with Naruto-kun's fight.
I wish to see how well my teammates taught you, he said as he appeared in front of them.
Sasuke growled softly.
Helping Kakashi quickly subdue Naruto was out of the question.
A half-assed diversion would only result in Orochimaru catching them off guard and slaughtering them. They needed to make sure that Orochimaru was out of commission to go any further.
Even if one of them stayed back to hold him off, They would be dead by the time the other one reached Kakashi, help him capture Naruto, and returned.
They exchanged a glance. We have to go through him, Sakura nodded. The color of Orochimaru's chakra was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It seemed polluted. And the patterns it moved in were also different from how it did in humans. It was just wrong. Before he could charge, his senses alerted him to a massive chakra build-up in the direction that Kakashi went. There's no way this is human. Its potency was off the charts. It nearly made him retch. Kukuku, it seems Naruto-kun has already begun.
It's time I did as well, Orochimaru said, pale fingers twisting through hand seals. Sasuke had no time to dwell on the chakra Naruto's chakra, as a dragon composed of solid earth rose from the ground, uprooting a few trees and charged at them.
Sasuke unclenched his fists as Sakura launched herself at the dragon. Sakura's fist slammed into the dragon's head and caused a shockwave.
The dragon lost all cohesion and crumbled. He rolled out of the way as a rather large boulder fell on the tree he was standing under while speeding through hand seals a futon, Renkuden. Sasuke reared his head back and spat out a ball of compressed air that carved through the ground and the falling clods of earth to reach their enemy in moments.
Orochimaru leaped to the side just before impact. As Sakura rushed forward to meet him, the ball struck a tree behind Orochimaru and exploded, reducing it to splinters.
The trees around it rocked and groaned at the force.
Sakura managed to land an uppercut on Orochimaru's jaw, sending him flying.
The chakra in her fist was enough to reduce the hardest rocks to dust. He heard a sickening crunch as the same thing happened to the snake summoner's skull.
Orochimaru disappeared into the forest canopy.
His first impulse was to rush to Kakashi's side, but he did not.
There's no way one of the Sannin is going down that easy. Sakura, we need to find the bastard and end this, Sasuke said as he took to the trees. Sakura only nodded and jumped onto a branch behind him.
They descended silently when they found a crater near the base of a tree. There was slight damage to the trunk of the tree as well. There was a series of tracks leading further ahead, but a hissing sound from a branch above made him look away. A kunai was in his hand a fraction of a second later as he looked up. Sasuke breathed a small sigh of relief as it turned out to be a snake that fell off the branch and landed on the ground close to them. It opened its mouth to reveal an explosive tag, primed to detonate.
Shit.
He performed what was one of the fastest substitutions of his life and still crashed into a tree that was near the log replaced himself with. He blinked and shook his head in an attempt to get rid of the ringing in his ears. Everything in a 5-meter radius of the blast was ash. The black was a sharp contrast to the lush green forest around it, and Orochimaru's pale skin was an even sharper contrast to the black. He slowly approached Sasuke with a smirk on his face. A hand as cold as ice gripped his throat. Poisonous yellow eyes greeted him as Orochimaru pulled him up to his eye level. He saw Sakura trying to sneak up on Orochimaru from behind him.
Are you scared, Sasuke-kun? Do you feel like you are in over your head? Orochimaru asked with a sneer.
Even if I was, I wouldn't tell you.
Not really, Sasuke said while making a sign hand as discreetly as possible.
He had to resist the urge to breathe a sigh of relief as she started weaving hand seals. He wheezed as Orochimaru began tightening his grip, making it nearly unbreathable.
Just a little longer. He saw Sakura's chakra invade Orochimaru's senses and felt the hand around his throat loosen. Sasuke held his hand out and gathered chakra in his palm.
The sound of blades grinding against whetstones filled the air.
Orochimaru broke the genjutsu as Sasuke's Rasengan was centimeters away from his chest.
But it was already too late. The destructive orb of chakra tore through his right arm. The appendage holding him in place went limp and dropped to the ground.
Orochimaru staggered as blood flowed freely from his shoulder, staining his tunic and the floor.
Sakura wasted no time and punched him in the back of the head, sending him through a thick trunk and a spray of woodchips. However, Orochimaru was back on his feet much faster than he expected. Let's see what he does now that he's short on an arm. Sasuke searched for anything in the snake summoner's expression or body language that indicated pain. He heard a chuckle instead.
Orochimaru opened his mouth, and Sasuke was preparing a retort for whatever patronizing statement that came his way.
Instead, Orochimaru's lower jaw just kept on stretching. It stopped after it was wide enough for a human to fit through, and a hand slowly emerged, followed by the rest of Orochimaru, fluids dripping from his hair and clothes.
More importantly, Sasuke noted that he was completely intact. The fuck?
To think that you were able to learn the jutsu.
Impressive, Sasuke-kun. But, you two are not out of the woods just yet, Orochimaru said. This wasn't in the goddamn file. Orochimaru closed the distance between himself and Sasuke in less than a second and lashed out with a hook. Sharingan widened at his speed. Sasuke barely managed to duck under it.
Sasuke tried to sweep Orochimaru's feet from under him, but Orochimaru jumped over it and kicked him in the face.
Sasuke's head snapped back. A bullet of transparent liquid struck Orochimaru's back, distracting him.
It was not water but something far more deadly, as smoke began emanating from Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru stretched his head back to survey the damage. He was impassive as his tunic disintegrated and his skin peeled off. He only opened his mouth again and shot out of his mouth much faster than the last time and got Sakura with a nasty punch to the jaw. The cross sent her to the ground. Orochimaru tilted his head backward and a snake slithered out of his mouth. A sword, a gem with a golden crossguard and bandaged grip, emerged from it. Orochimaru held it with both hands and took a step towards the now dazed Sakura. The Kusanagi, Shizen's file stated that it was coated with a lethal poison that did not have an antidote. Even a scratch means it's over. Boar dog monkey ram. Kuchios no jutsu. A puff of smoke accompanied the arrival of a slate-gray sword that was about 5 feet long, with a blade half as wide as him. The sword was made entirely out of stone, several markings resembling veins ran across its length. A chain connected the circular, hollow pommel to the hilt.
It was one of the Ishikanon of Mount Mayaboku. Sasuke yanked it out of the ground and charged. Orochimaru pivoted on his left foot and raised an eyebrow, blocking the overhead strike as if it was nothing. That's an interesting sword, Sasuke-kun.
But a sword is only as deadly as the man who wields it.
Sasuke growled. He withdrew the Kusanagi and leaned away from Sasuke's blade.
Sasuke managed to stop it before it touched the ground and blocked Orochimaru's stab at his body with the flat of the Ishikan. Orochimaru ducked under Sasuke's slash and stabbed at his head this time. Sasuke leaned back and the sword only cut through the air above him. Orochimaru palmed a kunai as Sasuke's eyes were on the Kusanagi's blade and stabbed it into the Uchiha's thigh with his free hand. Sasuke nearly cried out in pain and was too slow to block the kick to the face.
Orochimaru raised his sword to deliver the killing blow when he was forced to dodge Sakura's kunai stab.
Orochimaru removed his right hand from the grip, parried each of Sakura's slashes, and backhanded her in the face. The Kusanagi extended rapidly, cut through the kunai that she hastily brought up, and pierced her right shoulder.
No, no, no. Sasuke grunted, struggling to stand up. Orochimaru let go of the Kusanagi, leaving it in Sakura's body. She fell to her knees. Do you still believe that you are not out of your depth?
Orochimaru leisurely walked towards him.
Sasuke raised his sword and tried to slice the snake summoner in two. Orochimaru neatly stepped around it and struck an uppercut to his chin. Sasuke was lifted off the ground and crashed into a nearby tree. His vision went black even as he tried to hold onto a branch, but he hit the ground with a thud. He tried to stagger back to his feet, expecting Orochimaru to crush his throat if he stayed down, but it never came. Instead, he was looking at Sakura, who had pulled the sword out of her shoulder. Thick black lines ran down her eyes and cheeks. Orochimaru chuckled again as the Kusanagi rose from the ground and returned to his outstretched hand. It seems that the two of you are full of surprises. Splendid.
He blinked once and turned towards where Kakashi and Naruto were.
Ah, playtime is over, I'm afraid. Just when things were beginning to get quite interesting, he said. Kakashi's through with your apprentice already? I thought he was your best, Sasuke said between breaths. I wonder why you think that way. Is it because of the Sharingan or because your sensei is regarded as a genius? You Uchiha are so proud of your Kekkei Genkai, are they not? Fortunately, my apprentice is from more impressive stock. As for talent, I suppose the results will speak for themselves. Orochimaru vanished. Bullshit. Kakashi has aces up his sleeve. Sasuke pulled himself and they both gave chase. Triple X. Naruto stopped when he could barely see the edge of the forest. The plains of the land of grass extended behind him. The green grass under his foot was still a little wet from the previous day's rain. Kakashi appeared a second later with his back to the forest. Surrender, Naruto. I don't want to kill you, Kakashi said as he moved his headband, exposing his Sharingan. We'll see if you even can, Kakashi, Naruto said as he felt the energies within him swirl together, building up more chakra than what most shinobi could ever possess in mere seconds. He had fought and killed powerful enemies before, but this was Hatake Kakashi. The first elite ninja he had ever seen fight and one who had, for a time, been his mentor. More than anything else, this would prove how far he had come since leaving Konoha. Without allowing a single wisp of chakra to escape his control as it would in his youth, it filled the core of his being. The air shook around him and the ground cracked beneath his feet as if his very presence weighed upon the world. Kakashi's mismatched eyes widened ever so slightly. I'm going to enjoy this, Kakashi. Right-on, Jin Raisin. An arrow of dark blue lightning shot out of Naruto's hand, electric tendrils flashing in its wake. Blue electricity gathered in Kakashi's right hand and swung to meet the arrow. Wild sparks flew from the clash of the techniques before it vanished. Naruto's smile widened as he noticed that Kakashi's glove had vaporized, and his hand was smoking. That must have hurt like a bitch. Naruto moved in. He went low, spun on his feet, and pushed off the ground. Naruto spread his arms wide as he turned away from Kakashi, body parallel to the ground. Kakashi blocked the butterfly kick with his arm, caught Naruto's foot, and threw him away. Too flashy for an opener, I guess. Naruto landed in a crouch. Kakashi tried to rush him with a heel kick. The blonde exhaled as it passed over his face, just millimeters away. Kakashi blocked Naruto's right hook with his arm and gotcha. Instead of drawing his fist back, Naruto grabbed Kakashi's arm and kneed him in the gut. Kakashi took a step back and caught a punch aimed at his temple with an elbow but took a lightning-fast kick to his face. Kakashi careened back a few meters. He brought his hands together for ninjutsu as he skid to a halt. But Naruto had already sped through a few hand seals. Suiton, Daibokufu no Jutsu. A vertical ring of water formed around Naruto like an arch and began spinning as more water started gathering around it. It took the shape of a vortex and headed towards Kakashi, hollowing out the ground under it. Wonder what expression he's got under that mask now. The copy ninja made 4 hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. A wall rose from the earth in front of him, 8 feet high. As the vortex hit the wall, it shook as cracks appeared on its surface and crumbled. Some of the water was repelled while most of it crashed into the forest, uprooting a few trees. Naruto quelled a threat of pride as he saw the water carry pieces of the destroyadori Hiki. There was no sign of Kakashi as all the water flowed into the forest. He's either heading towards me or the forest. Naruto made a few more seals, Doton, Yomi Numa. The ground in front of him turned into a darker brown and started liquefying. The swamp extended hundreds of meters ahead of Naruto, covering the plain in moments, and reaching into the forest. Don't tell me I've got him already. Naruto's eyes caught 4 Fuma Shuriken heading towards him. They were coming from the general direction of the forest. He squinted and saw Kakashi on a treetop at the edge of the forest. Why the fuck did he throw them? That tree is still sinking. He ducked under the first shuriken.
The second shuriken was only a meter away from him when it transformed back into Kakashi. The Kakashi who threw them dispelled in a puff of smoke as the tree sank completely. He brought his arms up to block and withheld a wince as Kakashi's fist impacted his forearm. I should have dodged that. He gritted his teeth and dug his feet in. Kakashi also managed to land a cross on his chest. Naruto shook it off with practiced ease and caught the kick aimed at his face. Naruto tightened his grip on Kakashi's shin and lifted Kakashi off the ground. Kakashi planted his other foot on Naruto's face and freed himself. The taste of copper filled his mouth.
Is that the best you can do? Naruto asked, after spitting out the blood. He struck out with a thrust kick. Kakashi sidestepped and swept the blonde's stationary leg from underneath him.
Naruto rolled to the side to avoid a dropping heel that would have smashed his head into the ground. That was close. He planted both his hands on the ground, used chakra to anchor himself, and twisted his body in a vertical straight kick that sent his opponent into the air. Naruto's lip curled as Kakashi threw a few shuriken at him, forcing him to dodge. Naruto put some distance between him and his opponent with a backflip, held half a ram seal, and cast out his left hand. 6 dark green snakes slithered out of his shoulder towards his opponent.
Kakashi got 4 of them with a quick toss of shuriken and sliced 2 apart with a kunai. Naruto drew 6 shuriken from his holster and threw them at Kakashi.
Just as Kakashi finished deflecting the last projectile, Naruto closed the distance between them, pushed off the ground, and torqued into a spin. Kakashi blocked the spinning kick with his shoulder and tossed the kunai in the air as soon as Naruto landed. Naruto's eyes tracked it on reflex.
Kakashi's roundhouse almost knocked him off his feet. He's better than I remember. But not good enough.
Naruto leaned away from a jab and decked Kakashi with a right uppercut.
He followed it up with an axe kick to his airborne opponent's shoulder.
It resulted in Kakashi cratering in the ground while he landed a few feet away and broke into a roll.
Kakashi slowly pulled himself up and took a deep breath. Naruto caught the look in his eyes. He's coming with the intent to kill now.
Well, it's good to know that reading those books isn't all you've done in the last 4 years.
It'll be pathetic if Sharingan no Kakashi's legend ended here, Naruto said, smirking.
Kakashi made 3 all too familiar hand signs and electricity coated his right hand. The chirping of 1,000 birds saturated the air and Kakashi charged. Naruto tensed, but just as he was about to move, he felt something grip his ankles.
He looked down to see 2 hands protruding from the earth. The fuck?
He was still looking down when the Regrouping pierced his heart. He barely withheld a scream as Kakashi's clone underground dispelled. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said.
Naruto coughed. Not yet, you're not, he said before disintegrating into a puddle of mud.
The sound of electricity crackling was heard once more as Naruto burst from the ground, left hand encased in purple lightning.
Naruto's hand went through Kakashi's chest and emerged from his back.
Blood darkened Kakashi's mask. This technique was inspired by the Raikiri, Kakashi.
I call it Shiden. Nothing can stop it. Naruto extricated his hand. Kakashi slouched forward, fell to his knees, and collapsed. 3 minutes?
Most impressive, I must say, apprentice, Orochimaru said, his pale face glowing with approval. His tunic was torn in some places and some dust stuck to his pale skin. Kabuto shot out of the forest at the same time, with the other Jounin hot on his heels. The Jounin stopped dead in his tracks as he saw the state his team leader was in while Kabuto moved to Orochimaru's side. His former teammates, who followed a second later, were solely fixated on the prone form of Kakashi.
Naruto raised an eyebrow as Sasuke and Sakura charged with a roar.
2 clones materialized in front of him, rushing to intercept them as he watched. But they barely lasted a moment as Sakura's fist struck one hard enough to crush its ribcage and Sasuke's stone sword split the other's skull. Kakashi's injury had driven any thought of restraint from their minds. However, instead of turning to smoke, his copies burst into a violent discharge of electricity.
Sasuke and Sakura halted when the current flowed into them with a vengeance, freezing them in place.
For a few seconds, they were paralyzed, helpless, vulnerable.
I could end your lives in a second.
Make sure that your Hokage understands that the next time she tries sending someone after me, Naruto said, with his chin up. Let's go, Orochimaru said, and he, Naruto, and Kabuto dissolved into lilac flames.
Triple X. Itachi-san, Hokage-sama would like to see you in her office immediately.
The Hokage wanting to see him immediately after a mission was quite unusual. Debriefs only took place if any unforeseen events took place or if the Hokage wanted to inquire about something after reading the mission report. His mission went exactly as planned and he was still to file the mission report. He knocked on the door of the Hokage's office and went in after hearing a gruff enter. The Godame was seated in her chair, but she was facing the window opposite the door. The Sandaime was sitting in one of the chairs on the other side of the desk while Jiraiya was leaning against a windowsill with his arms crossed. All the windows were closed due to the heavy rainfall.
Hokage-sama, Itachi greeted as he bowed.
Tsunade spun around on her chair and motioned for him to sit down. Earlier today, the team comprising of Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Yamato returned from the Land of Grass after leaving to purchase information on Uzumaki Naruto from an informant. It turned out to be a trap as anticipated.
The informant was one Yukushi Kabuto, a genin that went missing a month after Naruto. They ran into Orochimaru and Naruto.
It turns out that Naruto left of his own free will, Tsunade said, voice grave.
Any casualties? Is Sasuke alright? No one was killed.
But Kakashi's in the hospital with a hole in his chest.
If Sakura wasn't present,
Kakashi would be dead.
Orochimaru was one of the best shinobi to ever come out of Konoha after all.
While Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius, Orochimaru was in a level of his own, and the only shinobi in the entirety of the Land of Fire who were capable of holding their own against him were present in the Hokage's office.
It was Naruto.
He fought Kakashi one-on-one. It was over in 3 minutes. Naruto got away with no visible injuries. But Naruto was waiting for you or Jiraiya apparently, Tsunade said. It took a considerable amount of self-control on Itachi's part to maintain his impassive face.
Orochimaru was no fool.
If he believed that Naruto was good enough to fight him or Jiraiya and win, chances were that it was the truth. He is no longer interested in hiding from us, and once word spreads that he has the Kyuubi.
Itachi trailed off.
It will be a statement that every hidden village will take note of, Hiruzen said with a sigh.
Our first course of action should be listing him in the bingo book. The bounty will be double if he's brought in alive, Tsunade said. That won't help us much. There are less than 10 ninja who can pull that off, excluding the ones from the Akatsuki.
We need to get to him before them, Jiraiya said.
As much as I agree with you, Jiraiya-sama, I think it's better for us to wait until Orochimaru starts operating openly. Hunting him now will most probably lead us to dash. A trap.
We're basically stuck playing catch-up. That snake always prided himself on being one step ahead, Jiraiya finished. As much as I hate say this, he isn't wrong in thinking that.
For now at least.
Jiraiya, Itachi, we need you to be ready because once he makes his statement, we'll need to come up with a fitting reply, Tsunade said.
You got it, Tsunade. Just don't keep me waiting too long.
I'm itching to get my hands on the slimy bastard and rid this world of his presence, once and for all.
Understood, Hokage-sama, Itachi said. Inhale.
Naruto stood on the highest point of the tree's trunk. He checked the positions of the targets he could see one last time. 6 on the trees around him and 2 on the tree behind. He closed his eyes. Exhale.
Naruto exhaled slowly and sprung into the air.
He rolled forward in the air and held 8 kunai between his fingers.
He threw all the ones in his right hand and 2 in his left.
Naruto tossed one of the last 2 kunai to his right hand as he rotated once more, drew both his arms back and hit the ones he had thrown before. The sound of metal hitting metal was followed by the thunk of wood as he landed in a crouch. The 6 targets visible to him had a kunai lodged in the middle.
He got up and circled the tree.
A smile broke onto his face when he saw that his kunai hit the bullseye on the targets behind it as well.
Finally,
Naruto walked on the tree trunks and returned them to the holster on his thigh and put on a green hoodie over his black shirt. He checked his black shorts for any dust, put his backpack on, and started walking to the academy.
XXX. And now, Naruto stepped forward even before Iruka called his name.
There were only 2 people left in the class. Uchiha Sasuke stepped in with his head held high and a round of cheers erupted in the crowd.
Naruto and Sasuke were facing each other, both holding the seal of confrontation.
His eyes were cold and dead set on victory.
Get him, Sasuke-kun. It was Yamanaka Ino. Show him who's the best. You're gonna do it, Sasuke-kun? Yeah. Sure. Silence. Mizuki yelled. Begin. Naruto sidestepped Sasuke's first kick.
He did not foresee that it was going to be a double roundhouse kick. He winced at the pain as he blocked it with his forearm, not a second too soon.
That's a nice move. Naruto feinted a punch with his left. Sasuke bent back to avoid the jab.
He feinted again, with his right this time.
Sasuke growled. Naruto evaded Sasuke's punch by leaning to the left.
The blonde rammed his fist into his opponent's rib cage. Naruto's fist was but a blur to almost everyone watching. Sasuke's head snapped back at the force of the follow-up kick. But he managed to duck under Naruto's hook. He also punched Naruto squarely on the stomach.
His breakfast was threatening to spill out of his mouth. He's gotten better. Naruto stepped on Sasuke's front foot. Sasuke froze momentarily at the unorthodox move. He then backhanded Sasuke. Naruto tackled him to the ground even before he could fully recoil. Iruka called the match when he had a fist over Sasuke's face. Groans and protests escaped from the audience as he stood up. Sasuke schooled his features into neutrality as he reached out to make the seal of reconciliation. One of the students shouted, "He'll beat you one of these days, you prick." Naruto's jaw tightened as he turned away and walked through the other side of the crowd. Don't let them get to you. The seal of reconciliation is a sign of respect to your opponent. It is also a gesture to remind each other that you are still comrades, Mizuki said as Naruto stopped. I already know that. Besides, why the hell are you not lecturing the guy who called me a prick? It won't happen again, Naruto said, meeting Mizuki's stern gaze. It had better not, Mizuki said and went to Iruka's side. Iruka then went over the notes that contained whatever mistakes that they had made, gave each of them a few suggestions, and put them through an hour of physical conditioning. They had lunch after that, which was followed by a lecture. Iruka pulled Naruto aside as he was heading home at the end of the school day. I forwarded your request for early graduation and put in my own recommendation, but I wouldn't get my hopes just yet, Naruto, he said. I beat Sasuke right in front of your eyes, Iruka-sensei. And I can go toe-to-toe with any genin in the village. You have a lot of skill for an 8-year-old, I know. But the rules have changed and you would still be missing out on a lot of the curriculum. I'm not sure they'll make an exception. I'm counting on your recommendation then. See you tomorrow, sensei, Naruto said with a wink. See you tomorrow, Naruto. XXX. Damn it. Naruto tore the piece of paper to pieces. His application to graduate early had been rejected. For the 3rd time in 3 years. I can't believe I'm going to graduate with everyone else. I can wipe the floor with any genin in the village. Naruto took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Naruto walked aimlessly for a few minutes. He stopped at the edge of the village. The clear blue water of the pond was still and some fish swam up to the surface. Some fish for dinner doesn't sound bad.
Catching fish while standing on the surface of the water was good training for his reflexes. He trudged to the bank and was about to step onto the water when he saw someone standing on the pier at the opposite end. Sasuke. There was some steam rising from the surface of the water and Sasuke was breathing hard, with his hands on his knees. Why is there steam? The boy began performing some hand seals. He counted 6. What technique is that? His eyes widened as Sasuke breathed out a huge fireball, evaporating some water on the surface of the lake and obscuring the pier for a few seconds. Must be one of the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke stared at the water for a few more seconds and left. Naruto knew that clan kids were taught techniques by their own families, but seeing one in action, that was something else. And nothing he had learned could come close to the damage that the fireball could do. It's unfair. Naruto had not been allowed to graduate early and further his skills, but Sasuke was already learning elemental ninjutsu. Graduation was nearly a year away, and what techniques he would be taught was totally up to his Jonin sensei. Even if my sensei agrees, will the techniques he teaches be as good as that? He did not know the answer to that question. And waiting 2 years to find out is not an option. A kunai spun around his finger. Well, techniques below A rank are kept in the Grand Archive. Getting in was not an issue. However, the sections that housed scrolls containing techniques that were classified as D rank and above were off limits to academy students. These sections were also under supervision by 3 chunin at all times. Taking a scroll out of the building was prohibited and it had only one entry and exit. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. This was not going to be easy. Not in the slightest. XXX. A full week of reconnaissance had only confirmed that the guys who designed the archives knew their stuff when it came to infiltration. The more Naruto thought about it, the more unlikely success seemed. His face was stuck in a frown as he entered his apartment and fell onto his couch. He kept his eyes on the off-white ceiling for a few minutes. Naruto sighed and sat up slightly. The doors to his bedroom and kitchen were closed, as was custom. The wallpaper had faded and was peeling off, floorboards were creaking, and his table was empty. Save a white scroll. Wait, where did that come from? A small note was taped on the scroll's outer surface. I hope that you find the contents of this interesting. Naruto blinked once and read the note again. Is this a prank? Naruto looked around for any indication of a forced entry and found none. The small pieces of paper that he kept just below the lower hinges of the door were exactly as they were. This is the work of a professional. His kitchen and bedroom had been untouched as well. What's the worst that could happen? Naruto slowly picked the scroll up, removed the note, and unfurled it across the table. There was only one line written on the top in elegant handwriting. Channel some chakra into the scroll. Naruto complied and 2 different sets of kanji flashed on the scroll before settling on a third set. His fingers were trembling by the time he was done reading. Maybe, just maybe, things were looking up for once. XXX. Training Ground 44 loomed tall over Naruto. The trees were much bigger and grew so close to each other one could not see more than 15 meters past the fence. The forest itself was shrouded in darkness. A purer, more powerful darkness than the one on the outside. It was restricted to chunin and above. However, there was nothing preventing anyone from jumping in. Most academy students in Genin were not even aware of its existence, and those who did not have the guts to enter. The stories about what lurked inside had made sure of that. This was the last place anyone would expect an academy student to be practicing in. He trailed his fingers over the mask that covered his face. A shinobi using elemental ninjutsu here would be nothing out of the ordinary. He was also dressed in black from head to toe to hide in the darkness. Time to see if the rumors are true. Naruto vaulted over the fence and landed on a branch. It did not move an inch, unlike the trees in the forests outside the village. The green moss that grew over the wood was smooth and slippery under his gloves and sandals. Barely any moonlight made it past the thick canopy. Once Naruto was sure that he was deep enough to be completely hidden to anyone on the outside, he took out the scroll and held it under a patch of moonlight. He read the contents once again, checking if he remembered everything, and put it back in.
Naruto took a deep breath and molded some chakra. Or ram snake horse dragon. Raiton, Jabashi.
The blonde hairs on Naruto's arms stood up as a pungent burning smell, and a low hum made themselves known to him.
Dark blue electricity danced around his hands.
It arced from one finger to another and some of it from one hand to another.
Suddenly, white-hot pain shot up his hands and arms.
Naruto grimaced and jerked his hands towards the branch he was standing on.
The current dashed out of his hands too fast for his eyes to track.
The wood cracked loudly along the path of the current, accompanied by a few wisps of smoke. Naruto stuck to the tree's trunk as the branch split into two and fell, causing some dust to rise.
Amazing! Naruto pumped his fist but hissed immediately after. Hurts though.
Naruto flexed his hands a few times and brought them together again after the pain became more manageable.
An hour passed in what felt like minutes.
After obliterating 20 more branches of varying sizes, Naruto stood in front of a large tree.
Let's see how far I can push this.
Naruto went through the sequence again, shoved as much chakra as he could into the technique, and cast his hands in the direction of his target. Lightning burst forth from his hands and traveled up the large tree's side, fracturing the thick wood in its wake. Blue eyes widened as the tree began leaning over to one side.
Naruto rolled out of the way of the massive trunk as it crashed into the ground.
The noise spooked the birds in the vicinity, and they took to the air.
Naruto stood up, snapping the ends of a small branch in the process.
He took in the raw power of the technique while dusting his mask and mesh outfit.
This is what a C-rank Raiton Jutsu can do. Naruto's hands tightened into fists.
This was far better than anything he had hoped for. He turned back towards the exit with a smirk. Just as he was about to take to the trees, his ears picked up a distant pounding.
It's getting louder. A gigantic boar charged into the small clearing. Its grunts reverberated in the forest. Naruto jumped away but felt a sledgehammer knocking him away. He hit a tree trunk with a crack, spitting out blood.
He had managed to stay clear of the tusks.
Naruto slid down the trunk onto a low branch.
His chest burned with every breath he took. The sturdy wood behind his back was the only thing that was keeping him upright. His shoulder protested even without him moving it.
Shit! That was too loud. The tree shook violently a second later. His arms and legs began quivering. He can smell me.
Naruto's quivering only increased as the tree quaked once more.
I'm not dying here.
Naruto inhaled, pushing the pain to the back of his mind. I'll get caught if this goes on for too long. His fingers tightened over the wood as the boar struck the tree harder than before.
Calm down. You're too good to be taken down by a stupid boar.
Naruto leaped onto another tree, growling.
The next strike by the boar felled the tree.
The boar veered to the tree he was on.
He palmed a kunai and tied some wire to it. Naruto pushed off the branch as the boar was close and drove the kunai into the beast. It penetrated its thick hide and his forearms sunk into the boar.
The boar gave out a loud, rough cry and started galloping. Large clouds of dust rose up as a result. He let go of the kunai and yanked his hand out.
Looks like I missed a vital spot. Guess I have to use that jutsu again.
Just as he brought his hands together, the beast dashed towards the trees. Blue eyes widened as two branches crossed over in front of him.
Naruto leaped and bent his spine, orienting his body into a curve.
He barely passed over the branches. The wire chafed his glove and snapped.
He broke into a roll as soon as he landed. Fuck! The boar stopped and faced him again. Naruto made 6 bunshin. They spread out.
It paused for a second as it saw the doppelgangers and charged at one of them. The clone was on the other side of the clearing. Naruto crouched, leaned forward, and went through the hand seals of his new technique. He channeled all the lightning to his right hand and circulated chakra to his feet. He grimaced at the pain in his hand.
Now! The ground under his feet exploded. The excess chakra propelled him in the direction of his target. Naruto's fist struck the boar's neck, punching a hole through it.
A large amount of blood and bits of flesh splattered onto Naruto.
The grass around him was stained a deep red. Fuck! Naruto fell to his knees.
He had nearly beheaded the boar. The smell of something burning drew his attention to the damage on his hand and forearm. The pain made itself known as the adrenaline wore out.
Damn, that was too close.
Naruto dragged himself up a tree while panting and downed the contents of his canteen in a single gulp. He closed his eyes and fell asleep seconds later, brushing off the faint chuckle he heard as his imagination. Naruto woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. He sprang up, his hand already on for the holster.
He sighed on seeing that he was still alone. It's only 6 in the morning. I can make it. Wait.
Naruto inhaled, moved his right hand, arm, and torso.
No pain? And the burns are gone.
Not falling sick for as long as he could remember was something he had chalked up to his healthy eating habits, lifestyle, and luck, but cuts, bruises and broken bones healing overnight was not normal. Those were not all that vanished, however. The smell of rotten flesh that he had been expecting to wake up to was missing too. The carcass had disappeared, only leaving the large red splotch on the grass. Naruto searched for footsteps or drag marks but found nothing.
Guess I have a lot of figuring out to do. XXX.
A breeze ruffled Naruto's blonde hair as he rested against the railing at the top of the Hokage monument. The first rays of the sun immersed Konoha and its surrounding forests in the most vibrant of oranges. The Hokage Tower looked like the physical embodiment of the will of fire. Birds chirped in the forests, a more pleasant alternative to the usual buzz of the village.
Naruto focused on the horizon and on all the possibilities that lay beyond it.
The green hoodie and black shorts that had been a part of his wardrobe since his first day of the academy were still in place. The black shirt he used to wear underneath had been replaced by a mesh shirt, and his once exposed shins and forearms were now covered in bandages. The beginning of his ninja career awaited him in the academy. The day where he would finally take his first step to greatness. The identity of his benefactor, who had given him 3 more scrolls, the last of which was by far the most valuable technique he had ever come across, over the last year, was another mystery that he was no closer to solving. Irika had been his first suspect, but the more he thought about it, the more unlikely it was.
Irika treated all his students equally, no matter what.
It meant that he was always fair to Naruto, but that was it. The only reason for him recommending early graduation was because Naruto suggested that the Uchiha clan may push for Sasuke to graduate early, and perhaps because Irika too was an orphan. Mizuki would have had access to most of the techniques in the scrolls, but, given that he had only gotten colder towards Naruto over the past year, Naruto had hit a dead end. The question of his uncanny regenerative abilities had also gone unanswered.
Today's not the day to think about that.
The blade of his chakra-conductive ninjato glinted in the sunlight. He had got it custom-made with the gift money that he received for topping his class. The weekly hunting sessions in the Forest of Death had also become a welcome additional income. They had also done wonders for his tracking skills and ability to set traps, as he could only hunt in the dark. He sealed the sword in a scroll and tucked it into his pouch.
Here we go.
Naruto leaped over the railing and dived down the mountain. He spread his arms to control his fall.
His unzipped green hoodie was flapping.
All the lines around him blurred. He could feel the adrenaline pumping into his blood, heightening his senses.
Any time now.
He palmed a kunai in each hand and jammed them into the rock.
Sparks flew, accompanied by a loud screeching noise as his descent slowed down.
He pushed off as he neared the ground, and landed, chakra cushioning his feet. His first impulse was to get to the academy as fast as possible.
It's the last time you'll be going there for the foreseeable future. Take it slow.
Naruto stopped on the terrace of Konoha's Ninja Academy and dropped down to the field where the taijutsu portion of the exam was to take place. Through his classroom's open windows, he could see most of his classmates already present.
A little showing off never hurt anyone.
One hand seal later, Naruto was holding a Fuma shuriken. It burst into a puff of smoke after entering the room. When the smoke cleared, Uzumaki Naruto, the number 1 rookie for 6 consecutive years, was at the door in a crouch.
That's how you make an appearance. Kiba got up and blocked his way.
His dog was perched on his head.
The Inuzuka's face was set in a frown.
While Naruto was as tall as him, Kiba was bulkier. The marks on his cheeks and fangs only added to his beastly appearance.
Is there a problem? Naruto asked.
Why yes, there is, you bastard.
You think you're so much better than the rest of us, don't you? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Doesn't the difference in our scores show that clearly enough?
Kiba grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close.
Naruto's first reaction was a scrunching up of his nose as if he had smelled something foul. The Inuzuka's eyelid twitched.
Listen here, you little shit.
Don't think for 1 second that dash.
You have 5 seconds to get your dirty hands off me, dog boy.
If I don't? Kiba's grip tightened.
Naruto buried his knee in Kiba's stomach, causing him to stagger back with a cough.
Kiba growled at him, but Sasuke stopped him.
Not here, Kiba, Sasuke said, pushing the Inuzuka back slightly.
Always acting like a cop.
Me and Akamaru will show you who's boss one of these days, asshole.
Just you wait.
I'm looking forward to it, Naruto said as he took his seat.
Sasuke was surrounded by his followers. No changes there.
In fact, support for the boy had only grown with the increase in the number of times Naruto knocked him down.
Ino was still one of his staunch supporters. Her clan's ninjutsu kept her ahead of the competition in that department. The Gyunkan had also made sure that Hinata was the best kunoichi of their batch at taijutsu. No surprises there either.
Who had surprised him, however, was Haruno Sakura. He suspected her pink hair had also played a role in him writing her off. That and the fact that she was not from a shinobi clan. From what he heard, she had managed to learn genjutsu and make it her forte. Genjutsu specialists were quite rare, most ninja opting for the more tangible effects of ninjutsu and taijutsu. It also required a level of chakra control that was impossible for him. His attempts at learning the illusionary techniques were the only ones to end in complete failure.
Everyone shut up and get back to your seats. Iruka yelled as he entered. The exam will commence now. You have 1 hour. All the best, everyone.
Mizuki began passing out the written portion of the exam, wishing everyone all the best except Naruto.
Naruto blazed through the written test in 36 minutes. All the students were required to fight Mizuki for the taijutsu portion.
However, he and Sasuke were the only ones who made him eat dirt.
I was still 15 seconds faster though. The ninjutsu portion was just as easy if not more for Naruto. The Bunshin no Justu now. Give me 3. Naruto held his hands in the ram seal once more. 3 perfect replicas simmered into existence next to him. Iruka gave him a sincere smile. Well, I know you wanted to be through with this years ago. Congratulations, Naruto. You are now a shinobi of Konohagakure. Collect your headband and submit the paperwork to the administration office.
May the will of fire burn brightly within you.
XXX.
Hiruzen lit his pipe and said, Tora, please fetch Naruto.
I wish to speak to him. A black blur shot out of a corner behind the Hokage and left through one of the open windows. Hiruzen pivoted on his chair to face the village. He slowly exhaled some smoke. Gray eyes that had lost much of their intensity rested on the face of his now dead successor. The fastest man in the world. A man the shinobi world thought was undefeatable. They were right. In a way. And Hiruzen had hoped that his reputation and the idea of a lasting peace that he shared with his master would lead the elemental nations to a lasting peace. A world where all the grudges of the three great wars would be forgotten. It was naive. But for the first time since Senjo Hashirama, he had seen a man whose power was so great that no one else in the continent even came close. Regrettably, it was not to be. The Yondaime had been taken from them far too early, and that revolutionary dream of his had remained just that. A dream. I'm sorry, Minato. I was not fast enough. His eyes then turned to the flat rock next to the Yondaime's face. Fortunately, in the aftermath of the Kyuubi's resealing, a prodigy had risen through the ranks. He could perhaps be one of the greatest of them all. While Hiruzen had felt that the burden on his shoulders was too heavy for a child to bear, the boy's determination and dedication to the will of fire was far stronger than anything he had ever seen. And after seeing him in action a few days prior, he could say that the comparisons between him and Uchiha Madara were not far-fetched. His father and clansmen believed that very soon, there would be no one left to rival his power. And most if not all the Konoha shinobi agreed. Hiruzen himself would have been inclined to concur if not for the presence of one boy. Uzumaki Naruto. While he had been following the boy's progress, his requests to graduate early and Irika's recommendation made him pay even more attention. And the boy was right in estimating his skills. He had managed to top the class and graduate as Rookie of the Year despite the presence of 7 clan heirs including Uchiha Sasuke, a genius in his own right. Then again, his pedigree as the Yondaime's son and an Uzumaki eclipses that of everyone else. If the boy's growth during the first 5 years of the academy was impressive, which it definitely was, the extent of his improvement in the past year was nothing short of phenomenal. Almost as if the rate of his growth had tripled. Is it possible that he has got a hold of that jutsu? Unlikely. Reverse engineering a D and C rank elemental ninjutsu was very much in the realm of possibility for someone as gifted as Naruto, but that technique was out of the question. A knock on the door broke him out of that train of thought. The person who had been the subject of his musings entered after being given permission. Hokage-sama, Naruto greeted with a bow. Hello, Naruto-kun. Sit. It has been a while since we last met, has it not? Hiruzen asked as Naruto took the chair opposite his. It has, Hokage-sama. Excuse me, but I'm sure that you did not call me here one day before our team assignments to chat? Naruto asked as he folded his hands. The boy's back was also ramrod straight. Indeed. It is tradition for the Hokage to personally speak to the valedictorian of the graduating batch. This is done so that the Hokage may become familiar with one who may very well become one of his strongest shinobi. However, when it comes to you, the reports do not do your ability justice, Naruto-kun. The tension in Naruto's back and face reduced slightly. I'm sorry that you could not graduate early, Naruto-kun. However, you will come to realize that it was for only your benefit, he said. The boy's jaw tightened a little. I understand, Hokage-sama. You do? Yes. If I had graduated early, my teammates would have been older genin who would feel threatened by my presence. Tension is bad for team dynamics. A bad performance in the Chunin exams would be the probable result, Naruto said. Among other things, yes. Correct. This on the other hand would increase your chances of becoming a Chunin during your first attempt. On that note, have you made any friends in your class? Hiruzen asked, a part of him hoping that he answered in the affirmative despite knowing the answer. Naruto scoffed. What do you expect me to say, Hokage-sama? Being too good at what you do comes with its own set of drawbacks, I'm afraid, Naruto-kun.
Hiruzen let the boy's tone slide. Despite his rational answers, he was still a child after all. They were jealous and petty enough to rally behind Sasuke. No matter how many times I beat him. They are only children, Naruto-kun. They'll come to understand, eventually. I know that it won't make up for the things of the past, but I promise you, Naruto-kun, one day everyone in the village will see you for who you really are.
That they will, Hokage-sama.
One way or another, Naruto said, blue eyes darkening with an emotion that he was used to seeing in shinobi.
Ambition.
Hiruzen was reminded of the ambition in another 12-year-old that he had hoped would succeed him and withheld a grimace.
Just what the hell do you want? I want everything.
Hiruzen refocused on the present.
He and Naruto are nothing alike.
There was something else in those eyes as well. They resembled chips of ice so cold they burned.
Unwavering in focus and intensity. Speaking of Sasuke, what do you think of him, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked. He's just better hiding his jealousy. While that may be true, this is not solely Sasuke's fault, Naruto-kun. There is an immense pressure on him to meet the standards set by his brother, he said. You think he'll never match Itachi? Naruto asked. Well, Itachi was even better than you are now when he was 12. Although not by much. However, in time, who knows?
Everyone progresses at different paces and peaks at different times.
I just hope that you will take this into consideration when dealing with him.
The Uchiha clan is a good ally to have after all. Although the possibility of him ever equaling Itachi is quite bleak indeed.
I will try, Hokage-sama. That is all any of us can ever do.
I hope you become a splendid ninja, Naruto-kun.
Naruto only bowed and left. I have let you down. Naruto was certainly far more rational and mature than most children his age.
That was a double-edged sword. He would either understand why things were this way or would obsess over it and begin to develop a strong dislike for the village upon learning the truth about his status.
And that was too great a risk.
The loyalty of a Jinchuriki had to be unquestionable. He turned to his successor once more.
Forgive me, Minato. XXX.
As of today, all of you are full-fledged Konoha shinobi.
However, the road that lies ahead of you is not an easy one.
It is one that will be full of hardships and challenges. And that is precisely why it is our duty as shinobi to tread the difficult path and protect our village and comrades.
Because a shinobi is one who endures.
I wish you all the best in your journey.
Now we shall move on to team assignments. That was a nice speech actually.
Naruto tuned Iraka's voice out as he called out the teams. His thumb glided across the leaf symbol on his black headband that was at his waist.
He was a ninja now. And I'm not gonna stop.
Team 7 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke led by Jounin Hatake Kakashi, Iraka said.
Hatake Kakashi? The copy ninja? Naruto smirked.
Kakashi of the Sharingan, son of the White Fang and student of the Yellow Flash.
He was one of Konoha's most renowned jounin and had the 4th largest bounty on any leaf ninja in the bingo books.
He was also the most successful Umbu captain the Leaf ever had.
To have such a shinobi for a sensei boded well.
Naruto's eyes flickered to Sasuke, who was impassive. Remember what the Hokage said. His gaze then shifted to Sakura. The girl smiled at him before waving. Naruto looked around to make sure it was him that she waved to and waved back.
Maybe she's just happy that she's on Sasuke's team.
Your Jounin sensei will come and introduce themselves after lunch, Iraka said after reading out the rest of the teams. As everyone was leaving the classroom, Sakura fell into step with him.
What do you want?
Naruto asked, keeping his eyes straight up ahead. He saw her freeze at the question with his peripheral vision and stopped.
Since we're on the same team now, maybe we could have lunch together? Naruto regarded her with a raised eyebrow. Sakura was wearing a simple red shirt and black tights. Her bright pink hair was tied up in a bun. She fidgeted slightly as blue eyes stared at her for a few seconds. She's serious? It's okay if you don't want to dash. Don't you want to have lunch with Sasuke? Actually, I was looking for both of you. Now that we're a team. Fine, Naruto said after he started walking towards the exit. He opened the door and saw Sasuke walking out. Sakura called out to him. Sasuke paused and Sakura caught up to him. Naruto watched her talk to him from a distance. Sasuke's eyes were cold as blue met onyx. It appeared that he agreed to Sakura's request as they both came back to the academy's entrance. So, where are we going? Sasuke asked while shoving his hands into his pockets. The terrace, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura followed him to the academy's terrace. While the view from there was good, it did not hold a candle to the one from the Hokage monument. Naruto cared little for it. The pork that he had cooked in the morning was still smelling just as delicious as it did thanks to the extra spices that he had added. The brown gravy had soaked into the rice. Chopsticks split with a snap as he dug in. Did you make that yourself? Sakura asked as Naruto was halfway through his box. Yes, Naruto said. Sasuke stopped eating and stared at him. It looks really good. Do you mind if I take a bite? Sakura asked. What is going on here? He extended the box, and Sakura took a piece of the pork. Her eyes lit up as she chewed the soft meat. This is amazing. You have to give me your recipe, she said. You cook? Seriously? Sasuke asked, setting his empty box down. It's not like there's anyone to cook for me, Naruto said with a shrug. Sasuke winced at the answer. I'm sorry. Don't be. Orphans were not uncommon in a shinobi village. Casualties were a fact of life in their line of work. Everyone was sympathetic to most of the orphans in the village. Is that why Sakura's being nice to me? But that was not possible. No one was sympathetic towards him. He had been expecting Sakura to latch onto Sasuke. She was Ino's best friend and one of Sasuke's most ardent admirers. Wait. Naruto recollected all the times he and Sasuke had sparred. His eyes widened a little. Sakura had never cheered for Sasuke. That was Ino. It was only Ino, never Sakura. The pink-haired girl had always stayed silent during their fights. The only reason he assumed she was a Sasuke fangirl was that she hung around Ino all the time. Now that he thought about it, he could not remember her ever being hostile to him either. Do you two know anything about our sensei? I only know what's there in the general records, Sakura asked after putting her empty bento away. Kakashi of the Sharingan, one of Konoha's elite jounin. He also has the second highest kill count of any Konoha shinobi, the first being the Yandame, Sasuke said. Looks like I'm not the only one who reads the bingo book, Naruto said with a smirk. My brother had the honor of serving under him in the Anbu, Sasuke said while returning the smirk. And the only non-Uchiha to have mastered the use of the Sharingan. Of course you would know all about him. And that's our Jounin sensei? Amazing, Sakura said. We should get back. The lunch break is over, Naruto said, standing up. Their classroom was empty by the time they got there, however. Looks like sensei's late. Naruto excused himself and locked himself in a cubicle. He walked out of the cubicle after he heard the doors of all the other cubicles opening. 5 nondescript Konoha Chunin had their eyes trained on him. Go and train with the others. His disguised clones nodded and left. Naruto went back to the classroom a few minutes later. Thankfully, their sensei had not arrived yet. Sasuke was writing something on a scroll while Sakura was reading one. Naruto sat down on a seat, folded his legs, and began meditating. Naruto estimated that an hour passed when he heard the door sliding open and opened his eyes. Sharingan no Kakashi entered. "I'm sorry for being late. As for my first impression of you guys," Kakashi brought his hand to his chin after giving all of them a quick once-over and said, "I don't like you." The terrace in 1 minute. Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves and Team 7 went to the terrace for the second time in the day. Kakashi was leaning against the railing. He motioned for them to sit down in front of him. "Now, introduce yourselves," Kakashi said. "Sensei, can you go first and show us how?" Sakura asked. "Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. I don't feel like telling you about my likes and dislikes. And I haven't thought about my dreams. As for hobbies, I have many," Kakashi said. "Is this guy for real?" "You, go first," Kakashi said, pointing to Sasuke. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like training and dislike many things. My dream is to surpass my brother, make my father proud and serve Konoha in the best way I can," Sasuke said, chest puffing up ever so slightly. Kakashi then looked to Sakura. "I'm Haruno Sakura. I like learning new genjutsu techniques and I want to prove myself an equal to all the clan kids in my batch," Sakura said. "And lastly, the name is Uzumaki Naruto. And I don't feel like telling you about my goals and ambitions." Naruto smirked. "How do you like it?" Kakashi chuckled. "Well, you three are very interesting and distinctive. We have a mission tomorrow," he said. "A C rank?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi laughed a little at that. "No. A survival exercise. Think of it as a test of sorts." "A test?" "A test that will determine if you become genin or not," Kakashi finished. "What? What were the exams for then?" Sakura voiced his thoughts rather loudly less than a second later. "Oh, those exams? They're just to see if you have the potential of becoming genin. Out of the 27 students that graduated, only 9 will become genin while the rest will be enrolled in the reserve program," Kakashi said. Naruto was not afraid. 9 from his class would pass. And he was better than anyone in his class. Which meant that his passing was almost certain. Moreover, this test was made for genin. He, on the other hand, was already chunin level. His demolition of Mizuki had proved that much. "Nothing is going to stop me. Training ground 7, 5 am tomorrow. And don't eat anything. You may throw up," Kakashi said and vanished. Naruto did not hang around after that. There was work to do. 30 minutes. The birds in the forest beside the training ground began chirping. Naruto opened his eyes and began eating as twilight began. As soon as Naruto was done, Sakura entered the training grounds. She looked around the field and sat under the tree that he was perched on. A new memory had popped into his mind a few seconds later. Naruto made the cross the seal. His clones scattered the moment they materialized. "Can't have him screwing with my arrangements now, can I?" A feint was made Naruto jump off the tree. "Committing fratricide this early in your career? I didn't think you had it in you," Naruto said as he saw Sakura, kunai in hand after he landed. "Me too," Sakura said with a raised eyebrow, putting the kunai away. "How long have you been up there anyway?" "Half an hour. Please don't ask me what I was doing. Anyway, where do you think Sensei and Sasuke are?" "I don't know about Sensei, but Sasuke's here already. How much longer he plans on staying hidden I don't know." The rock that was next to another tree close by was replaced by a frowning Sasuke as he undid his henge. "How did you know?" "I sensed you there, Sasuke," Naruto said. "Didn't know you were a censor," Sasuke said, sitting next to them. "I'm not. Call it instinct. Or Kage Bunshin. Whichever one you prefer. Sasuke scoffed. I just hope Kakashi-sensei doesn't make this a habit, Sakura said. This is something we'll have to live with, I'm afraid, Naruto said. Onyx's eyes narrowed as they met blue. You want to know how I know that? It's called reconnaissance. Like you haven't done any. However, Naruto was not lucky enough to have most of the information of the most powerful clan in Konoha at his fingertips. But he made do. Just like he always did. Shinobi of his caliber are bound to have a few quirks, Sasuke said as he started eating a ration bar of his own. Agreed. Let's hope he's as good as they say. Did you actually not eat anything, Sakura? Sasuke asked. I ate a ration bar on my way here. I figured a survival test would need some energy. A logical deduction. I thought I asked you guys to skip breakfast, Kakashi said as he appeared in a swirl of leaves. That sounded more like a suggestion, Sensei, Naruto said as he stood up. Maybe it was. Sorry for the delay, my cute genin. A black cat crossed my path, and I had to take the long way here. Sensei, I'd prefer you not giving an excuse at all if it's that lame, Sasuke said, frowning. Kakashi took a large stopwatch out of his backpack, set it to 8, and placed it on one of the wooden stumps in the field. You have 3 hours to take these bells from me. Those who fail will be sent back to the academy and then into the reserves, Kakashi said as he showed the bells and tied them near his waist. The use of weapons and techniques is allowed. The only way to pass this is if you come at me with the intent to kill. So, begin. Sasuke and Sakura vanished into the trees while Naruto strode towards him. I was expecting you to be the first to hide and try to catch me unawares. You'll find that shattering expectations is something I do often, Sensei. I also know that you know where both of them are hiding. Just like you would have known where I was hiding. Naruto slid into his stance. Triple X. Show me then, boy. Kakashi raised an eyebrow as Naruto made 5 seals. That's right, ton. Electricity, a shade of blue darker than anything he had ever seen, crackled in Naruto's right hand. Naruto closed his fist and drew it back. Is he going to try and punch me with that hand? However, Naruto punched the ground, forcing the electricity into the earth and causing a crater. Kakashi jumped backward just in time, but Naruto was already over him. I wasn't the target now, was I? Kakashi caught a punch that was aimed at his chest and elbowed Naruto in the face. Naruto threw a kunai even as he was taking a step back. It was ridiculously slow as he danced around it. Kakashi heard a snap and the telltale hiss of explosive tags. The tags detonated a second after Kakashi had rolled away. The explosion threw him off balance and left his ears ringing. He was forced to block a sword strike with the back of his glove as the smoke cleared a little. He's fast. Naruto leaped over Kakashi's sweep at his legs and took a punch on his face. But Naruto exploded in a puff of smoke. A substitution. With a shadow clone? Kakashi substituted with a log nearby and found himself standing on a large boulder. A snap made him notice the web of wire that was surrounding him. Kakashi sighed. Another trap? Kakashi leaned backward and caught the wire that was supposed to snap around his neck. Once the wire was firm against his wrist, he pulled. Instead of breaking and causing the trap to fall apart, it tightened as Naruto moved away from the boulder, wire in hand. Just as he palmed a kunai to cut the wire, he saw a current strong enough to kill a man shooting through the length of the wire. It reached his hand, but Kakashi directed electricity out of his own hand to cancel it out. The wire started smoking. Kakashi sliced the wire open. He had not even fully finished the slash that cut the wire when he saw the Naruto holding the wire disappear in a cloud of smoke and felt a presence behind him. Kakashi struck out with an elbow and was rewarded with a crunch.
His eyes widened as he felt a slight pull at his waist when Naruto was sent flying.
Kakashi looked down. Shattering expectations, huh? Guess the kid wasn't lying.
Kakashi wiped the blood on his glove on his pants as he looked at the patches of trees around him.
Now to find the other two. Triple X. Calm down.
Sakura took a deep breath. Her fingers tightened around her arms as she saw Kakashi rise out of the earth that Sasuke was pulled into, only leaving his head visible. The pain helped her shivering reduce. However, her hands started quivering again as they gripped the cold steel of her kunai. He just destroyed Sasuke.
Even Naruto barely got away. Who am I kidding?
She put the kunai back in her holster and cast a cloaking genjutsu around herself. She was not as fast or as strong as Naruto and was not at the top of her class.
She did not know any fancy ninjutsu like Sasuke. There's no way I can take that bell. Not a chance.
Moments after she had finished casting the genjutsu, Kakashi appeared, clearly searching for her. Kakashi stopped a few feet away from where she was, his lone eye boring into her own. Her hand hovered on her holster as Kakashi kept looking in her direction.
I'm dead if he finds me. Calm down. Don't move. A few seconds passed.
Sakura reached into her holster but Kakashi vanished.
Sakura breathed a sigh and leaned against the tree behind her. The reserves don't sound too bad. But Naruto had done it. And he even succeeded in taking a bell. Without fear. But I can't. Triple X. Naruto found Sasuke moments after he had pulled himself out of the earth.
He caught the Uchiha's fist as soon as he jumped down, behind him. The Sharingan blazed in his eyes.
Don't tell me you managed to take a bell. Naruto first let Sasuke's hand go and he held out the bell, out of Sasuke's reach. Sasuke's jaw clenched.
I don't think this was the point of the test, though, Naruto said.
Sasuke blinked. Think about it, Sasuke. Kakashi said 9 genin would pass dash. And you barely managed to take one. Meaning dash. We weren't expected to succeed. Not alone. We do this as a team? Iruka-sensei gave out the team assignments as if they were permanent. I'm guessing they want to see if we can work together. Sasuke's brows furrowed.
I guess that's it, Sasuke said, relaxing slightly.
I'm glad we agree. As for the plan, both of us are going to take point. Sakura will use Genjutsu and Shurikenjutsu to keep him off balance. And we'll use ninjutsu as we see fit.
Just be sure not to burn me to a crisp. And you make sure not to fry me, Sasuke said, smirking.
And, Sasuke, used the Sharingan. Trying to catch him off guard by activating it in the middle didn't work out too well now, did it? Sasuke grunted. Obviously. Where are you off to? I'm going to find our teammate. Naruto took off. Soon, Sakura was in his sights. He caught a kunai as he landed. What do you want, Naruto-kun? You already passed the test. And you haven't. Naruto tossed the knife back. How does that matter to you? Now that's unusual. Naruto sighed. I don't think taking the bell was the point. And what is? Remember all that stuff about teamwork that Iruka-sensei used to go on and on about? Sakura's emerald green eyes lit up. Come on. You're kidding, right? Naruto shook his head. However, her smile faded. I won't be of much use, Naruto-kun. I'll only get in your way. What? I wasn't even brave enough to try and take a bell. I'm not as strong as you or Sasuke-kun. I'm not fearless. Shouldn't you of all people know there are many forms of strength? Naruto asked.
Yes, but dash. If you had the guts to dream of becoming a good kunoichi, you have the guts to do this now.
You're just not as good as me in Sasuke close range. The same way I'm trash at Genjutsu. That's all there is to it, no?
I suppose. But dash. Naruto closed the distance between them and cut her off by placing a hand on her shoulder.
Don't think too hard. You just have to use your Genjutsu to provide support. You've come this far. Don't stop now, Sakura.
I'm counting on you to help me win this, Naruto said, locking eyes with her.
Sakura looked down for a moment before meeting his eyes again. Okay, Captain.
Triple X. Looks like he's waiting for us. He and Sasuke approached the copy ninja, who was lounging near the lake, reading a green book.
Sakura was a few feet behind them.
Kakashi closed the book, put it aside, and stood up.
And what do we have here? He asked.
I figured that there was only one way to take the other bell from you, Sensei, Naruto said.
Which is?
As a team, the three of them said in unison as Naruto unsheathed his ninjato and Sasuke activated his Sharingan.
You're welcome to try.
The copy nin's fist clenched.
Naruto charged at Kakashi while Sasuke brought his hands together.
Kakashi leaned away from Naruto's slash and lashed out with a right hook. The force behind the punch was enough to send him a few feet sideways despite his block. However, Kakashi was unable to take advantage of the opening as a large fireball headed in his direction.
Now!
Even as Kakashi performed a kawarimi to avoid being roasted, Naruto brought his sword, buzzing with current down on Kakashi. He was fast enough to parry the strike with a kunai, but he did not notice the electricity. The ninjato cleaved his kunai in two, the fabric of his gloves and the grip on the kunai preventing most of the lightning from electrocuting him. A knee to the chest had Naruto on the back foot, but Kakashi was forced to block another blade, Sasuke's katana this time. His Sharingan made up for his lack of raw power and speed. Kakashi ducked under a slash to his head and was about to punch Sasuke in the face when he was replaced with Naruto, who was taking a sweep at his feet.
And
Kakashi jumped over Naruto's leg and aimed a kick at his head, but the blonde was replaced with a Sasuke whose fist was already cocked back for a punch. Sasuke's fist contacted Kakashi's torso, causing the copy ninja to land on all fours.
That must be Sakura's Genjutsu.
However, Kakashi recovered almost instantly and leaped towards Sasuke.
The Uchiha was still extended from the last blow. Naruto's eyes widened. He'll be out if he takes that.
Naruto substituted with Sasuke milliseconds before Kakashi's punch would have touched his face and was sent flying backward. He skidded to a stop and spat out a glob of blood.
Need to guide him to the lake.
Naruto circled around Sasuke, who was barely keeping Kakashi at bay, and sheathed his sword.
Ram Dragon Hair. Raiton Ijin Raisin.
A bolt of lightning shot from Naruto's hand, towards Kakashi. He managed to dodge it once again, but another genjutsu from Sakura allowed Sasuke to elbow Kakashi in the face.
Naruto completed the combo with a kick to the Cyclops' chest, sending Kakashi onto the lake's surface. Shouldn't he have dodged that? A double-layered illusion?
Sasuke unleashed a volley of small fireballs, distracting Kakashi and allowing 6 of Naruto's clones to land on the lake's surface and discharge electricity into the water. Kakashi was a second late in channeling Raiton chakra outwards, and the electricity paralyzed him.
Sasuke, now!
The Uchiha, who was waiting at the edge of the lake, snatched the bell.
Kakashi let out a small sigh and then his eye crinkled into what could only be a smile. Guess I don't have a choice now. You all pass.
Triple X.
Sasuke drummed his fingers on the table.
Relax, Sasuke, your father will be here soon and then you can tell him all about your exam, Uchiha Makoto said as she placed a pan on the table. It seems you have passed Kakashi-san's test, Sasuke, Itachi said, sitting. We figured out the real meaning behind the test, Nizan.
Sasuke could not help but smile.
Although I wonder how much of that credit goes to him.
Fugaku came to the table a few moments later.
So, how did the test go, Sasuke? I take it that you have cleared it, Fugaku said as he picked up a bowl.
Sasuke proceeded to give Fugaku the details of how they had passed the test.
He took a bell first, on his own, his father asked.
Mikoto sighed.
Yes, father, Sasuke said while his fists clenched under the table.
It seems that you may have a rival soon, Itachi.
Good to know I was right about something at least, Fugaku said as he finished his meal and left.
Will I ever be enough? Sasuke held back his tears as his mother put a hand on his shoulder.
You'll make him proud one day, Sasuke.
I know it. How can you be so sure when I am not, mother? Sasuke finished his meal in his silence and went to the roof of their two-storied house. The stars looked dull today.
I'm sorry, Sasuke, Itachi said, leaning against the wall of the terrace.
This is my fault, not yours.
If only I wasn't this good, father would not have been comparing your performance to mine at every turn.
Maybe. But don't say that, Nezen. You are the pride of the Uchiha clan. You are one of the reasons why we are still the strongest clan in Konoha. Itachi chuckled.
These notions are fleeting, Sasuke. The Senju were once the strongest of all the clans in Fire Country, even managing to subdue us.
Now,
the few who are left are scattered to the wind, unaware of their great heritage. Father only seeks to safeguard the interests of the clan. But because of this, he loses sight of the finer details.
Do not take it to heart.
And I certainly hope you will not hate me for being an obstacle.
I won't, Nezen, Sasuke said. In fact, I'm starting to think that's what brothers are for. I will catch up to you someday, Nezen.
Did you give your best today, Sasuke?
Yes, but that guy is something else. Then that is all that matters.
Do not compare yourself to me or Naruto.
Shinobi progress at different rates. Who knows? Maybe you'll surpass both of us one day. Itachi tapped on Sasuke's forehead. So, you'll train with me then? Itachi chuckled again. Kakashi-san has been a shinobi for far longer than me, Sasuke. He'll make a much better teacher than me. But you're stronger than him, right? That's beside the point.
I'll train with you after I'm back from the next mission. Sasuke smiled once more and returned to his room while Itachi continued to gaze at the stars. The Anbu captain then turned to the Hokage monument. It was whispered among the ranks that even the stone eyes of the Yandame's likeness were warmer than his icy blue eyes the day he slaughtered hundreds of IWA shinobi in a matter of minutes.
It seems the boy is as good as they say. But the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? You don't say. Triple X. Naruto ducked under the kick aimed for his head. She's gotten faster. When Naruto took a step back, Sakura tried to rush him and threw a punch to his face. Naruto deflected it, caught her arm and threw her away. But Sakura managed to land on her feet, but Naruto had closed the distance between them even before she skidded to stop. She blocked a strike to her midsection, wincing as Naruto's fist made contact. Sakura hit the trunk of a tree with a thud but kept herself from falling to the ground. Don't you think the last one was a little too hard, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked, pulling herself up. You need to get used to taking hits if you truly want to get better at taijutsu, Sakura. No matter how fast or slippery you are, it is inevitable, Kakashi said as he appeared in a swirl of leaves. What are you doing here, sensei? I thought today was our day off, Sakura asked. I just couldn't rest knowing that my cute genin are not. You've improved, Sakura. And as promised, a new genjutsu technique. Kakashi produced a scroll. Sakura's face lit up.
But I need to talk to Naruto about something.
Alone. Kakashi tossed the scroll as he motioned for him to follow. Kakashi stopped behind a big enough rock to completely block them from Sakura's view.
What is it? Naruto's eyes widened as Kakashi buried his knee in Naruto's gut, dispelling the clone.
Sensei, where's Naruto? Sakura asked as he came into her sight again.
He had an errand to run, you see.
You just dispelled his clone, didn't you? So, you knew it was a clone?
Kakashi asked. I'm not good enough to spar with him yet. I more than have my hands full with his clones as it is.
And he probably has a few more hanging around here somewhere. XXX.
Naruto stopped on the branch he landed on as a new memory flashed into his mind.
He's probably here already. You didn't have to come all the way here, Sensei. Naruto scanned his surroundings. But seeing is something else, isn't it? Doesn't electrocuting them ruin the taste of the meat? Kakashi jumped down from a higher branch. Only if you do it for too long.
I use it to increase the sword's penetrating power. Naruto refocused on following the trail.
You're here the whole day? It depends on how quickly I can catch something big. Usually takes a few hours at least. But it's good training. Both in tracking and stealth, Kakashi completed.
And it pays better than D ranks.
Not much better though.
Naruto slid down a trunk, stopped in front of a footprint, and crouched to get a closer look. Which is why the Chunin and Jounin who have permission to use this place don't hunt anything here.
But no one comes here to train either. There's only one other ninja I've seen around here often. A Tokubetsu Jounin, I think.
I'm guessing she noticed me as well, Naruto said.
I might have an idea as to who that might be.
As to why I'm here, since Sasuke's training with Itachi and because I'm sick and tired of you complaining about being bored with all the basic training, I thought I'll teach you something new.
You're serious?
I was planning on teaching you the Shunshin, but it seems you are too busy hunting.
Maybe we could.
Naruto made a clone, which disappeared into the forest.
You sure one clone will be enough?
Kakashi asked.
Maybe.
If he can't kill anything, he'll at least show me where it is.
How many can you make?
12.
How do you know that's the limit? Even one more than that makes it feel like my head is going to split. Naruto grimaced.
XXX. Kakashi watched as Naruto crashed into a trunk and yelled, "Damn it!"
Relax, Naruto.
The Shunshin is a ninjutsu that requires extremely delicate control.
No one gets it right the first time. Why don't you create clones to practice while you take a break?
Naruto made the cross seal, and 10 clones materialized. All of them scattered as the real Naruto continued. Kakashi could feel all the short and inconsistent chakra trails that the clones were leaving. I guess he's not used to practicing this long just to be able to perform a technique properly. Kakashi stood up and dusted his palms.
Since you're not going to be done anytime soon, I'm off.
He heard a by sensei as he took off. Kakashi dashed into a flicker as soon as was out of the forest and came to a halt outside the Hokage tower.
The doors of the Hokage's office opened before he could knock.
Kakashi, sit, the Hokage said. He also noticed the presence of another Cyclops.
Report, Kakashi. Sasuke is coming along quite well, Hokage-sama.
We're mainly working on refining his kenjutsu, expanding his chakra reserves, and improving his chakra control. He'll also be able to use his Sharingan to cast genjutsu and properly analyze his opponent's fighting style before adopting countermeasures soon.
Does he hold a candle to his brother? Danzo asked. Why isn't there one conversation about Sasuke in which Itachi is not mentioned?
However, Kakashi knew the answer all too well.
Not as of now, Danzo-sama.
Continue, the Hokage said.
As for Sakura, her double-layered illusions have improved. I'm inclined to work on her genjutsu. At least until her chakra reserves allow her the use of more chakra-intensive ninjutsu.
While her taijutsu is adequate, it pales in comparison to that of her teammates. I am putting her through some vigorous conditioning and I expect her taijutsu to follow as her physical attributes improve.
And? Danzo asked.
You could at least try to look disinterested. As for Naruto, Hokage-sama, to put it simply, physically, he's a monster. Kakashi shifted in his chair slightly, leaning away from Danzo. His speed and strength are far beyond the norm. His taijutsu is only academy level when it comes to technique, but in effectiveness, he's already chunin level. His kenjutsu is also a little sloppy, but his speed more than makes up for it. As for stamina, it's just inhuman, and he's also able to recover from both workouts and injuries exponentially faster. While there are no surprises regarding his chakra levels, he had also learned both the tree and water walking exercises to better his chakra control. Which was probably why he could manage the Bunshin no Jutsu.
What do you think about this boy then? Danzo asked.
It is possible. Given time, Kakashi said. Were you able to find out how he got a hold of those techniques? The Hokage asked.
I could not, Hokage-sama.
He's extremely tight-lipped about the matter, but the only way was for someone to hand them over to him. I also couldn't help but notice that we are being watched during team meetings, Kakashi said as he turned to Danzo. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone who is capable of sneaking up on you under my command, Kakashi. And no, it was not I that gave him those jutsu. But it seems things are not hopeless after all.
Danzo left the chamber.
Kakashi, there is a C-rank mission that is going to come up soon.
Do you think they're ready?
They are, Hokage-sama.
I hope he stops pestering me now.
Good.
Triple X.
Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel. Naruto planted his foot forward and pushed Sasuke back. Sasuke grunted and moved to the side. He wanted to use his longer weapon to stay out of Naruto's range and make him overextend himself. But the blonde's speed and shorter sword were making that very difficult.
Naruto closed the short distance in less than a second. He withheld the urge to channel some lightning into his ninjato as Sasuke parried an overhead strike. Sasuke's Sharingan had all but nullified Naruto's speed advantage and they reached an impasse. Again.
Just as their swords met once more, Kakashi appeared in a flicker, causing them to disengage. Pack for 2 weeks of travel and be at the gate in 2 hours, Kakashi said.
AC rank? Naruto asked as he sheathed his ninjato.
It had better be. I'm sick of doing chores, Sasuke said.
So am I.
But your house probably has a lot of servants. Naruto had grown to hate D ranks with a passion after Kakashi had expressly forbidden him from using shadow clones for D ranks. He made sure to emphasize every syllable.
Yes, AC rank.
Our mission is to provide security for one Tatsuya Satoshi. The daimyo is paying for this mission. Naruto let out a short whistle. Kakashi showed them the mission scroll.
Is Satoshi a noble or something? Sasuke slung the sheath of his katana over his shoulder.
I doubt that he would hire a genin team for someone that important.
He's a negotiator from Kiri. We'll pick him up in Degarashi port. He's the one mediating a deal between 2 nobles there.
Kiri? That deal must sure be important if they're bringing a guy from another country.
And it's happening in T country instead of the capital because it's neutral territory and it's connected to Kiri by sea, Sasuke said.
See you guys in 2 hours, Kakashi said as he disappeared. Naruto took off in a shunshin towards his apartment and stepped out of it just outside his door. He had to blink a couple of times to see everything clearly. He created a clone while heading to the bedroom and said, "Lunch." Naruto laid 3 empty scrolls on his bed and began taking clothes out of his closet. His fingers hovered over the all-black gear that he wore whenever he went into the Forest of Death. It's unlikely that this mission will need stealth. The only enemies that were expected in C ranks were thieves and bandits. The intervention of low-level chunin from another village may change the designation of a mission to be depending on the numbers.
But T-Country had no ninja of its own. All in all, the odds of him encountering another shinobi were pretty slim.
But it won't hurt to be prepared. Naruto opted to reach the gate through rooftops and trees. He stopped as the path that led to the gate came into view. There was no one there except for the 2 chunin who were always guarding the gate. He made himself a little more comfortable on the tree as he waited for the rest of his team to show up.
Sakura arrived a few minutes later.
A blonde woman, most likely Sakura's mother, had accompanied her.
It's probably the first time she's leaving the village.
She handed Sakura a bento, got down to a knee, and hugged her. "Just be careful, Sakura. I'll miss you," she said as she kissed her on the cheek.
"I'll miss you too," Sakura said, face a little downcast. "Cheer up. You don't want to look that gloomy now.
Especially when you were jumping with joy yesterday."
Sakura's mother lifted Sakura's chin. "Yeah. It's just Dash. It'll be fine, sweetheart. It's only a week, right? Bye."
"Bye, Mom," Sakura said with a wave.
She then plopped onto a bench nearby. Would my mom have done the same? He had always wondered what it would be like to have someone waiting for him when he got home.
There's no point thinking about that. Naruto rose and saw a silhouette perched on a tree on the other side of the path. A band of sunlight fell on the figure's face and reflected off its white porcelain mask before it vanished.
Sasuke was walking towards the gate. Itachi?
While the identities of the members of the Anbu were usually kept a secret, everyone knew about the boy who made it into Anbu at the same age most others graduated from the academy. The Uchiha clan was quite eager to disclose all the exploits of the clan heir the moment they were declassified.
If only I got the same shot.
But there was no denying that the stories, if true, were extremely impressive for a 17-year-old.
Naruto's hands balled into fists. Practically everyone knew at least some of the ridiculous and unprecedented things Itachi had done. One day. Just you watch. You know it's not a good practice to be late, right?
He threw a kunai in the direction of the voice while he dashed out of the tree.
Sakura and Sasuke flinched at his entrance.
Kakashi appeared while spinning the kunai around his finger.
Are you ready, my cute genin? He could have killed me. Easily. Triple X.
Buildings the shape of cubes and lights of various colors became visible as they reached the outskirts of Degarashi Port a few hours after sunset. It was a welcome change in scenery from the endless tea plantations. There were 2 samurai guarding the gate, which was about half the size of the one that stood outside Konoha. However, they had not stopped them when they were entering. There was a wall that extended from the gate, a little shorter than the gate, a far cry from the high walls, which were constantly patrolled by chunin that surrounded Konoha.
He could not spot anyone on the wall.
They're not going to check our ID or ask why we're here?
Sakura asked as they went through the gate.
This is a place that's frequented by tourists and merchants who generally don't stay around too long.
There's a lot of people going in and out every day.
And T-Country has no shinobi of their own, to begin with, Kakashi said.
They just don't have enough men, Naruto said. And I don't think there was any large shinobi conflict here, Sasuke said.
The road that led into the city was also lined with shops.
Since it was the evening, was bustling with tourists. Most of them sold some kind of souvenirs or another. It appeared that some keychains had caught Sakura's eye. Go on.
We'll wait here, Kakashi said with an eye smile. While she was busy haggling over the price of some items, Naruto noticed that there were a lot of guys walking around with katanas strapped to their waists.
They don't look like samurai though.
They aren't samurai, Kakashi said after Sakura had returned.
Then what are they? And why is this place crawling with them? Sakura asked, moving a little closer to Naruto.
These guys probably belong to the gangs of the two families that control this place, Kakashi said.
Why did they want to have negotiations here when gangs are running the place? Sasuke asked, hand inching towards his holster.
The gang members had either not noticed them or were giving them a wide berth. But given how shinobi stood out like sore thumbs in places like this, it was most likely the latter. Maybe because the dispute has something to do with this place, Kakashi said.
And that's why we're here to provide security.
They checked into the inn where a room for them had been booked after having dinner at a restaurant on the way. It was a plain 4-storied building, the maximum height of buildings in that area. Kakashi looked like he was ready to call it a day the second they stepped into the suite.
Tatsuya won't be arriving until tomorrow morning. Scout this place.
We don't want any surprises tomorrow, Kakashi said.
Understood.
Also, take Sakura with you and maintain contact over the radio. Kakashi also handed him and Sakura earpieces. Naruto put on the same black mesh shirt he wore under his hoodie, a tight black t-shirt, black gloves, and black pants with black bandages at the ankles. Sakura stepped out of her room a minute later, trading the red shirt she normally wore for a black one. She also used a partial henge to change the color of her hair to black.
I never thought of that.
He considered it for a moment and brought his hand up to his hair. But it's overkill for some common thugs.
Heck, it's probably overkill for Chunin.
So, where do you think we should go? She asked as they left their room and climbed onto the terrace. The streets were practically empty save for the few gang members who were sitting between every 3 or 4 buildings.
I want to know what they're guarding.
They were out on patrol. Wherever there's more guys.
Because they're guarding something.
He smirked under his mask. The number of people on watch was slowly starting to increase as they approached the large warehouses that were near the docks.
Of course. That's where they would keep things that were coming or going by sea.
As they got closer, Naruto saw that there was a 10-foot-tall concrete wall running through the center of the docks, separating it into 2 halves. There were around 10 men watching the warehouses on the inside and 4 were in the watchtowers. The lights on the towers were being moved around to illuminate random spots inside the walls.
Naruto and Sakura stopped on the building next to the docks. It was going to be a tough jump. The guys on the ground keep moving. They'll see me even if I can pull it off.
If he was alone, he would have had to climb one of the watchtowers without being spotted, knock the man inside out while making sure that no one else saw him do it, and leave a clone transformed into the lookout.
However, he was not alone. Sakura, we'll climb the tower there.
You'll need to trap that guy in a genjutsu that'll make sure that he can't see us.
You can do it while sticking to the wall, right? Sakura nodded.
They went down the walls of the building they were on and dashed towards the nearest watchtower. Naruto stopped at the corner of the building that was the nearest. He waited for the lookout to turn the other way and sprinted to the wall almost noiselessly.
Sakura had followed him without making much noise either. She's definitely gotten better.
She scaled the wall first and began weaving a few hand seals. He felt the slight chakra that was extending out from Sakura and invading the lookout's mind. There was no visible change in the guard's face or movements as she finished and climbed into the tower.
He did the same.
The man had not acknowledged the presence of either of them. 2 men were circling the nearest warehouse.
Naruto and Sakura descended from the tower and got into the warehouse.
There was a scaffolding suspended from the ceiling. It looked like there were no guards inside. There were a few lights that were attached to the railings of the platform, but they were few and far in between. There was hardly any space for them to walk between the crates that were stacked on top of each other. It'll take too long to search if we stick together.
Naruto-kun, we need to split up.
Agreed.
Radio in if you find anything. Naruto took the farther side of the warehouse. He climbed onto a stack that was not too close to the platform. He channeled chakra into his hands and broke the lid of the topmost crate open. The crack that accompanied it made him wince. Naruto pulled the wooden cover open. The plastic packets inside reflected the light of one of the bulbs near it. Rice? Naruto blinked. He dug his hand into the crate. Still packets. He gripped one and pulled it out.
This was not rice, but flour. Just as he was about to put it back in, Sakura's voice crackled in his ear.
Naruto-kun, are you there?
He nearly jumped.
Naruto took a deep breath and put his finger on the button. Yeah. Did you find anything?
The line was silent for a few seconds before he heard her gulp and say, I think so.
Did you find a white powder that looks like flour? Looks like flour? You're saying this isn't flour? Does it taste bitter?
Naruto poked a small hole in the packet and tasted its contents.
It does, he said. This is bad. We need to inform Sensei immediately. He dropped the packet back into the crate. What is it?
It's a hallucinogen that is heavily regulated by governments across the elemental nations.
This was and still is to some extent used to treat anxiety and depression. However, some people began using it for recreation, causing some undesirable side effects. We need to get out of here now.
I'm coming to the entrance, Naruto said as he slid the cover back into its place.
Okay. Shit. You know what they mean by trespassers will be prosecuted?
Naruto froze as he heard a deeper, unmistakably masculine voice through his earpiece.
A dull thud brought Naruto out of his stupor. Who the hell was that? Naruto created a shadow clone, gave it his earpiece and jumped onto the scaffolding.
He walked towards the other side of the warehouse taking slow, deliberate steps.
Tiny tremors shook his body.
Naruto's hand tightened around the grip of his ninjato. It felt foreign in his hand as he drew it.
Found it all right.
What do you say we do with her?
Naruto's knuckles became white as he saw Sakura, lying motionless on the floor.
A white-haired man kneeled next to the crate on top, a punctured packet in hand. A horizontal gash ran through the symbol of Kiri that was on his headband. He threw it to another man who was standing below, on the floor. His skin tone and forehead protector showed that he was from Kyumo. It bore the horizontal cut as well.
But I haven't seen them in the bingo book. So, they're probably only C rank. Konoha, huh? Guess they couldn't keep themselves from snooping around.
We'll take her with us. He'll have questions for her, the Kyumonin said. The Kirinin grinned, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine.
He climbed onto the railing, to the man's right. You think we can have some fun before we take her?
His partner sighed.
Fine. But don't make too much of a mess. Of dash. A gasp interrupted him as Sakura's eyes shot open and found him.
The man on the top of the stack followed her line of sight.
Fuck. Naruto leaped at him with a kick. His opponent's block held, however.
Naruto landed in a crouch and pushed off the crates again, sword aimed at the white-haired man's chest. The man managed to move out of the way and the sword only grazed his side. He then locked his arms around Naruto but was unable to stop him, sending them both falling to the floor. The 10-meter drop allowed Naruto to dig his fist into the man's ribs and free himself from his grip. He channeled chakra to his feet as they slapped the concrete floor, cracking it slightly. The Kyumo Chunin barreled into him from behind, smashing him into the boxes. His ninjato hit the floor with a clank as the Rougenin punched him in the back.
Naruto ducked under the next blow and swept his legs from under him.
He grabbed his sword. But his overhead slash was blocked by a kunai. As they struggled, he caught Sakura taking a punch to her stomach and spitting out blood from the corner of his eye.
That was enough for his opponent to succeed in pushing him back.
But the crate behind him broke, sending Naruto further into it. The tower of crates that was above it shook, making his opponent disengage.
Naruto kicked the man in the shin as hard as he could.
The sound of wood splintering made Naruto realize what was happening. He threw his sword and made the cross seal. A clone sprang forth, restraining the Kumonin as the crates collapsed on him and Naruto dashed away. A new memory popped into his head as the sound of crates falling on top of each other filled the warehouse.
He substituted with my clone?
His Kage Bunshin had been crushed as soon as it had felt the telltale pull on his chakra coils.
Did he go under or not?
Naruto kept an eye on the pile as he searched for his sword. He found at the same time he heard another footstep. Naruto whirred in its direction as he brought his ninjato in front of him. It was not a moment too soon as the man had fallen on him with a vengeance. Sparks flew as steel met steel, and Naruto was pushed back by the momentum of his assailant. He sidestepped the next vertical slash and kicked the Chunin in the face. His sandal implanted itself on the side of his face with a satisfying crunch.
A white tooth accompanied by blood flew out of his mouth.
The man was unable to stop himself before his head smashed into another box. He fell to his knees and clutched his head. Naruto paid the pained groan that reached his ears no mind and only focused on the man's kunai falling out of his grip as his foot touched the floor. Naruto spun on it and jammed his sword into the man's chest. His grip on the sword faltered as all the tension had left the man's body and he crumbled to the ground. Blue Eyes stared at the red blade that was sticking out of the man's back. It had certainly gone through his lung.
Did it get the heart though?
Before he could make sure, small wisps of smoke that made it through the gaps in the pile of crates reminded him that he was not the only one engaged in a fight.
Sakura.
Naruto was not sure what made him climb the pile as fast as he could, not caring about stealth. Sakura was held against the wall of wood near the base of the heap, a hand against her throat.
Naruto dived at him.
Small jolts of pain shot up his arm as his fist connected with the man's face. They barely made it into his awareness as they both came to a halt with Naruto on top.
Naruto unloaded punch after punch into his face. The damage done by each of his strikes was being burned into his memory.
The first closed his eye. The second changed the shape of his skull a little. The third broke his nose. As Naruto continued, the man's face was beginning to change to a red mess. Its overall round shape and hair were the only thing that remained largely unchanged. Naruto had almost convinced himself to stop when he was sure his fist was coated with what could only be brains. The decision was taken out of his hands as he heard a squelch from behind him. He froze instantly. His ninjato was only a centimeter away from his neck. A kunai was protruding from the Kumo-nin's chest. This was through the heart. The Chunin groaned once more and fell to the floor.
Sakura was behind him, panting.
The blood flowing from a wound on her head turned some of her now pink hair and porcelain skin red. One of her eyes was also black as she too collapsed a second later. Naruto got to his feet and took a step towards her before exhaustion, more severe than anything before, overtook him. His knees hit the floor as his breaths became labored. Naruto tried getting up, but all his strength deserted him when his eyes met the Chunin's. His facial muscles contorted into a mixture of pain and desperation. The light left his eyes a second later.
Triple X.
Naruto's clone had contacted Kakashi 5 minutes earlier. The copy Nin ruthlessly suppressed any untoward thought. Genjutsu flooded the mind of any guard he encountered within milliseconds of being seen by him. Fresh streaks of blood on the large door of the warehouse, the only indication anyone would need to deduce the fate of the guards stationed there. Kakashi went in, as fast as he could, and soon found his charges. And what was left of their opponents? It was inevitable. He knew that, but he asked himself if it was wrong to have hoped that they would have just a little more time.
Not that it matters now.
Sakura was lying on the floor as tears streamed down her face and Naruto was kneeling, a few feet away from her. He too noticed the damage to her head and got down to a knee. He put his hand on her cheek and wiped the tear away. "Does it hurt a lot?" he asked softly. She blinked once, presumably to make sure he was really there. A little," she said after a sniffle. Naruto's clone entered the warehouse a second later. He motioned for it to come closer. "Patch her up," he said as he withdrew his hand and helped her sit. Kakashi then shifted his attention to Naruto. He not registered his presence and was staring unblinkingly into the eyes of the corpse in front of him. The stab was sloppy, an indication of a ninja's first kill. But it lacked any of the power that he had come to associate with Naruto. Perhaps he hesitated? Kakashi stood in front of Naruto, who looked up after he had completely blocked the body from his sight. His face was blank, and his right hand was covered in blood and brains. He also seemed unhurt. "Are you okay, Naruto?" "I'm fine, sensei," Naruto said as he finally rose and walked past him, letting Kakashi get a proper look at the other corpse. He recoiled at the sight of what should have been a head. Nothing there pointed to hesitation. So that Kumo-nin was Sakura. "We should bury the bodies, right, sensei?" "To make sure we don't leave much evidence that we were here," Naruto asked from the other side of the heap of boxes. "Correct," Kakashi said. He was bringing his hands together when two of Naruto's clones came and picked up the bodies. The clone that found him bent down and gestured for Sakura to get on his back. She hesitated and looked at him. Kakashi only crinkled his eye and nodded. Her face brightened slightly, a far cry from how it normally would whenever he did that before. "We'll bury them in the beach nearby," Kakashi said and walked to the entrance. Naruto had come back, sword back in its sheath, and stopped behind him. The clone carrying Sakura was about to take off in the direction of the inn when Kakashi gestured for it to come with them. "Might as well go the distance now." Sakura did not protest as they headed to the beach next to the docks. The clones dropped the bodies on the sand and gazed at the sea. The sea was calm and reflected the starry sky. It would have looked even better if you'd seen it before any of this happened. Sakura got off the clone's back and watched him expectantly. Kakashi held the snake seal and placed his palm on the ground. Doton chakra opened a small hole in the sand. Kakashi threw the bodies in, pulled out his copy of the bingo book, and began searching for a name. The clones vanished and Naruto sat on the floor, cross-legged. Kakashi found the name of the man whose face was still identifiable. There was the name of a Kiri-nin that was also listed as one of his known associates. That could be the other guy. He returned the book back into his vest and closed the hole in the ground. Sakura threw up. She recovered after taking a sip from his canteen and gave him an account of what happened. "What were their names, sensei?" Naruto asked as finally he took his eyes off the ninjato in his hands. "The guy from Kumo was Yokata Seiji. As for the Kiri-nin, it's probably Otaki Masato, but we can't be sure dash. Because I turned his face to a pulp. It's weird, sensei. The thought that I had to kill them hadn't even entered my mind. I just acted, I guess," Naruto said. Sakura's eyes widened. So there had been absolutely no hesitation at all. It turned out that Naruto already had one of the very few things that were required to achieve his dream of making S rank. A select few of those that sat at the very top of the shinobi ranking system were born that way. Most had gotten rid of it at some point early in their careers. He knew as a matter of fact that he and Itachi had been the former. And now, he knew that Naruto was too. Is that a good thing? Regardless, they both had fought two Rouge Chunin and survived. It was possible that they had either underestimated them or tried to take them alive. That's beside the point. They had managed to come out on top. I'm sure you've been told this before, but I'll say it again.
This is what we deal in blood and death. And hesitation on the field means failure.
And failure means death. You'll do well to remember that at all times. If it helps, it does get easier, eventually.
Dealing with it. Sakura's features darkened but there was barely any change in Naruto's countenance.
And for a second Kakashi did not know if he was merely not showing any weakness or if he did not feel anything at all.
So, what do we do now, sensei? This may no longer be a C rank, Naruto said.
Yes, sensei. This may escalate into a B rank for all we know, Sakura said.
It may, but we still can't be sure.
We don't know if the smuggling of this drug has anything to do with our mission, and these guys may have been the only ones that were hired to check. In fact, we don't even know if they were hired.
We don't have enough information. Wouldn't that be enough to call it off? Naruto asked.
Yes, it would. But, as you progress through the ranks, the number of situations where you'll have to make decisions even though you don't have all the information will only increase.
Backing out won't be an option then, and I won't be there to help.
It's better if you guys acclimated to such conditions before you're the ones leading missions. However, since this is your first mission, you guys can discuss this with Sasuke and come to a decision. While both his genin appeared to be pondering over it, Kakashi had a hunch as to what they would decide on doing. This may have been unnecessary, but they'll certainly feel better if it were their choice.
X.
If Naruto thought that the sea was beautiful last night, then it was simply spectacular during the day. He had known that the sea was vast both from what the book said and seeing the sky reflected in it a few hours earlier. But he had not truly comprehended what water extending endlessly in one direction was like to behold. The sun was only peeking through the horizon and the water was red where it met the sky.
This is what we deal in blood and death. You forgot to mention lies, sensei.
Naruto had held no illusions about what the life of a shinobi entailed, but as the old saying said, knowing and seeing were usually two very different things.
He had no reason to think about the saying until earlier in the morning.
An image of what Sasuke's head would look like if someone had bashed it in flashed in and out of his mind. There was also an unexplainable urge to clean his ninjato with some oil, even though that was the first thing he had done after waking up. Naruto ran a hand through his hair and took a deep breath, letting in that chatter of the harbor, which was not too far away from the beach where they had buried two bodies. He took stock of his surroundings once more to see if anything had changed and realized that a ship had almost reached the harbor when he was lost in his thoughts, and he was none the wiser.
This is the sort of thing that'll get you killed.
Naruto kept the ship in his peripheral vision as he stole a glance at Sakura.
She looked fine externally.
Since the formation of Team 7, Sakura had never failed to greet him whenever they saw each other. She had also made it a point to include him in every conversation where the other two members of the team and she were having, asking his opinion and whatnot.
I didn't mind it. And I don't miss it for God's sake, but Sakura had not done either this morning.
Having gone through the same thing, it was easy to chalk it up to coming to terms with what they had done. But another part of his mind suggested the possibility that she was repulsed by his brutality. Naruto had come to realize that Sakura, Kakashi, and surprisingly Sasuke had no problem treating him like he was a normal person. It had become clear to him that any animosity between them was likely a result of how they were gunning for the top spot, the weight of expectations that were on Sasuke, and his own desire to prove himself. They had managed to put that aside since the bell test by skirting away from that topic, and the other members of his team understood. It was certainly a little refreshing to have people other than Iruka and the Hokage want to talk to him. In appreciating that, Naruto had not heeded his own advice of being prepared for them to change their attitudes towards him.
This would not be the first time.
I guess I'll just ask her if she's okay and see what happens. However, why Sakura not speaking to him for a few hours made him think this hard was something he did not want to know. The ship dropped its anchor, and Naruto redirected his complete attention to it. It was the one carrying their assignment after all. The boarding gave in to the weight of the passengers deboarding the vessel. A skinny, brown-haired man of average height carrying a knapsack approached them. He stopped when he was a foot away from Team 7 and bowed slightly. It is indeed an honor to meet Kakashi of the Sharingan.
I am Tatsuya Satoshi, he said.
The honor is ours, Kakashi said, mirroring Tatsuya's bow. I have also been told that your genin are some of the best from this year's batch.
I pray that we all complete our missions without any complications. Naruto withheld a snort. Too late for that. Expecting the unexpected is an important virtue for shinobi, I'm afraid, Sasuke said. Is that so, Uchiha-san?
Seems tiresome to me, Tatsuya said.
We shall escort you to our lodgings now. The negotiations start tomorrow, correct?
Kakashi asked, taking a step in that direction.
Yes.
Although both parties are impatient, a fresh mind is essential for tasks such as this. They were in their suite 10 minutes later and Kakashi informed them that Tatsuya will be sleeping in their room, and they would take turns sleeping on the spare futon in the hall. We'll have 2 sets of eyes keeping watch whenever you're in the room.
Thank you, Kakashi-san.
I would like to have a bath and take some rest now. The journey was rather tiring, Tatsuya said as he took out a fresh pair of clothes from his bag and entered the bathroom.
We will not disturb you when you are asleep, Kakashi said.
Once the door closed, his lone eye was looking at them.
On the roof in 30 seconds. Naruto made 2 shadow clones and complied. Since you've decided to continue, here's the information that me and Sasuke found last night. 2 rival gangs control this city.
The Wasabi family led by Wasabi Jirocho and the Wagarashi family with Wagarashi Kiroku at the helm. We were aware of them and their activities before, but since Tea Country is not a part of Fire Country and they were small fry, they weren't a cause for any concern. The Hokage had already suspected that they were involved in this deal somehow. And given what you guys found yesterday, we can assume that this deal has something to do with the hallucinogen and that each of them is being backed by one of the 2 nobles.
Sensei has sent a message to Hokage-sama along with a sample. We will be informed of the results in a few days, Sasuke said. What about Tatsuya? Naruto asked.
It is likely that he is either already aware of the true nature of this business or will be after the negotiations start tomorrow.
We'll have to wait for the first round of talks to conclude tomorrow before making a move.
Should we find anything that supports our suspicions, we'll start investigating about how the shipment came and who's handling it. You guys are dismissed for the day, but stay close, Kakashi said after leaving in a flicker.
I'll see you guys later.
My mom asked me to bring her a souvenir, Sasuke said and took off in the direction of the market.
Sakura sat on the wall of the terrace, dangling her legs.
Naruto waited for her to say something, but she did not.
Are you all right, Sakura? Naruto asked as he sat next to her. I'm not sure, Naruto-kun.
I saw the Kumo-chunen's face twice on the streets already, Sakura said, putting her hand over his as their eyes met.
So it wasn't me.
She tore her eyes away as tears formed in them. It's just that there was nothing else I could do. I didn't want to do it, but he would have stabbed you if I hadn't. And it was all my fault, to begin with. If I hadn't been spot dash. Naruto held the hand she had kept over his. Sakura stopped talking and looked at him, brows raised.
I should be thanking you for saving my life, Sakura. I'm sorry.
This was your first mission. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto said after making eye contact again.
Emerald eyes widened as tears flowed down Sakura's face.
There were very few situations that made Naruto think long and hard about what he was supposed to say.
Haruno Sakura hugging him and breaking down was one of them.
In the end, he settled for what was one of his most preferred answers.
Silence. Triple X.
The city was crawling with thugs as Team 7 made their way to the location where the talks were to take place.
Since Tatsuya was a civilian, they had to use the streets.
All of them had their hands on their katanas whenever they were around. These guys are nothing compared to those chunin.
But this is a lot of guys.
The fact that two gangs from this port had enough guys under their employ to fill a sector of a city nearly as large as Konoha and was able to mobilize them in only a day was certainly impressive. These were no small enterprises. A response to realizing that two of their guards are dead, no doubt. Technically, they were missing since no bodies had been found. There was also nothing connecting their disappearance to Team 7. Except that they vanished after we appeared. Them being from Konoha might also have played a factor in not becoming targets overnight. But they were suspicious. The looks on their faces had told him that much. There were about 20 guys that were stationed outside the compound of an old-fashioned one-story building that was near Degarashi Ports Center. They were busy glaring at each other until they noticed the ninja. Naruto twitched as they became the recipients of their animosity. The door to the largest room in the house slid open the moment they were a step away. Kakashi entered first. Tatsuya and the rest of Team 7 followed. There were long tables at either end of the room. The nobles, Suiden Yozan and Sasajima Heki, were seated on the floor behind each of them, along with their advisors. Jirocho and Kiroku were also with them. Four samurai stood behind each table, wearing the symbol of the fire daimyo. There was also a smaller table that was near the wall, opposite the door. Tatsuya also sat after they had bowed. I wasn't aware that Satoshi's bodyguards were allowed to enter, Suiden, a man with a gaunt face, dark hair, and none of the features that were common among the nobles, said. These are the orders of the Hokage, Yozan-sama. We are not to let him out of our sight, Kakashi said. I guess that's even more important given the incident 2 days ago, Kiroku said. It was his guys that died after all. Wouldn't it be better to get started now that we're all here? Heki, a man who looked every bit the noble that was in the pictures of academy textbooks, asked. Indeed, Sasajima-sama. I am of the opinion that listing out all the properties that are the cause for this issue would allow us to tackle each one at a time and give us an estimate of the things that we must go through and the time that it will take, Tatsuya said. Both nobles agreed and listed out the disputed assets. This alone took half an hour. They began with tracts of land and pointed them out on the detailed maps that were on all 3 tables. There were also a number of houses that bordered the capital of the Land of Fire that were acquired by both lords. The last entries made Naruto pay more attention to the maps. Trade routes that went from the lands that were shown earlier to both the capital and the border of Fire Country. Even though they were said to mainly transport things from Fire Country to the port, it was obvious that they could just as easily be used to bring things into the nation as well. They get their cut and pass on some to the daimyo, perhaps? We shall go over each entry in the list individually. Are there any objections? Tatsuya asked. Suiden and Heki said nothing. In that case, each of you will present any evidence showing that you have a claim to the asset in question. Written evidence is given greater value. If there are 2 documents, the one that was issued earlier is given precedence unless the second one mentions any change in ownership. We will also go over the authenticity of any evidence produced. If there is no evidence at all, we will reach a resolution through a compromise. I request both of you to be reasonable. Any objections? There were none once again. The discussion began, with both parties trying their best either to gain or keep the upper hand in every exchange. Tatsuya was very patient as he pleaded with both of them and tried to get them to see reason. This also meant that progress was slow. They had only crossed 2 pieces of land from the list when it was time for lunch. This is going nowhere. Team 7 and Satoshi were taken to another room in the building where one of Suiden's servants served them lunch. Apparently, they too were dining in separate rooms. Are you wondering why they both refused to give the other an inch? Tatsuya asked Team 7 as he mixed some fish curry in his rice bowl. Because they don't have anything better to do? Why else wouldn't they mind the talks taking forever? Sasuke asked. Yozan-sama was an ordinary samurai a decade ago. He clawed his way to the seat of a noble. Sasajima-sama's family, however, has been royalty for a very long time. Yozun-sama feels that one from such a family could never be his equal because everything was handed to him, and to Sasajima-sama, Yozun-sama is a mere commoner who deems his status to be the same as his. Supporting either one of them would only end in failure, Kakashi added and put a piece of fried fish in his mouth.
Indeed.
It is against my profession to discriminate against either side, but that usually results in the process becoming rather tedious and long, Tatsuya said.
But it makes sure that no one is hurt in the process, Sakura said. Tatsuya smiled at her. And that gives me immense satisfaction and pride. You could say that is why I do what I do, Sakura-san.
The talks continued till 6 in the evening, and it was decided that they would meet again the next day. Tatsuya retired as soon as they arrived at the inn, and Team 7 were at the terrace once more.
What do you guys think? Kakashi asked. The trade routes, Naruto said, beating his teammates to it. Most probably.
So, the first order of business is finding out where that shipment came from, who imported it, and where it's going.
Naruto, Sasuke, you're up. Me and Sakura will try to locate any accomplices of those two rogue nin, Kakashi said.
Understood, Sensei, the boys of Team 7 said.
Blue met black as the same thought echoed in their minds. It's time to take names. Triple X. Clouds obscured the moon as Naruto observed the dock from their vantage point.
The red eyes of his teammate gleamed in the dark. But white hair looked weird on Sasuke.
Then again, black doesn't suit me either.
Naruto had also used the henge to change the color of his eyes.
Sasuke was also completely clad in black.
They had ditched their headbands and were under strict orders to radio in every 30 minutes. We need to see the cargo manifest for details on that shipment.
The guy's office should be close to where they unload the goods, Sasuke said. Near the water, on the other side.
The warehouses were too far apart for them to help Naruto and Sasuke move without being noticed. Since shinobi could possibly be involved, Kakashi had suggested that genjutsu be used as a last resort. That made traversing the dock much more difficult as it looked like security had been doubled.
How about we get to the beach that's on the west and get to the cranes from there? Won't boats be a problem? Sasuke asked. There weren't any that night. I doubt there'll be a problem unless we get really close, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded and they got to the beach via rooftops.
There were no boats on the water and the sea was calm. They stuck close to the coast as they walked to the docks. The large pier was slightly raised, letting them stick to it without being spotted.
Naruto waited to hear any sign of movement on the planks above before peeping.
He saw a booth to his left.
There was a light inside as well. Naruto signed to Sasuke and climbed onto the pier.
2 guards were outside the entrance to the dock.
Sasuke sped through hand seals and a genjutsu and snared them.
They quickly went inside and found a man filling out reports inside. His head snapped upwards when he heard the door open.
Hey!
Who are you? He yelled as he quickly got to his feet, only to find his throat in Naruto's grip. He tried tearing Naruto's hand away but could not. Naruto let the man breathe a little but did not take his hand off his throat.
Another went to his earpiece.
We found the guy, Sensei. We'll have the details of the shipment soon, Naruto said.
Copy that. The guards outside can't hear you. Are you in charge of checking the manifests and maintaining the inventory? Sasuke asked.
Why, yes.
Me and another guy work in shifts.
We need to see the manifest for the shipment that was in the warehouse where the incident involving the Wagarashi guards happened. They'll kill me if they find out it was me, he said.
Naruto tightened his hold again and asked, You realize that we'll do the same if you don't tell us, right? And no way, you're kids.
He continued struggling to breathe as Naruto choked him.
He's going to faint before saying anything.
Naruto pulled him close and shoved him against the wall. The man fell on all fours and panted as air entered his lungs again.
Genjutsu? Naruto asked.
I don't think anything I can conjure up would be vivid enough, Sasuke said.
Sakura would have been a big help.
But Naruto doubted if she had the stomach for it. Especially after what she did to Yokata Seiji. Kakashi probably wanted her get a chance to recover by keeping her close. What Kakashi, not feeling the same way about him, said, he did not know. Sasuke, check if that's a washroom, Naruto said, pointing to the door that was behind the employee's table.
It's a big one actually, Sasuke said from inside.
Naruto lifted the man by his arms and dragged him in. The washroom was almost as big as the one in their room. There was a large sink near the door.
Perfect.
Naruto dropped the man, plugged the drain, and filled the sink to the brim. He grabbed the employee's neck and brought his head close to the sink. Sasuke, hold his hands and make sure he doesn't thrash around too much, Naruto said. Sasuke tied some wire around his chest and stomach, making it impossible for him to move his arms.
He then caught hold of his waist. Naruto thrust his head into the water and began counting.
Bubbles shot up to the water's surface and the man was trying to free himself by thrashing around.
Sasuke was having none of that though.
We'll start with 20.
Naruto pulled his hand out of the water and the employee's head resurfaced, greedily breathing in as much air as he could in each breath. Where is the manifest? Naruto asked.
The man continued trying to breathe.
Naruto pushed his head once more. Let's do 30 this time.
After half a minute, Naruto withdrew his hand.
It's in here. I'll give it to you. Please, not again.
It turned out that Sasuke was the one keeping him upright as he fell on being released.
Sasuke cut him loose and he stumbled a few times before standing up again.
He hurried back outside and began rummaging through the shelves that were on the wall next to the table.
Didn't notice that.
Then again, we had more pressing concerns. The employee slammed a file on the desk.
Keep it down, Naruto said. Naruto opened it up and Sasuke kept his eyes on the man. 100 crates with that stuff under the rice.
It says that they came from Kiri that morning.
And the guy who signed here is one Wakayoshi Naoya, Naruto said. Was he on the ship? Sasuke asked the man.
Why yes.
Oh god, I'm done for. Shut up. Know where we can find this guy? Naruto asked as he let the file fall on the floor. He's a Wagarashi. He'll probably inside there the red light district. Do you have a picture?
No, but he has a long and thin scar on the left side of his face. He also has red hair.
At least that's uncommon.
Breathe a word about us or what happened here, I'll drown you in the sink and throw your body in the sea.
Understood?
Why yes.
I won't tell anyone.
Please, the man begged.
Don't make us regret letting you live, Naruto said as they left the cabin.
I didn't know you were well versed with torture, Sasuke said as he stepped onto the water.
Irika-sensei mentioned it in a lecture once.
I went to the library and read up on it later. Turns out those books were spot on.
Don't Uchiha have lessons on basic torture? Not really.
I guess people would teach me if I had asked, but we mainly focused on ninjutsu and taijutsu. I hope that's not all you got though. A thug may be harder to break, Sasuke said.
Naruto smirked under his mask. XXX. Finding the red light district was easy.
Finding their mark, however, was not going to be.
The place was teeming with people, a good number of whom were tourists.
There were a bunch of thugs as well, wearing green bandanas, signaling their allegiance. They were on top of what was probably one of the many brothels that the place was known for.
We're not going to find him from up here. We need to split up, Naruto said. Transform into tourists and check the bars? Sasuke asked. Yeah. It'll still take too long if it's only the two of us, Sasuke said. Who said anything about it being only two of us?
Naruto made the cross seal and 10 clones appeared.
They all held the ram seal, transformed into tourists, and vanished in the crowd below. I'll let you know if I find him. We should start with the posh bars first, Naruto said and changed his appearance.
He waited for Sasuke to nod and joined the crowd in a flicker.
Naruto spotted a gang member walking his way a minute later.
Excuse me, where can I get the best alcohol around here? Naruto asked as the man was about to pass him. He looked around to make sure that he was the one being spoken to and said, "The places where some of my superiors drink are the yacht a few streets up ahead," pointing in the direction he was walking in, "and the chamomile little farther that way," now pointing to his left.
Thank you, Naruto said in a bow and headed to the yacht. I'm going to the yacht.
The rest of you search other places, Naruto commanded his clones.
Where are you going? Naruto asked into the earpiece. This bar called the Chamomile.
Apparently, the upper-level guys frequent it, Sasuke said.
Copy. I'm headed to the yacht.
Also, report this to Sensei, Naruto said and searched for the bar he had been told about. It was on the ground floor of a 2-storied building. 2 bouncers were outside the doors. They let him enter without any questions.
Naruto sat at the counter and asked for some soda.
The bartender, a bald man who was in his 50s, raised an eyebrow but obliged.
Naruto took a sip and looked around for a redhead but did not see one. You know where I can find Wakayoshi Naoya, old man?
Red hair, has a long scar on his face, Naruto asked.
Sorry pal, never heard of him, the bartender said and continued polishing glasses. So, he isn't a customer of yours? The man said nothing. Can't make a scene here. I guess I'll take that as a yes. Naruto finished the soda and got up to leave. That'll be 200 Ryo.
You know, there would have been more if you'd given me what I wanted, Naruto said, put the money on the counter and left. He noticed that the moon was visible as he got back on the street. A new memory of a red-haired man appeared in his head, causing him to turn towards it.
He activated his headset. I need an empty room. Found the guy, Sasuke. Where are you? Just outside the Chamomile. Where is he now? Sasuke asked.
He was 100 meters south of where we split up a second ago. Get there as fast you can, Naruto said, reverting to his previous form, while sprinting across the rooftops. He was there at the spot his clone dispelled in under a minute. Naruto's eyes darted from one person to the next on the almost deserted street.
There. Naoya walked into an alley that was next to the building he was on and leaned against the wall. He's probably waiting for someone.
Best get this over with before they get here.
Naruto climbed down the alley slowly and cut the chakra to his feet when he was low enough. His elbow rammed into the gang member's head and knocked him out cold. The sound of steel hitting stone alerted him to Sasuke, who was on the roof of the building overlooking the alley. He slid down the wall a second later. Does he have the scar?
Yeah, he does, Naruto said as another image flashed in his brain.
He hefted the man up and walked deeper into the alley.
There was a rusty door next to a dumpster.
Sasuke kicked the door open.
There was a flight of stairs going up.
Sasuke went first.
The stairs were old and creaky.
Naruto hefted Naoya and did the same.
He felt as though they would give under his weight when he was halfway up. The floor upstairs was empty except for a table and a few chairs. Some light from the street made it in, allowing him to see the thick layer of dust that coated everything.
Sasuke brought a chair to the room's center and Naruto laid Naoya on it.
Sasuke tied his arms together behind the chair and his ankles to its legs.
Naruto slapped the man.
He blinked groggily and opened his eyes. His gaze wandered for a few seconds and settled on him.
What do you want? He spat out.
I only want to know if that shipment was going to Fire Country, and if it is, what route you were sending it along, Naruto said.
Could the two of you go fuck yourselves?
A kunai spun in his hand, and he plunged it into the man's thigh, drawing out a shriek.
I'll ask you again, how was it going to enter Fire Country? He put some pressure on the kunai when Naoya did not answer.
He grimaced but did not answer even when the kunai penetrated deeper into his leg.
How about we start with some nails first, Sasuke?
Naruto asked as he opened his pouch and took out the plier that he bought a few hours earlier.
You're serious? Sasuke asked. Your brother never told you what they do in T&I? Or what they do when to get information out of someone on the field?
Naoya's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists as hard as he could. Naruto pried his left open without much effort, caught the nail of his thumb with the pliers, and pulled. His shriek was even louder this time. Blood gushed onto the chair and floor. Naruto repeated it with his ring finger. The hatred in Naoya's eyes was raw.
Are you going to tell me now? Naruto asked.
Screw you.
You know, I really wanted to avoid doing this. Are you left-handed?
Naruto asked as he held Naoya's hand. I'm going to take that as a no, Naruto said when the man said nothing, pulled the kunai out of his leg, and cut two of his fingers with a swift swipe. Blood splattered everywhere.
There was another cry of agony.
You boys better hope that I don't get out of here, cause if I do, I'm going to make you scream 10 times as much. Then we're saved, cause you aren't getting out of here and these aren't even our real faces. Look, I still have one card left, but that's going to really sting. So, think about your situation long and hard before refusing, Naruto said. The defiance in his eyes did not ebb one bit as he spat at Naruto's face. The blonde was fast enough to avoid it, however. That's how it is? Sasuke, stand back. I don't know how well this'll work, Naruto said as he made 3 hand seals. Electricity crackled in his palm.
Naoya screamed, or at least tried to.
Naruto inhaled deeply as the effort and focus required to control the technique and keep the current from going to lethal levels was quite high.
A single second of distraction would mean Naoya dying instantly. Naruto cut off the chakra to the technique after counting to 10. Are you still going to keep quiet?
He repeated the seal sequence when there was no reply but was surprised at the despair in Naoya's eyes as the tendrils of electricity appeared once more.
Fine.
I'll tell you.
Just stop. Make it fast, Naruto said. It's going to Fire Country via Heki's trade routes. Our boss sends grunts once a week.
The guys at checkpoints are bought, but our boys only move at night and hide in the forests during the day.
How much is the stuff worth? Sasuke asked. 500 ryo a gram is what Heki pays, Naoya said with a groan. And what's the weight of the stuff you send in one trip? 100 kilos, give or take. That's dash. 50 million ryo per shipment minus any profit. I've told you all you want to know. Now let me go, Naoya pleaded. And what's to say Wagarashi won't be hunting us by morning? Naruto asked. Naoya blinked. Sasuke, would you mind? Do we really need to? Look at him. I just chopped 2 of his fingers off and electrocuted him. If his boss finds out, he's going to die anyway.
I understand, Sasuke said and drew his katana. A sharp intake of breath followed a quick thrust into Naoya's chest.
He spat out some blood and tried to say something.
His body went limp in the chair. Naruto sliced the wire and sealed the body in a scroll. We need to burn it, Naruto said.
Didn't you guys bury the other 2? Sensei used a technique to bury them. Neither of us knows it and we don't know where he is right now. Was this even necessary?
Sasuke asked, almost too soft for him to hear.
Fine, he said after Naruto said nothing for a few seconds. But Sasuke looked none too pleased about it.
They hightailed it to the forest and stopped when they came to a small clearing away from the city.
Naruto unsealed the body and stepped away.
The heat from Sasuke's fireball was hotter than usual, but the smell prevented him from thinking about anything else. It was foul beyond imagination.
Naruto was itching to cover his nose.
It only took 30 seconds for the body to be reduced to ash, but it certainly felt much longer. The smell still lingered in the air and Naruto wanted nothing more than to get as far away from the place as possible.
But Sasuke was staring at the embers. Should I have done it myself? How the hell are we gonna figure this out? Those two got the easy job.
Kakashi had said that both of them would try to gather more information about the two rogue nin who had attacked them the other night.
The two we killed. She was in the warehouse the next second, standing over the dead Chunin who had collapsed.
The crimson near his chest and neck was in stark contrast with the gray outfit the man was wearing.
Yokata Seiji. How do you think we should go about this, Sakura? Kakashi asked.
The question brought her out of the warehouse. Well, it is quite likely that those missing nin were hired by the Wagarashi. If this is true, then Kuro can't be the only one in the gang who knows this, Sakura said.
Correct. But couldn't it also be likely that the Washime hired those nuke nin and tasked them with destroying the warehouse?
Those guys could only have tried to capture you to prevent having a witness.
Don't you think this is possible as well? It is, Sensei.
We should consider both possibilities and find out who hired them and why, Sakura said.
Yes. Sakura, get ready.
We leave in 10 minutes, dress for stealth, Kakashi said. 10 minutes later, the wind whipped her black hair back as she and Kakashi sped through the rooftops, towards the red light district. In the black of the night, their black clothes made them an invisible blur to anyone who might glance up.
We need to find one of Kuru's bodyguards, Kakashi said.
The noise of the wind through the earpiece made her wince.
Wouldn't it be more likely that lieutenants would be privy to most, if not all, the secrets of a criminal organization? Sakura asked.
And interrogating Kuro directly is probably way too risky.
Maybe.
But any leader worth his salt always has men he trusts the most guarding him at all times.
And they are privy to almost all the leader's secrets. And the Sharingan's genjutsu can also erase memories after compelling those to reveal answers, correct? Indeed. While shinobi can resist it, civilians just don't stand a chance, Kakashi said. They found Kuru's residence by following the growing number of gang members on the streets in their side of the city.
She and Kakashi crouched on the ledge of the terrace of the nearest two-story building. It was a large two-story building mansion that was surrounded by a 7-foot-high wall on all sides.
There were also no taller buildings in the immediate vicinity.
Guards were patrolling the walls as well as the terrace of the mansion, making sure that they have eyes both from the ground and above. Emerald green eyes narrowed slightly as she noticed that the guards who were patrolling the rooftop were not gang members.
These are samurai. Sensei, Sasajima is also staying here, Sakura said. Looks that way.
But this doesn't change anything.
Breaking in was never really an option anyway.
We'll wait for one of them to leave the house, Kakashi said. A few gang members and what looked like some of the ground staff had entered the mansion in the next 2 hours, but there was no movement of any bodyguards. Kakashi had not said a word since then. He had also barely moved. Even his breathing was inaudible. The muscles around his eyes were taut, like a falcon on the lookout for its prey. Her heart rate was elevated. A fog had also been gradually setting in, making it much harder for her to keep track of the mansion. It had gotten to a point where they could only make out silhouettes of all the guards. Then, Kakashi shifted the position of his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan underneath, slowly spinning. It is fully developed. Unlike Sasuke's. But she had never figured how exactly he had come into possession of the eye. While he had earned the moniker Sharingan no Kakashi, it was obvious that he had not been gifted with that by birth. Which means that the eyes had originally belonged to someone else. There had been instances of Uchiha and Hyuga being hunted down for their renowned dojutsu, but the number of successful acquisitions by shinobi from other villages were virtually non-existent. She also refused to believe that her sensei would have forcefully taken a Konoha shinobi's eye. Maybe it belonged to some Rouge Uchiha. The fog further thickening drew her out of this line of thought. She searched for the presence of any chakra in the fog and her eyes widened. Sensei, this fog is laced with chakra, yes. Someone is causing it to get thicker. It was then that she felt the chakra trail that was left by a shunshin extending towards the mansion. Is it Naruto? But this was faster. Someone more experienced probably. Kakashi immediately sprang from the rooftop and landed on the road noiselessly before stepping into a flicker of his own. All this happened so fast that she could barely register it. "Follow me, Sakura," she heard from the place where Kakashi had been a second before. He also created a clone? Just how fast is he? The clone only kept pace with her as they got down the side of the building, and just as her feet touched the ground, a portion of the right wing of the mansion exploded. She also saw a few tendrils of blue lightning in the dust. The real Kakashi had returned to where she was even before the dust cleared. His mask and parts of his vest were dripping with blood. Is he hurt? Sensei We have to leave, now. XXX. Everything except the path of the chakra trail was filtered out of Kakashi's mind. He blazed past the guards indoors of the mansion, years of practice making the rapid changes in direction mid-flicker nearly unconscious. The Cyclops entered the room where the trail ended less than 5 seconds after the shinobi he was pursuing. But that was still too long. Kakashi found 2 figures clad in black from head to toe, with 2 slashed forehead protectors belonging to Kumo and Iwa standing over the dead body, a boy in his late teens or early 20s at the most. He too had the round features that were common among the aristocracy. Sasajima's son. Fuck. The two had just stepped into another shunshin when Kakashi had already made the necessary hand signs. Right-on, John. A long blue bolt of lightning shot of Kakashi's mouth, moving much faster than the Rouge shinobi could ever hope to. There was an explosion on contact, vaporizing everything in a 3-meter radius, including most of the nuke from Iwa, only leaving a leg behind. Blood splattered onto Kakashi's mask and vest. There was no sign of the other man. The guards were almost at the door of the room by the time the dust began to settle. At least some of them would have seen lightning, and given that it was one of the things that he was renowned for, Team 7 could be blamed. And my reputation is not going to help. He was out of the building and next to Sakura an instant later. The girl opened her mouth, but no words came out for a second, probably because of all the blood on him. She's still not used to it. How could she have been? Sensei But there's no time for this. We have to leave, now, he said, and ran up the building that served as their vantage point earlier. The faint sound of her footsteps told him that she had followed him. XXX. What the hell just happened there? Kakashi reached up to this earpiece and changed the frequency before saying, "Naruto, do you copy?" Sakura could only make out that Naruto said something. Listen to me carefully. You and Sasuke are to go into the forest that is west of the city and wait for us. It will probably take a little longer for us to get there. And remember that anyone who isn't one of us is a threat. Sensei That's an order. Roger that. God help us now. They'll most probably suspect us. The fog had gotten even thicker. She could only see Kakashi and nothing past him. And Sensei didn't want to risk pursuing him because of us. That made her jaw clench.
Despite knowing that this was completely uncharted territory and far out of the original mission plan, she had hardly noticed that they had reached the inn. They found Satoshi reading in the study in the lounge. "Is something wrong, Kakashi-san?" he asked, brow tensing. "Unfortunately, I believe that the Wagarashi and Sasajima are going to blame us for the death of his son," Kakashi said as he began gathering all their scrolls and sealing whatever little of their belongings that Naruto and Sasuke had left about in the suite. "Kyujiro is dead? Are you certain?" "I have witnessed it myself, but I don't know who it was." "That is not the issue at hand. We must get you out of this place and back to Kiri where it is safe. The mediation will certainly not continue. At least not until this mess is cleared up. My clone will disguise himself and take you to the harbor where you can find safe passage. Should he ever be dispelled or disappear, and you are in danger, open this scroll and smear some of your blood on it. I will be able to reach you through it. But this is for emergencies only," Kakashi said, and he handed a scroll to Satoshi. He also created a shadow clone. "What are the four you going to do? Konoha's reputation will suffer if we turn our backs now. And since I'm sure none of my students would want to back off now, we're going to find out who did this." "Very well, Kakashi-san. May fate be with you." "Thank you for everything and please be careful, Sakura-san," Satoshi said. Sakura tried to smile but it did not reach her eyes. "I will, Satoshi-san. Please be vigilant on your way home." Satoshi nodded and walked into his bedroom. He returned with his bag a minute later and left with Kakashi's clone. She was done sealing all her possessions in a few minutes as well. Kakashi gave the suite one final glacé and they climbed out of the windows. The fog had thinned out but the air was still hazy. Her head was on a swivel as she kept a lookout for anything that might be heading in their direction as they sped towards the forest. "I hope Naruto and Sasuke made it there without any trouble." They would have. Naruto and Sasuke together could give Chunin a run for their money. Their exceptional teamwork which they showed in the bell test, their rather destructive ninjutsu, Sasuke's Sharingan, and Naruto's clones would turn the tide even against superior numbers. Chunin wouldn't be able to take them off guard. It seemed that word of what happened had already spread across the city since Washin gang members were patrolling the border between the city and the forest. Maybe they weren't involved? Or this is a cover to prevent any doubts regarding their involvement. Not that they posed enough of a problem to prevent them from passing through. The fog which had been a hindrance before was now welcome. The forests that surrounded Degarashi port were not as dense as the ones in Konoha and tea estates were present all over them sporadically. This meant that they did not provide as much cover but were much easier to navigate in the dark. Sakura tried to sense the chakra of her teammates but found nothing. Of course, they masked their chakra. Kakashi performed a few hand seals that she did recognize. Kanji appeared on the ground and a small brown dog with a Konoha Hitayat materialized in a puff of smoke. It opened its mouth as if to say something. A pink eyebrow raised at that. "Oh yeah, summons can talk. I need you to find Naruto and Sasuke, Pakken. Now." "You got it. Follow me," the dog Pakken said. The dog started running deeper into the forest. "That is your summon, right, Sensei?" "Yeah. They're pretty handy when it comes to tracking," Kakashi replied. They reached a part of the forest that was denser and darker than the ones immediately surrounding Degarashi port. It appeared that they had circled back to near the sea because she could hear the sound of the waves. Pakken stopped as the sea was in sight. "They're here. Although I can't tell exactly where. Naruto's scent is all over this place." "That's because I am all over the place." 10 of Naruto's shadow clones appeared around them. Could the real Naruto be one of them? "Prove to me that you are the real Kakashi and Sakura. You were the one who found me on the day of the bell test and convinced me to work as a team," Sakura said.
All 10 clones vanished, causing a ring of white smoke to surround them.
Naruto and Sasuke were facing them when it cleared.
This time Sakura's smile had reached her eyes.
Thank God they're okay. Triple X.
Why are we here, Sensei? I didn't ask anything when you ordered us to meet you here, but I'm guessing something big has happened going by your tone, Naruto asked.
Where's Satoshi? Well, we have been compromised. Sasajima's son, Kyujiro, was killed by 2 unknown Rouge shinobi at Wagashi Kyuru's residence.
One from Kumo and one from IWA. Me and Sakura were staking out the place in the hopes of finding someone with information regarding who hired those chunin you killed. But these 2 shinobi entered the place via Shunshin and killed the boy before I could get there from our vantage point. I killed one of them, but the other got away. And those guys are probably thinking that it was our doing since we were the only shinobi that they knew for certain were here, Sasuke added.
The fact that we can change form is also doing us no favors, Naruto said. Probably. What about you guys? Did you find anything?
Kakashi asked.
Sakura's smile had not completely faded yet.
She was probably scared something might have happened to us. We first interrogated the inventory in charge at the dock and found out who was handling the shipment that was in the warehouse where we were attacked, Naruto said.
We managed to track him down and found him in the red light district. After some torture, he broke.
That substance was going to Fire Country's capital through Sasajima's trade routes. Each shipment was worth around 50 million ryo. We killed him and burned the body afterward, Sasuke completed.
Sakura paled at that. She put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay, Sasuke-kun?" "I'm fine," Sasuke said.
Kakashi straightened a little at that and said, "Good work, boys. But we're still not closer to figuring out who hired these guys."
"Isn't it obvious that it was the Washin gang, Sensei?" Sakura asked. Killing one's own son for the sake of power is not unheard of among those that are tasked with running this land, I'm afraid, Sakura.
And we are also assuming that both teams are related, Naruto suggested. Just because there was a Rouge ninja from Lightning in both places would not be enough to confirm that it was the same group, Sasuke said.
All valid points.
The information we have at this moment is not sufficient for us to arrive at a conclusion, Kakashi said. But the shinobi in the warehouse did talk about another man who would have questions for me.
I'm guessing these 2 events are related, Sakura said.
That's probably true. But first, I must send a message to the Hokage. Since the daimyo was paying for this mission, he must know our side of what's going on here, Kakashi concluded.
Naruto scoffed. Do you really think that the daimyo has no idea about what the Wagarashi were doing, Sensei? And who knows what the Washime are into? Naruto asked. All the more reason for us to inform Hokage-sama of what we've learned and what we're planning on doing.
We need his help to make sure this situation does not get even more out of hand than it already has, Kakashi said.
Can't disagree with that.
Yes, Sensei, the genin of Team 7 said in unison. I'll send him a message. The 3 of you take a few minutes to fully process what's happened, Kakashi said. With that, he had gone towards the shore and began writing in an empty scroll. Naruto had been the first to sit, leaning on the tree trunk behind him.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He let all his muscles relax as he exhaled. We're the best of our batch. Konoha's best jounin is with us. There's no way we're not seeing this through. Naruto opened his eyes and was greeted with the same steel in the eyes of his teammates.
He could not help but smirk at that. While he had not been expecting this turn of events, he had never been one to back down from a challenge.
Adrenaline coursed through his veins.
The rush was unlike anything he had ever felt before. His fist clenched. His muscles had never felt stronger.
Calm down. Sasuke climbed a tree and busied himself by polishing his katana while Sakura was inspecting her weapons for any chips and cracks.
Naruto also ran through all his supplies once and ate 2 ration bars after making sure that he had everything he needed. Kakashi had returned by then. Sasuke sheathed his sword and jumped down. Sakura had reholstered her weapons. "You guys remember where those trade routes were?" Kakashi asked. "They ran northwest from Degarashi Port, parallel to the route through which we came here on the east bank of one of the rivers that join the sea, south of the harbor. It only diverges after we leave Tea Country since the capital is almost directly south of Konoha and is essentially in the center of Fire Country. Distribution would be easier from there," Sakura answered. It was at times like this that Naruto was glad that it was Sakura who was capable of such logical reasoning on his team as opposed to someone like the fiery Yamanaka or the cold and proud Hyuga on his team. "We didn't take that route since there's a lot of traffic, right? Given the number of things that are imported by Fire Country and exported from it, finding the shipment we are looking for would be a little tricky," Sasuke said. "We have Naruto's clones. And since the goods were still sitting in the warehouse 2 days ago, transportation could only have started yesterday at the latest. Regardless of who hired those missing nin, they could be there either to protect the shipment or destroy it. While it may be a long shot, it is our best lead at the moment. Even if they don't show, we can find out who's handling the operations in the capital and extract some information by finding and following the shipment. Whether we expose this or not would depend on what we find," Kakashi said. The 3 of them nodded. "Let's go. I want to reach the main route before we rest. Naruto, send 2 clones ahead to be on the lookout for any traps. We've had enough surprises for the day," Kakashi said. While they could use the treetops initially, soon, the trees began thinning out and they were forced to use the ground again. As the ground began sloping in the direction they were headed in, a memory of a kunai piercing his skull flashed in Naruto's mind, followed by one where he tripped a wire and set off another trap, causing a huge log to crash into him from the side. "Sensei. My clones were dispelled. There are traps ahead," Naruto said. Kakashi skidded to a halt and held his fist up as they entered a small clearing. The genin stopped as well. While he could not sense any chakra, he was pretty sure that something was coming. He felt the chakra trail of a shunshin, one much faster than what he was capable of. Kakashi still managed to get out of its way and used the shinobi's own momentum to alter his path with an elbow, sending him crashing into a tree out of their sight. He just keeps getting faster. 2 more trails were extending their way when Kakashi decided to take the fight to them and used the flicker to meet them head-on. Naruto made the cross seal and created 12 clones before kunai spun in both of his hands. "This place is too tight for a sword fight." Sasuke activated his Sharingan and drew his katana. Sakura palmed 2 kunai and kept her forearms in a crossguard. Half of his clones took to the trees, looking for any threats while the others formed a rough circle around them. The 3 of them were in their stances, in a smaller triangle. The double manji formation. Kakashi had suggested the addition of the clones to give them a buffer which afforded them more time to react to attacks, especially when threats were coming from an unknown direction. They still kept a few feet between each other to give each other space to maneuver. They had even practiced using their ninjutsu in such a formation to maximize their effectiveness. Although we'll see just how much. Blood and adrenaline poured into his muscles for the second time in less than 2 hours. He could hear his accelerated heartbeat as he strained his senses for any signs. 2 of the clones in the trees were taken down by masked shinobi while the other 4 were busy engaging them. They're not gonna last much longer. Naruto turned towards the nuke nin. His clones maintained their position, however. "They're coming from there," Naruto yelled out. His hands began hurting because of gripping the kunai too hard. Sasuke and Sakura were ready when 4 masked shinobi sped into the clearing. 2 of them had katanas while the rest were dual-wielding kunai. All of them were wearing armor similar to that of Konoha's Umbu and had masks covering their faces. They were clearly intent on overwhelming them and ending it quickly. Like hell they will. Naruto first threw the kunai in his hands towards them, made more clones, and then stepped into a shunshin, pumping as much chakra into his coils as he felt was safe. He gritted his teeth after slamming into one of the shinobi with a sword just as he set one foot in the clearing and deactivated the technique on impact, knocking him back into the forest. The force also drove all the air of the blonde's lungs and made his left side throb. Naruto took a deep breath and jumped onto one of the trees in hopes of finding the nuke. The man was pulling himself out of a tree trunk while his was sword lying on the ground in front of him. Naruto made the 3 hand signs faster than he ever had before. Ram Dragon Hair. Raitun, Jin Raisin. Dark blue electricity flowed into his palm and shot out of it, taking the form of an arrow for the few tenths of a second that it took to reach his opponent. Despite being off balance, the Ryu shinobi managed to dodge it by leaning away from it, if only barely. He even managed to pick up his sword, but the energy released by the bolt's impact caused him to be pushed away from where he was standing. Now! He rapidly made the necessary hand seals and pumped large amounts of chakra into the coils at his forearms and hands to use the first elemental technique that he had learned, causing for streams of electricity to crackle around his hands. Naruto drew his ninjato and pushed off the branch he was on. He pulled his arms back in an overhead slash. He could feel the sword heating up as the metal conducted the current flowing out of his hands, its destructive power increasing substantially. The shinobi's eyes widened, but he was on one knee. The best he could do was reflexively bring up his sword to block the strike while channeling chakra into it. It was not enough to stop Naruto's momentum or to allow the blade to withstand the raw power of his technique. The katana shattered but slowed the blade. Naruto's ninjato still tore through the armor, did not dig deep enough. He used his free hand to backhand the blonde in the face, forcing him onto the back foot. The man sprung from the crouch while drawing a kunai. Naruto deflected the stab to the side and punched the man with his left hand. He then lashed out with a kick to his chin. The man still managed to block the horizontal slash. Naruto ducked to avoid losing his head. Too close. The blonde swept the man's feet from under him. But the man blocked the stab at his head. Sparks flew from metal hitting metal. The Ryu shinobi grunted as he stood up and tried to overpower Naruto. After a few seconds, Naruto pulled his blade back and pivoted on his feet. The man stumbled forwards. Naruto channeled chakra into his fist before punching the man in the stomach. He could see the air being pushed out of the man's lungs as he took multiple steps back. Naruto first threw his sword at the nuke like a kunai. While it was not nearly as effective, it gave him the time to use his lightning technique once more. This time, he contained all the electricity in his fist. He withheld a grimace because of the pain stabbing at his mind and punched the ground. There was a small shock wave and cracks split open the earth. Small patches began collapsing, but Naruto had already stepped into the shunshin. The shockwave first made the man lose his balance and the damage to the ground made him lose his footing. Naruto drove the kunai into the man's chest just as he deactivated the flicker. The force of the flicker pushed the man off his feet. His eyes widened as he looked at his wound and later into Naruto's eyes. His upper body then began to slump while he crumbled to the ground. The blonde yanked the kunai out after the man's eyes had finally closed, after staring into his own for what felt like an eternity. Naruto had also just noticed the Kyuzugakyur symbol on his forehead. It was only once Naruto had fully realized that this opponent was dead that all the memories of the clones that were dispelled made themselves known to him. All of them? This quickly? Naruto leaped onto an upper branch of a tree and took off towards the clearing where he had last seen his teammates. He reached the place in a few seconds and found a body lying on the ground. Triple X. Black eyes turned crimson as he activated the Sharingan the moment he saw the 4 figures approaching the clearing. The speed of their movements decreased slightly. Could we take them all on here? 2 of them have katana as well. It seemed that Naruto thought they could not and used the shunshin to knock one of them back in the direction that they came from. It also happened to be one wielding a sword. I gotta develop the chakra reserves for that technique. He was not done, however, and created more clones before following the shinobi he had dispatched.
Where is he going?
Sasuke did have any longer to wonder about Naruto as the other three Nukenin fell on them with a ferocity and bloodlust that was thick and palpable in the air around them. Naruto's clones halted the advance of two of the three Rouge ninja left in the clearing. Sasuke focused on the other swordsman who lashed out with an overhead slash. His Sharingan gave him enough time to sidestep, the blade narrowly missing his shoulder.
Sasuke kneed his assailant in the gut and tried to slice their herd clean off.
His slash was blocked, and he was forced to take a step back while blocking an overhead slash. The edges of both blades ground against each other as Sasuke's feet dug into the earth.
I can't hold out for much longer. Just as he was about to be overpowered, Sakura tried to stab his opponent in the back.
The Nukenin sensed it somehow and was able to dodge it partially. The knife lodged itself in their back, just below the shoulder.
The small cry that escaped their mouth told Sasuke that this was a kunoichi.
The sudden pain had also allowed Sasuke to disengage and slash at her midsection. The kunoichi managed to deflect it, but the katana still left a long gash on her side.
Blood also began flowing out of it.
Almost there. That did not seem to affect her, however, and she kicked Sasuke in the stomach. His stomach groaned and he was sent back flying for a few feet.
She then elbowed Sakura, who was standing behind her, in the face.
The girl was able to block it with her forearm, wincing and being taken off her feet by the force behind the blow.
Sakura also let a few shuriken loose as she was skidding on the ground.
Two gave her opponent minor cuts on her exposed arms.
She turned around and lashed out with a diagonal slash at Sakura's head.
Her eyes widened even as she palmed a kunai and tried to parry the blow. Luckily for her, she was at the end of the kunoichi's reach. The tip of the katana bounced off her kunai with a spark but left a long cut on the forearm of her free hand.
Sasuke increased the amount of chakra going to his eyes, slowing things down a little more.
The kunoichi was intent on finishing her off, but Sasuke threw a kunai at her head. While it did not do any damage, it caused her to pay more attention to him.
That's good enough for now. Sakura brought her hands together and Sasuke could see the chakra that was invading the senses of the kunoichi even as he parried another stab at his heart. It looked like kunoichi suddenly felt something and looked up, body freezing completely while her eyes widened, and Sharingan also helped him notice the minute trembles that began. Sasuke did not wait for her to dispel the genjutsu and used the 3 seconds as best as he could, slashing at her torso multiple times before going for a stab at her chest. She broke out of the technique only when Sasuke's katana was over her chest. Too late.
Thick crimson fluid splashed onto his face as the kunoichi tried to say something but fell to the ground limply. That was also when the last of Naruto's clones was gone. The chakra of the others flared at the plight of the woman, but a head, clearly belonging to one of them from the masked face, landed in the clearing and began rolling on the ground, leaving a thick line of blood on the ground.
The Nukenin were gone in under a second. Sasuke's sword lowered as he leaned against a tree and cut the chakra flow to his eyes.
The sting that followed was far more pronounced than ever before and caused him to sink to the ground while taking deep breaths.
The genjutsu had also taken a lot out of Sakura from the way she was panting.
But we're alive.
Triple X. That's a kunoichi. From IWA no less. How ironic. Sakura was leaning against a tree near the body, panting.
Her face had a red tinge to it. She seemed unscathed for the most part, but there was a long but shallow cut on her left forearm. Her face lit up on seeing him.
"I'm glad you're okay, Naruto-kun," she said as she stood up completely.
His fist clenched as his gaze shifted from Sakura's wound to the katana that had also been on the ground, blood coating a part of its razor-sharp edge. Naruto landed next to her, held her forearm in one hand, and began cleaning the wound. Her eyebrows raised for a second before she started smiling again. Her arms were shivering slightly even as he wrapped a bandage that he had taken out of his pouch around the wound.
The adrenaline hasn't worn off yet.
It was only then did he see that his own hands were a little shaky as well. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Sakura said with a smile that felt more genuine than any of the few smiles that had been directed his way. You're welcome, Naruto said, with what was probably an exaggerated smirk. What happened to the guy you chased? He heard Sasuke's voice say. Naruto jerked his head towards the other edge of the clearing where he was sitting with his back resting on a thick tree trunk. There were a few small cuts on his arms as well. He's dead, Naruto said, turning to face him. Good to see you in one piece, Sasuke said and pressed his earpiece. I could say the same. Where are the other two? Naruto asked. They fled a few seconds ago after that came flying out of nowhere, Sasuke said, pointing at a head that had been rolling around for some time by then, given the pattern of blood staining the grass. I haven't seen a cut that clean before. The sound of footsteps getting louder filled the clearing, causing all the genin to pivot in the direction of the source, kunai drawn. Naruto deeply exhaled as silver hair shone through the trees. It was followed by Kakashi, who was carrying two bodies, one on each shoulder. Blood-stained parts of his hair, face, and clothes a rich crimson. He dropped both bodies on the ground. Looks like you guys managed just fine. We got two of them, Naruto said. Naruto-kun's clones held off the other two while me and Sasuke killed this kunoichi. The other two ran away when they figured out they lost the element of surprise, Sensei, Sakura said, a slight frown replacing the smile. A blonde eyebrow rose. She's handling it much better than last time. Kakashi's eye crinkled up at that. Good job, Team 7. Surviving such an attack is not something that most genin can boast of in their first year, Kakashi said, ruffling Sakura's hair slightly. She could not help but smile again. Kakashi unmasked the dead shinobi, but neither of them wore a hitayat. Sasuke opened up his copy of the bingo book. He began leafing through the pages while reading out the names and showing Kakashi the photos. Naruto made a few clones to help them out and bring the body of the Kusa traitor that he had killed. Seeing that Naruto's clones were getting to work, Sakura sat down and exhaled. Naruto saw the tension leave her body and her muscles as he lay down next to her. He closed his eyes and took the calming sounds of the forest Indiana. I guess that's why some leaf ninja like sleeping in the forests. Those clones of yours are very handy, she said. I'm glad that nothing happened to you as well, Sakura, Naruto, rising onto his elbows. Well, almost nothing, Sakura said with a chuckle as she showed him the bandage. Does it hurt? Naruto asked. I'm sure it'll be fine a few days, Naruto-kun. But we wouldn't have made it without your clones. Thank you. Just doing my part for the team, Sakura. That's what teammates do, right? Emerald met Azure. That's what teammates do, Sakura said, her smile seeming growing even more. Naruto gave her a smile that was probably his widest in a very long time. He then closed his eyes and lay down on his back once more. Maybe I could even get used to this team. Triple X. Kakashi had slaughtered two of the three Nukenin who were foolish enough to think that their superior numbers would prevail. Shouldn't have let that guy get away. His reputation was usually enough to dissuade most Nukenin to take any assignment where there was possibility of encountering him. But if rumors of his unofficial kill count being were not enough to dissuade any assailants, someone was either paying a lot of money to get rid of them or they were confident that they could take him latter was more likely. This reeks of high-level politics. When he had been younger, Kakashi would always fume at the thought of them being pawns in a larger game that was being played by some unworthy nobles in the capital. 2 decades of serving had changed that, however. The Hokage was a player in that game as well, and that was just how things worked. Shinobi by definition were pawns, always doing what the job needed them to do. The only difference between him and the Nukenin was simply that he was a piece in the game being played by the Hokage while they were pieces being moved by their client. That's all there is to it. He for one would prefer to be a pawn on the Sandame's board as opposed to a more powerful piece on some nobles.
One of Naruto's clones dragged the body of the kunoichi that they had killed while another brought the body of a Kusa shinobi. Kakashi looked at both bodies. They did their best. Each of them surviving what they had on their first C rank was proof that they possessed talent, both individually and as a team. Having only either one would not have sufficed to survive this encounter. Naruto's clones began going through bingo books as well, looking for the identities of the Kusa ninja and IWA kunoichi. Kakashi turned to Sasuke and said, "Start with the villages other than ones in the 5 great nations. Because they're ones who are more likely to not wear their headbands?" Sasuke asked. "Why do you think that is?" "Maybe because there is a pecking order even among Nukenin, and being from a smaller hidden village would mean that they are automatically at a disadvantage." "But wouldn't concealing the place where you received your training only make it harder for clients to be certain of your skill level?" Sasuke asked. "That's possible too. But people, as you probably know, already don't make decisions purely on logic and rationality. Some of these guys also feel that wearing that headband even with that gash is still carrying an association with your past. And they don't want to have anything to do with their home village whatsoever. Some also think that wearing the slashed headband is beneath them," Kakashi said. Sasuke nodded and continued going through the pages. Kakashi's lone eye fell on the 2 remaining members of Team 7. Naruto was lying down on the ground while Sakura was sitting next to him, back resting on a tree, head tilted towards the sky and what could be described as a slight blush. Probably from the exertion. Kakashi had felt her use the Megan Jigaku Koka no Jutsu and could tell that a significant portion of her chakra had been drained in the process. Gradually using up chakra was one thing, but to lose a good chunk in a matter of seconds was something else. She's starting to catch up though. The blonde had managed to shatter expectations, as he had said during their bell test. His clones were instrumental in leveling the playing field. Which is probably why Sasuke isn't even bothered that he's resting. "It looks like this guy is Kote Goro and this one is Moriyama Taji, both from Takigakure and known to operate as a 2-man cell," Sasuke said, bringing Kakashi out of his musings and showing the page with their names on it. A respectable bounty. But still nowhere close to the ones that are usually after guys like me. These are C-ranked cannon fodder. They were hired to be a distraction, Kakashi said. Naruto's clones had also identified the kunoichi as one Higareko and the Kusa Nukenin as Yasui Takuma. A lone dark gray eye trailed over the pages that Naruto's clones held out. These 2 have been around for a while. Which is probably why they expected to finish my genin with ease. That, however, proved to be their own undoing. It was always fascinating to see instances of experienced shinobi making one of the most elementary of mistakes: underestimating one's opponent. But 3 had gotten away. He was not sure if they would try to attack them again. Probably not anytime soon. But he had no intention of waiting for them to make a move. Kakashi buried the bodies using a simple Doton technique and turned to his students. Sakura was the first to notice, but Naruto sensed the Doton chakra as well and stood up. "The 3 of you have done very well. But you were only able to kill them because they didn't take you seriously. Never forget that," Kakashi said. "Understood, sensei." "It's high time we take the fight to them," Kakashi said. "So, find the shipment that is probably en route by now and lure them out?" Naruto asked. "Just to confirm, sensei, we're going to kill them, right?" Sasuke asked, keeping his face as blank as he could. "He'll learn. After we find out who hired them so that we can prove our innocence," Kakashi said, subconsciously reverting into the role of the Umbu captain for a moment. "We're going to set up camp a little further northeast from here. You'll need a few hours of sleep to make sure you 3 as sharp as possible tomorrow. Your survival could depend on those few extra milliseconds you gain." It only took them 2 minutes to reach the campsite and a few more to set up a tent. Sasuke was about to volunteer for first watch when Naruto just created 12 clones, sending half into the forest to scout for threats while having the rest set up a small perimeter of traps and keep an eye out for any incoming threats.
The three of them retreated to the tent after a quick meal of ration bars and were asleep in minutes.
Kakashi was perched on one of the branches that overlooked the tent, reading an erotic novel that had been written by a man known across the shinobi world as a legend with almost no peers. One would never know while reading the book. The rest of the night passed by without incident and dawn was upon them when Pakin showed up. About time. Thanks, Pakin. Sorry for pushing you this hard.
I'll get you something nice when this is over, Kakashi said as he took the scroll that was tied around his neck.
Did I just hear the great Hatake Kakashi apologize to a lowly dog such as myself? Doesn't feel as good as I was hoping it would.
That surprise better be good though, the dog said and vanished. Kakashi unfurled the scroll and recognized the precise and methodical strokes of the Hokage's hand. So, he sent us here because he felt something could be off. Sending a team of Chunin when the request was for a genin squad would have raised suspicion. The Hokage sent his best jounin with 3 genin fresh out of the academy whose abilities he was certain of instead.
Smart.
The Hokage assured him that envoys had already been dispatched to the daimyo and allowed Kakashi to deal with the situation as he saw fit.
Kakashi woke Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura up. It's time we finish this. Don't you think, team?
Kakashi asked as they began speeding through the forest, towards the route on which the shipment would be heading.
I agree, sensei.
I'm starting to get sick of all the salt in the air around here, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles.
Triple X.
Naruto's clones had formed a mobile perimeter around them, making sure that they would be not ambushed or caught unawares from any direction. It took them a few hours to reach their destination. The traffic was high enough to make it such that the path was barely visible under the feet of the merchants, laborers, and breast of burden. Now for the hard part, finding the damn thing. Naruto began saying, I'm guessing that they would try to move the substance in big things like carts. Easier to keep track from the trees or a distance, and since bulls can pull a lot of weight, fewer people involved dash. Which means having to pay fewer people to keep their mouths shut and a lower possibility of leaks, Sakura completed. So we're looking for a convoy that is being shadowed by shinobi, Sasuke said.
All logical theories.
Naruto, disperse your clones disguised as civilians into the crowd and search for people staying close to the transport.
Bump into anyone who seems off. And look for signs.
Kakashi also made 2 clones, each combing through the trees on either side of the road. They were disguised as a father and his children, blending into the crowd. There were no words exchanged as each of them was scanning the people in their surroundings the best they could. One of Naruto's clones dispelled in the memory of a man dodging his attempt to bump shoulders nearly an hour later. He also saw the glint of a kunai's edge under his sleeve. I think we found one, sensei, Naruto said.
Are you sure?
Kakashi asked. I'm positive that he had a kunai palmed. Let's go then, Kakashi said as they took to the trees, their henge dissolving with Naruto in the lead.
No one's getting away this time.
Naruto spotted a convoy of 3 carts slowly cutting through the crowd of the road from the trees that were flanking it. There were only 3 guys guarding it, 1 in the front and 2 in the back. The blonde held his fist up and the rest of Team 7 halted behind him. A kunai spun in his finger as he charged it with lightning chakra and let it loose at one of the guys in the front. The target detected it and leaped away just in time. The disguised missing nin had probably not expected the blade. He dodged to leave a hole in the head of driver's head. The sudden sound and the shrieks of the travelers who noticed the sudden death made the bulls bray loudly and break into a charge in panic, trampling a few people. The rest began running helter-skelter in an attempt to get as far away as possible. 3 sets of eyes were soon trained onto their location as a barrage of projectiles were launched at them. Naruto dropped down the ground after speeding through hand seals and rushed at their assailants, sword in hand.
Sasuke was right behind him. Electricity buzzed in the blonde's free hand as his overhead slash was blocked with a kunai.
He smirked on seeing that his enemy had used both hands. A lightning chakra-laced jab at his torso ruptured his Kevlar vest and emptied his insides. Some of the entrails landed on his limbs while blood splattered on his face. He noted, idly, that the now exposed bones looked a reddish white, similar to those of his first kill using this technique, the boar in the Forest of Death. Naruto turned to see Sasuke stab through the other guard's chest and moved to block the stab at the boy's head by the third nuke nin from behind. Sparks flew as steel met steel. Naruto grunted as the man put all his weight behind the kunai, but that was all the time Sasuke needed to extract his katana from his now dead opponent and attack. The Uchiha put a foot on Naruto's shoulder and propelled himself towards their last foe, unburdening him of his head. Blood erupted from his neck in a spray as the lifeless head rolled on the tiled path, eliciting more screams from passers-by as blue eyes darted to the trees to find 3 more dead bodies. Naruto made 3 clones to chase after the carts that were being pulled further and further away from them. Their sensei was holding a kunoichi upright by her hair as he squatted in front of her down form, slapping her in an attempt to dispel the genjutsu Sakura would have casted when they crossed the short wall bordering the path. "You're getting pretty good at this, Sakura. Looks like she's gone into shock," Kakashi said as he stood, not letting go of her hair. "Thank you, sensei," Sakura said as she wiped the blood of a kunai on her shirt, barely making a difference on the red of the garment, and reholstered it. "What now, sensei?" Sasuke asked, sheathing his katana. "We wait for the guy in charge to show. We'll wait for Miss whoever this is to wake up and interrogate her. Their boss will notice that the shipment has not reached its destination in the meantime and do something about it, hopefully," Kakashi said. "And we try to catch him then?" Naruto asked. "Or we let him find us," Sakura suggested. "Wouldn't it be better to ambush?" "Both valid options, but it's best to decide after making this bird sing," Kakashi said, hefting the unconscious woman on his shoulder. Triple X. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Tanaka Akane's eyes shot open, and found herself face to face with her mentor, a man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek and an unsettling smile, complete with pointy teeth filed to perfection. "Are you still with Akane-chan?" She shook her head to get rid of the cobwebs for which she could attribute no specific reason. "Yes, Biwa-sama. Apologies." She bowed deeply. Juzo dismissed it with a wave and continued, "So just to clarify, for the last time, you guys will keep an eye on the transport from the trees on the side of the road. While we aren't expecting any action, never hurts to be on the lookout." "And what are we to do once we reach the capital?" Noritoshi one of the new recruits asked. Juzo chuckled. "Excellent question, newbie. Sasajima's usual guy has been found out apparently, or so he said. One of his will find you when the product is through the capital's security. And here is the paperwork," he said, handing Akane the small, thin book with all the necessary stamps. Just as she was pocketing the book, she saw a streak of white and red from behind her boss. "Thank you, Akane-chan." The voice was very close to her ear and had a smooth but masculine tenor. The warm breath on her ear sent a tingle down her spine. Akane spun around, searching for the speaker but found no one. Unbidden, images of facing a white-haired man and pink-haired girl flashed in her mind, followed by an image of a red eye, with 3 tomo lazily spinning. Genjutsu. Fuck. She reached out for her chakra and disrupted its flow. Kai. The first thing she heard as everything around her faded to black was a yawn. She blinked a few times before opening her eyes. Akane's surroundings were replaced from the suite to a forest. It was most likely twilight and there was dull throb at the back of her head. Her gaze shifted from the trees to the tall, slender man standing in front of her. White hair. Sharingan in one eye. There's no doubt. The copy ninja. "Please don't kill me," she said, limbs trembling. As much as they could while being tied up to a tree anyway. Now. "We won't have to if you take us to Juzo," Kakashi said in a drawl as he leaned against a tree with her arms crossed, after covering his Sharingan. "I can't possibly do that. I don't even where he is now." "That's a shame. I could torture you using genjutsu. It would take a while but you'd break eventually.
but I can't be bothered today. Go ahead, Naruto. Make it quick.
Eyes that looked like chips of ice were the last thing Tanaka Akane, Nuke Nin from Suna ever saw.
Triple X. So, Sakura, what did you think? Kakashi asked.
She had to withhold a gasp on being greeted with the face of the kunoichi they had captured, contorted in pain. While she had read that some muscles froze in place after death, seeing it was something else.
Rigor mortis, was it?
The Pinkette inhaled deeply. From what I could tell, Sensei, you casted genjutsu that made her relive a memory and you watched it. I could feel the chakra entering her pathways and nervous system. How exactly you manipulated the illusion to gain access to her memories I have no clue, she said. Kakashi ruffled her hair.
Not bad. Memory manipulation is rather complicated.
You essentially have to convince them that they're dreaming, subconsciously of course.
Accessing the right memory depends on how scared they are and how subtly you can goad them into taking their awareness there. Also, how much chakra you've managed to dissolve into their system without making it too obvious. The Sharingan gives users an advantage since the illusion is cast on the eyes first, giving much easier access to the brain. Not that you can't cast illusions through the eyes, but they would be easier to detect, most of the time at least. Those eyes are a boon to genjutsu users. All that is well and good, Sensei. But what did you see? Who's behind all this? Sasuke asked, glaring at their dead foe.
Patience, Sasuke.
The head of this operation is Biwa Juzo, from Kirigakure, and the dirty noble is Sasajima.
That greedy fat fuck. I'd love to see how heavy his round head is, Naruto said through gritted teeth.
Was he always this violent? Sakura's mind went back to all their training sessions and the state of the Nuke Nin from Kuma, or was it Kiri? Naruto could be vicious when he had wanted to.
You killed 2 people as well, don't forget.
Sasuke's eyebrows rose.
Wait, isn't that one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist that went rouge? He asked.
Can we even take him?
Kakashi chuckled as he buried the dead Sannin and dusted his gloves. Most of those guys are rouge last I heard.
It's good to afraid.
It'll keep you alive, but you're forgetting who I am, the Cyclops said with a thumb in his chest.
What's the play now, Sensei? Naruto asked.
We go on a trip to the capital and find who their contact on the inside is, Kakashi said. A small black-bound book was in his hand.
She didn't know what that was? Sakura asked. Unfortunately, none of them did.
Their usual guy had been caught, so we'll have to go in their stead and find out.
3 of them stared blankly at their sensei. You guys were given lectures on the basics of espionage, weren't you? Kakashi asked.
I doubt that would be enough to infiltrate the capital, Sensei, Naruto said.
Especially after we've seen the difference between reading and knowing. It's fine.
We'll do partial henges and change into clothes like the 3 guards to avoid the possibilities of them being seen through.
All you guys have to do is follow my lead. Sounds risky. But Sakura began to realize that even the best laid plans left a lot to chance.
And chance was a fickle mistress at best.
Triple X. Tanya's walls were high enough to touch the sky, it seemed. Naruto could only gape at their height while pondering over how long of a shadow they would cast. It would be a wonder if anyone patrolling them could breathe normally. Then again, why would walls that high need to be patrolled?
The only ones who would be able to scale such a wall would be shinobi, and they had much easier methods to infiltrate, should they want to.
Like how we're about to.
Their new garb was rather cheap and stuffy, rendering him hot and itchy. Or perhaps it was the salty air and the humidity that accompanied it, or any thoughts regarding their fate if they were caught.
Civilian authorities did not take kindly to shinobi violating their laws.
The academy had taught them as much, but as with many other things they had learnt, Kakashi had other ideas.
Naruto hoped that his sensei's understanding of worldly affairs was superior to whoever wrote that book.
Or that they had enough money for a bribe to greases the palms of pigs. Someone, a merchant most likely, bumping into him brought Naruto back to the gate that loomed ahead. The guards scowled on seeing them, narrowed eyes taking in everything they could. "State your business," one of the 5 guarding the gate said. His grip on his spear was tight enough to make the exposed skin under the gauntlet white. The others were looking to a man officer most likely sitting in the booth adjacent to the entrance. Naruto had to withhold a snort. They could slaughter all of these fools before any of them could even point their spears in the right direction. As far as he was concerned, their lives were already at Team 7's mercy. Any resistance they could muster was futile. But he guessed that they already knew. Which was why they were looking at the officer. The guard inspected the small book that Kakashi handed him for what could have been an hour before waving and letting them pass. If his glare was supposed to convey that any mistakes would be costly, then it had failed. Rather miserably. Any further thoughts Naruto could spare the guards were lost as they passed under wall which must have been at least a dozen feet thick and caught a glimpse of Tanyu. Many towers that were taller than the Hokage monument were littered across the skyscape. Some were so tall that their tops were not even visible from the ground. It was then that he realized why Konoha was classified as a village when it had been, in his opinion, quite large. Konoha was probably only the size of one district here. If that. The constant buzz made by the people scurrying about hurt his ears a little. While the air did not stink, it was far from the fresh air of the forest that surrounded the village hidden in the leaves. And I thought Degarashi Port was huge. Despite it appearing as though no one had any space to walk, they were given a wide berth. However, in Tanyu, unlike Degarashi Port, people were not too afraid to whisper. But he could not make head or tail of them because of the background noise. His hand twitched and he wanted to reach for his ninjato. But that would only give the people around them even more of a reason to stare. The blonde noticed that all 3 of them were staying closer to Kakashi than usual. The copy ninja, it seemed, did not care and was gladly returning any stares that came his way, causing for people to turn away. "Where to now, sensei?" Naruto asked. "To the Edge District 12, according to the coded message in the document." "I'm assuming the buyer will find us there," Kakashi said. "And when he finds us?" Sakura asked. "If whoever finds us is smart, he will bring a lot of backup." XXX. Sasajima Todo's nose scrunched at the odor emanating from the security detail that he had hired. Shinobi from God knew where. As much he hated in dealing with them, his uncle had been very specific. And he had learnt that not following his uncle's orders always led to undesirable consequences. For Todo at least. Sasajima Heki was not used to insubordination. He was nobility belonging to one of Fire Country's oldest families after all. One benefit of the entourage surrounding him was that everyone else gave way, as if he were a lord himself. Soon enough. This was especially pleasing considering that he was going to District 12, one of the rougher parts of the capital, full of industries and whatnot. The place was basically littered with low-lives who would stoop to any level for a quick buck. If only they understood how easy it is to actually make money. These people were poor solely because they did not understand how money worked. And no one else was to blame. They crossed the border between Districts 11 and 12. The difference in standards of living was quite steep. No fancy skyscrapers here, only warehouses and tin sheds. Nevertheless, Todo smirked at the extra depth in any bows he received and the hushed tones that followed them. Say whatever about the downtrodden, they knew where respect was due. Unlike some of the commoners who had recently found themselves with far more wealth than they deserved. The riverbank which marked the edge of District 12 soon came into view, as did the object that was the cause for his visit. His eyes widened on seeing that it had 4 guards instead of 3 as he was told. And 3 of them were children. 2 of them even had swords. One of them was a girl as well. What does a girl so young have to do with this dirty business? I suppose you know why we are here. Todo asked the adult leaning on the cart while reading an orange book, seeing no point in introductions of any sort. The man put the book away and turned to him while the three kids stood behind him, glaring at his security.
Is that supposed to be scary? Indeed, my lord. You must be Sasajima-sama's man. Yes, the tall, brown-haired man asked with a bow. How perceptive. The goods are in the cart, I presume? Tadu asked.
Of course. He nodded to one of his guards and they moved to the back of the cart to check the quantity and quality of the goods. I hope he paid attention to the briefing. He'd better have for what they charged. The lanky man gave him multiple once-overs while his guard went through the verification. He could not help but frown. How dare this lowlife try to get his measure in such a crass way? A thumbs up from the one inspecting the goods drew his gaze. Now to see if hiring you guys was necessary. It all seems to be in order. 5 to 7? 7 to 9, the brown-haired man asked. Tado clicked his tongue. That was not the right answer, I'm afraid, he said as the guard dashed from the back of the cart and leaped over the brat. The man turned at a speed too fast for him track. Only to take a punch to face and sprawl onto the pavement. Thank God. The rest of his entourage restrained the children shortly after. It seemed that they were wiser than their years as the fight simply left them on seeing their head unconscious. Take them to the warehouse and warm them up. I'll make sure the merchandise reaches its intended destination and join you, Tadu instructed. 4 of the hired blades took their new prisoners and took off while he and the 3 that remained stowed the valuable powder away in another warehouse his uncle owned. The buyers should be here any day now. The fools who tried to dupe them were all in chairs and chains when he saw them next, almost an hour later. The main man's face mask was stained with blood under the slashed Kumogakurai think headband as he slouched, the restraints being the only things keeping him upright. Looks like he's ready. One backhand across the face brought him right back. How about we introduce ourselves, properly this time, Tado said, relishing the fear in the eyes of the man he was holding captive. Or my men start working on your companions. He blinked as the fear in the man's eyes vanished. Are you sure? He asked. Tadu snorted. I am dying with curiosity now. Please do tell. What is your name? They call me the Copy Ninja. His brown hair was replaced with a shock of silver hair and his headband was now that of Konoha, covering one of his eyes. And had no slash. The eyes of his security were as wide as dinner plates. And I'm supposed to know who you are? The head of his detail uncovered his eye and withdrew his hand as if it were burned. A red eye bore into his own. That's Sharingan no Kakashi. We need to get out of here ASAP. Tado's heart began hammering against his ribcage. I don't care who he is. He's in chains and you've all been paid handsomely. No one is going anywhere, Tadu yelled, sinking a fist into Kakashi's stomach. Partially to make sure he was not dreaming, and this was not another illusion. You haven't paid us enough to face him. We are leaving. Now. The silver-haired Jounin chuckled. It's a little too late for that, sadly. The shutter to the warehouse was ripped to shreds by an explosion. Everything faded to black and the ringing in his subsided a few moments later. A jolt of pain woke him up. Tadu shook his head to get rid of the cobwebs as a blonde brat, perhaps one of the 3 they took captive, was withdrawing his hand while flicking it at the wrist. Don't remember any of them being blonde. And did that pipsqueak just hit me? His teeth ground together as he struggled against his restraints, metal wire chafing his skin through his silk clothes. How dare you? You think you can get away with laying hands on a nobleman? The daimyo won't let this slide, he yelled, trying to shout as loudly as he could. Someone will hear me if it's not too dark. He refused to think about why no one had showed up on hearing the explosion. Or maybe they killed them as well. That's when Tadu's gaze fell on the 7 heads they had lined up at his feet. All of their eyes were wide, the contortions on their faces indicating varying degrees of pain.
A desperate cry escaped his throat despite his best efforts. That would only be a problem if you were a nobleman. Maybe. But you are only a nobleman's relative.
And one who we're pretty sure is dirty.
So, we'll take our chances. Now tell me, did you inform Juzo that you got us? He blinked at the question.
Do you mean the seller? He asked as was rewarded with a slap to the face.
I suppose, the white-haired man said. Yes. He should be here soon.
And I hope he eviscerates you. I've heard he's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and that they drink blood down there like it's water.
Kakashi only yawned while the brats stood behind him in a single file. Is that because there's so less fresh water down there, I wonder? And Biwa Juzo isn't even the strongest of the 7. Did you know, my friend's father killed 4 of them? All by himself. He can't be serious.
Something sharp was lodged into his chest and the pain made him want to scream. But no sound came out, even as he tried opening his mouth.
Is this? A darkness engulfed him once more. X. Do we wait for them here, sensei?
Naruto asked as he cut the wire around the body, causing it to slump and fall to the floor. The man's backside was raised in the air rather unceremoniously.
Sasuke and Sakura seemed unfazed. At least on the outside.
There's no dignity in death, even for warriors. His sensei had been right, as usual. And this one's never fought a day in his life.
That would not be a good idea. He won't be coming alone and would demand my undivided attention.
We're going to lure them into the forests where the 3 of you will have to take care of the rest of his squad. Could be 5, could be 10, Kakashi said as he sealed the heads of the 7 missing nin in a scroll.
Naruto smirked. It's a good thing that there's more than just the 3 of us then. X. His eyes narrowed as a man with a giant zanbatsu entered what had once been the warehouse.
Now, it would pass of an abandoned building that had seen better days. His grip was the hilt behind his back on seeing what was left of the shutter.
Pieces of brick and concrete were everywhere,
along with headless corpses. But the former Kirin cared little for them as his dark gray eyes were fixated on the only body which still had its head. The star-shaped scar on his cheek flexed due to his scowl, while exposing his shark-like teeth. A shudder went down the disguised clone's body. He had scarcely noticed the 9 shinobi that were behind him as killing intent radiated off the man, Juzo. Who did this? He asked as his lackeys scored the place. Juzo kicked Tado, flipping him over and found the scroll they had buried in the chest. It seemed that they blood did not affect the clarity of the message as the scroll slammed into a broken tile with a loud flap. It seems they're in the forest. I don't care if it's a trap. Get them, he said as they vanished in swirls of mist.
They're coming, boss.
The clone dispelled himself.
X. They're coming, sensei, Naruto said, kneeling on the branch of a tree. Good. About time we finished this. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Kakashi asked the other members of Team 7.
Sasuke cracked his knuckle while Sakura did the same to her neck from their perches on nearby trees. Onyx and Emerald eyes were grim and cold.
They look ready, at least.
Kakashi smirked. Don't go dying on me now, kids.
We're not the ones facing one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, sensei, so you don't go dying on us, Naruto said.
Kakashi only chuckled. Please. Those guys aren't tough enough. Now look alive.
He could sense the chakra trails. His lone eye met Sasuke's. They exchanged a nod and began weaving hand seals.
Futon, de Tapa. The gust of wind that blew out of his mouth turned the fireball Sasuke created into a wall of fire. 24 holly and eucalyptus trees were engulfed in it. Wait for it.
Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan and instantly felt the extra load on his chakra coils. Soon enough, he heard the hiss of steam and took off as the flames began dying down.
His Sharingan made it easy to see who had the most prominent chakra signature even when he was mid-flicker.
The Cyclops rammed into his target without stepping out of the flicker and sent him deep into the forest, away from his underlings into a clearing not too far from them, I hope. The impact disoriented the Cyclops enough to almost crash into a trunk, but he managed to step out of the Shunshin just in time. It was not a moment too soon as a gigantic blade made of dark gray steel tried to split him in two. Kakashi rolled out of the way, placed a hand on the ground and spun. His shin crashed into the forearm of his opponent and put some distance between them again.
Sharingan no Kakashi, as I live and breathe. Juzo chuckled as if he saw an old acquaintance and a chill ran down his spine.
I didn't think I'd get the chance to settle the score, the former Kirin said, hefting the huge blade on his shoulder.
I don't think we've even met before, have we?
Kakashi asked as he got to his feet while prodding his mind. They had no previous encounters as far as he could remember.
Kiri had been of little interest to the rest of the elemental nations when he had been part of the Ambu. Oh, it wasn't you. But I think I was lucky on 2 counts.
Very few lived after running into the White Fang after all. And I can see enough of your father in you to avenge my team, Juzo said as he pointed the cleaver to Kakashi, grinning as if the effort to hold the legendary blade with one hand was nothing at all.
Any chance you'll go easy on me, 'cause I'm not that good?
Juzo only grinned harder as he charged, sword swinging in a sideward slash that would have dissected him cleanly. His muscles coiled. Kakashi bent under the slash and the wind sheared at his scalp. The Kirin jumped into the air, dodging his kunai stab and lashed out with a kick.
The metal plate of his glove met the rubber sandal as the Cyclops blocked it and let the kunai fly. The projectile left a thin line on the missing nin's cheek as he dodged it.
He drew his sword back for an overhead slash.
Kakashi did not let him complete and kneed his adversary in the face.
The crunch that trailed after it was rather delightful.
Kakashi molded some earth chakra, speeding through hand seals before the nuke nin could regain his balance. Doton, Doriyuso. Brown spikes jutted out of the earth under Juzo.
He only brought his sword under him, like a surfboard, and let it break them. Kakashi winced at the shower of dust. He also brought his hands together and performed a few hand seals. A trumpet of water shot out of his mouth with incredible force as Kakashi made some seals of his own and slammed his palms on the ground. The slab of rock that rose from the ground shuddered slightly at the contact with the water but held. Some of water still made it past his defensive jutsu. His Sharingan let him see the long lines it made in the air as it splashed around. The cold gave him a jolt.
To act.
A substitution with a nearby log saved him from being decapitated as his opponent made his way around the wall. The power behind the swing was not enough to slice through the rock, however, and the sword stopped halfway through it. The delay was enough for Kakashi's fist to slam into the missing nin's jaw with a crunch and send him flying into a treetop. Now to see how strong this thing is. Lightning crackled in his hand 3 seals later as he drew his hand back.
His trademark technique clashed against the dark steel of the Kubikiri Bocho.
Kakashi grunted as the metal resisted before giving in and cracking. The sound was loud and slow as the legendary blade broke, heavy handle falling into the ground with a thud. Kakashi was about to pick the handle up when he felt the ground under him shift. He leapt onto a tree trunk and stuck to it with chakra as his opponent's hands emerged from the earth, followed by the rest of him. Kakashi palmed a kunai and lashed out with a stab. Juzo jumped, but it was too late and soon his right side was bleeding. But Kakashi had missed the liver. His eyes widened as the former Kirin grabbed his wrist and grinned. Why thanks, Kakashi, for the blood.
Just in time.
A backhand to the face left him sprawling as he tripped on a root. The taste of copper filled his mouth. A clinking brought his gaze back to the man in front of him. He held the broken half with the handle near the rest of the blade lodged in the Dorihiki and let the blood from his wound fall onto it. That's when he realized the sword was drinking up the blood and the residual chakra that was in it.
Looks like breaking it once won't be enough.
The blade regenerated in front of his eyes, cracks seemingly healed.
The swordsman grinned, exposing 2 rows of perfectly white, shark-like teeth. He gulped. Did he ever tear flesh out of someone with those?
Kakashi gathered chakra in his hand while the tip of his other elbow began protesting. A faint whirring filled the air in the small clearing. Kakashi launched himself at this opponent as the blade of wind spun around his fingertips. His Sharingan was watchful so that he would not cut himself.
That would be embarrassing and painful.
The claim made by the man he had copied the technique from, that the Kaze no Yaiba was unstoppable, seemed exaggerated, unfortunately.
Sparks flew as one famed blade met the other.
The technique slowed the cleaver enough so that Kakashi could stop it from splitting his free hand as he caught hold of the blade with a grimace. But it soon began digging into his glove despite the protective layer of chakra. It chafed the glove and tore it as both men struggled. The wind blade's rotating speed was also coming down. The other sword began greedily drinking up any blood flowing out of the copy ninja's hand. The muscles in his chest and shoulder were screaming in protest.
The disappointment at being the weaker man never fades.
Even masters of that technique couldn't stand up to the Kubikirabocho's strength, and here you are, with an inferior copy, Juzo said with a growl.
I'd like to think I practiced it enough to qualify as a master, and that is an inconveniently long name for a sword, Kakashi spat out as he disengaged the futon jutsu. He exhaled, trying to push the nuke nin back even as the sharp edge was biting into his hands. He jerked his hands upwards, redirecting his opponent's force, and sank a sandal into his stomach, pumping chakra into his leg. The swordsman was sent careening as blood trickled out of his mouth.
Kakashi gathered lightning in his palm once more and dashed at him, leaving tiny craters wherever his feet had been. Juzo brought the blade up with the intention to block his raikiri with the flat of his sword, and more sparks flew as Kakashi's arm swung to meet it with all his weight and momentum behind it, feet in the air. A loud crash reverberated through the forest, even overpowering that of the chirping of 1,000 birds as his jutsu broke through the cleaver and pierced his opponent's chest. Gray eyes were wide as Juzo's hands flopped to the side. The 2 large and many small pieces of the Kubikirabocho clattered to the ground. His shoulders sagged and he let out a sigh after a fit of bloody cough. Kakashi pulled his hand out and flicked some of the blood away as his opponent fell to his knees.
I guess you were right in the end. Using what one has absolute mastery over is the best.
Fuck you, Hatake. I'll see you in hell. The life left the former mist ninja's body as it fell with a soft thud.
That's when he heard the roar.
Kakashi spun in the direction in which he could sense the strange chakra and took the trees.
Good God. Triple X.
Sakura's heart hammered in its ribcage when she saw the wall of flames consume the forest in front of her.
The heat licked at her skin. Fucking die, you scum. Hope in the wrong place will get you killed.
The pinkette brought her mind out of the past.
They were Konoha's best. At least Naruto and Sasuke were undisputed. And I will try to get there.
She took a deep breath as she sensed Kakashi's chakra trail and dropped to the ground after her teammates did the same, weapons drawn. Her most potent weapon was her chakra, and she reached for it.
After performing the 5 necessary hand seals, she extended towards their enemies, 9 of them. Sakura buried any concerns that they were far too many and focused.
The twist in her stomach did not ease.
Megan, Jigaku Koka no Jutsu. Her chakra connected and invaded their systems.
She visualized the gigantic ball of fire that was descending on them from above, turning everything to ash. Some of them had already broken through it, but Naruto and Sasuke had already decapitated 2 of them, while 2 clones of Naruto's had their swords in the guts of 2 others.
Almost half are gone.
She smirked as kunai spun in her hands and she backtracked, away from a dropping heel that crushed the soil under it. The punch that followed broke through her crossguard and grazed her lip.
She ignored the burning and let one of the knives fly even while stepping back.
The thin man that was her opponent sidestepped and lunged at her again. She jammed the kunai into his approaching hand, eliciting a yelp and a splatter. But he did not seem too bothered. He twisted his hips and his other fist, which had been cocked the whole time, rushed to meet her torso. She withheld another smirk as she ducked and shoved another kunai into his stomach.
Naruto had been faster. The man's brown eyes widened as he collapsed with a sigh. Sakura had time to rejoice as a kunoichi leapt towards her with a rotating kick that would have broken her neck.
It was her forearm that slapped her head. The earth rushed to greet her face. She twisted away from a punch after spitting the dirt out. It was then that she saw that her teammates were not faring much better. Most of Naruto's clones had been dispelled, and two that remained were engaged with a mountain of a man who was swinging a sledgehammer like it was nothing more than a mallet made of wood. Naruto and Sasuke were both struggling to stay on balance as they were being pushed back by two swordsmen with slashed kiri headbands whose katanas seemed to be everywhere, and the best either of her teammates could do was keep up. Her assailant did give her the chance to see more as she tried to cave her head in with multiple stomps that Sakura could only drag herself away from with her hands, palms sinking into the mud. But the backhand that followed caught her square in the jaw and sent her crashing into a trunk. She shoved chakra into the kunoichi's coils and held a ramseal, ignoring the pinpricks of pain. Freestyle genjutsu was only for emergencies and shoddy at best. But it gave her enough time to catch her breath and fling herself onto her opponent. Her hands found the other woman's throat as they fell and stumbled. It ended with her below, but she did not let go. A growl escaped her lips as she squeezed as hard as she could, pumping chakra into her arms and hands. The gurgles of choking egged her on. Blows glanced her forehead. 1, 2, 3. Her head pushed the ground with each one, and stars were exploding behind her eyes. Blood trickled down her temple, metallic and warm. It was nearly done. With one last breath, she contracted her forearms, and the kunoichi with the kusa headband fell on her. She hoped it was only her imagination that she felt the life leave her body as she shoved it off and tried pushing herself up. She tried to blink away the blood in her eye. But everything was fading. There was something salty and metallic in her mouth as well. Her hand slipped and she collapsed once again, the breath leaving her body as the black closed in on her. Triple X. Sasuke's breath hitched. The successive clangs of metal hitting metal left a ring in his ears. The best he could do was try and block each and every blow. It was either that or kiss one of his appendages goodbye. He gritted his teeth and dug his feet in. The katana whizzed over his face, slicing some stray strands of his hair. He drove his own sword into his enemy's chest. Sparks flew when the flat of the other blade blocked its advance. Sasuke drew his arms back and slashed at the feet. His dojutsu let him evade the kick to his face, the cool wind whipping across his cheek. He pushed himself up, his shoulder lifting his opponent's extended shin. The missing nin's eyes widened when Sasuke directed the katana into his thigh and pushed it forward. Strong twinges shot up from his wrists as the steel cut through the man's leg. Blood sprayed of the wound. Into his face, into his mouth. The Uchiha shrugged off the useless appendage, but it took his sword with it. His opponent's other foot had landed, but he soon fell, belatedly realizing that trying to stand had been a bad idea. A kunai in the ear made all his thoughts irrelevant. Something crashed into his head the next instant. He found himself on the ground, a giant of a man looming over him. The ringing in his ears had gotten even louder. He crawled away, while trying to drag himself to his feet. He saw on turning that Naruto was caught in a chokehold. His stomach dropped and gulped. Some of the blood on his skin had gathered into drops and they slid down. Slowly. It looks like we're going to die here. The giant chuckled. These brats, sure are something, huh? How about I kill the girl first? She'll scream quite nicely, I reckon, he said and stepped over Sasuke. He rolled in the mud, willing himself to get up. That's when the hairs on his hands stood up and the smell of ozone assaulted his nostrils. A thick arc of red lightning shot into the man's chest.
He crumbled to his knees, replete with shrill shrieks a second later.
The buzzing of electricity did not stop when Sasuke swiveled. Naruto held his hand high above, still connected to the huge man by the lightning, and walked towards him. His previous opponent lay on the ground with a hole in his chest that was too big and crude for it to made by a sword. The blonde was grinning as he stepped past Sasuke. A shiver passed down his spine on seeing the orange-slitted eyes of his teammate. He blinked multiple times and flared his chakra once to ensure it was not a genjutsu.
The screen stopped when Naruto disengaged the technique.
His head fell to the ground with a soft thud after one swipe from the blonde.
Sasuke could see that his chakra was different. No sound came out of his mouth even after he opened it.
It was as if something was coiled up in his throat. Naruto squatted in front of Sakura's unconscious form.
What is he doing? Sasuke got up to knee.
His heart rate increased on seeing that Naruto had claws. Now the fuck?
Was this a dream? Was he in one of those werewolf movies?
A kunai spun in his hand, but his teammate only took some of her hair in his hands and was examining it. Like a cat seeing thread for the first time. He ran his hand across the wound on her forehead slowly.
Then Sasuke saw a muscle tense in his neck. No!
He threw the kunai, but Naruto spun around and caught it, in a blur. Red eyes widened as he was lifted off his feet, the fabric of his t-shirt straining under Naruto's grip, who was snarling.
His breath hit the Uchiha's face, hot and humid. What are you doing, Naruto? A deafening roar threatened to split his skull. But his frantic heartbeat was louder, by far. Is he an animal?
His eyes widened on sensing the chakra trail and his feet touched the ground again, along with Naruto's now prone form.
Sasuke let go of a breath he did not know he was holding and fell to his knees, panting.
Are you alright, Sasuke? His sensei asked, eyes still on Naruto.
What had gotten in him, sensei? Kakashi's lone Sharingan bored in own. I'm sorry. The foo. Triple X. Blue eyes blinked open and took in the dawn as well as the dead bodies that littered the earth.
All of them had varying degrees of damage.
Dark brown spots of various sizes also dotted the soil. Blood.
His arm tightened as a figure blocked the light but relaxed on seeing that it was Sakura. She put a palm on his forehead, jade eyes brimming with concern and doubt.
Are you alright, Naruto-kun?
He coughed once on trying to speak. The warmth of her hand was strange on his head, sending jitters through his neck. Pretty much, he said while something was scratching his throat.
Here, Sakura said, offering him a sip from a canteen after taking her hand away.
It was when he extended his right hand to take it that he noticed the dull, persistent ache even without moving any of his fingers.
Some of the looked like it was burnt, if only a little. I don't remember using any jutsu, though.
The cool water soaked his parched throat. But he drank too fast and coughed some of it out.
How long was I out for?
I'm not too sure myself.
I only woke up an hour ago.
Sensei told me that the three of us had been knocked out. But then he killed the swordsmen and finished them before any of them could kill us. He blinked again as he searched for what he saw last. The strain in the eyes of the man who had been trying to choke him to death and Sasuke's meaningless cries.
Naruto shook them away, stood and stared at the pieces of that gigantic weapon that Biwa Juzo was said to carry.
To think that their sensei had shattered one of the legendary swords of the mist. A sword is only as deadly as the man who wields it.
And where are Sensei and Sasuke?
They said they were going to go and get some help to clear this up, she said and sat down, leaning against the tree that he had woken up next to.
Quite the mess we've made, Naruto said. Sakura only hummed and closed her eyes.
That was when his gaze fell on the gash on her forehead with some blood still caked on her fair skin, brown with oxidation.
There was also some bruising around it.
Kakashi had saved their lives but could not be bothered with first aid typical. But then again, the man had managed to get them through the ordeal in one piece.
Surely that was the more vital task among the two.
Naruto reached for the first aid kit and pouch, got down to a knee and started dabbing the wound with antiseptic. She hissed at first but relaxed later, leaning towards him a little with a small smile, eyes still shut. "Didn't take you for the type to relish pain," the blonde said while putting a band-aid over the wound, which was, thankfully, only a surface-level gash.
"Neither would I. But we're still alive, aren't we?"
"Dead people feel no pain," Sakura said, smile fading as she sat up and looked at the many corpses laid out before them.
Most of which left by themselves. "I guess.
Better us than them," he said.
"It would have been us had it not been for Sensei. If only I hadn't collapsed. The last thing I remember is the both of you still fighting, struggling." Naruto sighed. "She should stop beating herself up. Blunt force trauma can make anyone drop, Sakura. You're still concussed most likely. All that matters is we live to fight another day."
"Don't forget that this was not an assignment that was even meant for us," he said while easing himself down next to her and putting his hand over hers. She only turned to him and smiled once more. But this one had not made it to her eyes.
Like whenever they met in the morning for D ranks or training. "I doubt there's anything I can do about that."
He only closed his eyes and propped himself further back, the rough bark scratching his skin through his vest with another sigh. Her hand turned and clasped his own as he felt something warm on his cheek. Warmer than her hand had been. Blue eyes shot open after turning so fast his neck might have jumped out of its socket. Only to find himself staring into deep pools of apple green.
"Thank you."
"For everything," she said and looked away, resting her head on his shoulder.
An uncomfortable heat spread on the side of his face. No one had ever nestled themselves against him before. No one had even wanted to touch him.
And here his teammate was, practically snuggling into him.
It's the nerves. The drop in adrenaline or spike in oxytocin. Or whatever the hell else happened when one was relieved of some very persistent stress.
There was no denying that they had all been under that for the last week.
Except Kakashi, perhaps. That's all it is.
Naruto soon heard soft snores from his friend. A few months ago, he debated whether he would ever have any.
And he did not want to acknowledge Sakura as anything else.
Friendship was complicated enough as it is. As to why neither his sensei nor his teammate were taken aback on finding them there in that position, or why he elected to make clones instead of getting up and helping them himself, he did not know. Or did not want to know, rather.
More hands means we'll be done sooner.
But they had come with a few of the Tanyu's guards, so more hands were not strictly necessary. Perhaps he simply did not to move from where he was.
It's the fatigue.
As much as I would love to let you guys rest for a bit longer, the mission isn't over, team. There's one last thing for us to do, he said, walking towards them once all the bodies had been disposed of.
Sakura awoke at his voice, pink eyelashes fluttering in a manner that one could argue was quite endearing. "The fuck is wrong with me?" and stood up.
Naruto still had not moved and simply stared at her. He most certainly did not miss the absence of warmth on his side.
"I'm sick of this shit. Time to get this over with."
The Katsuage was coming to end, with Sasajima Heki picking out the dead boy's bones. The cremation chamber was not too big, only a few feet wide but many feet long, which made it easy for Team 7 to surround Sasajima and Wagarashi Kiroku. Disguised as their bodyguards, of course. Kakashi was only inches away from the soon-to-be-deposed nobleman.
The fire daimyo and his detail were also watching, a little further away. A safe distance from what they knew was going to happen.
The leader of the Land of Fire was an old man, with dyed hair, sagging skin, and with a voice that was smooth and a little whiny. Not at all like how a decisive leader should be.
Naruto made sure not to look into his eyes directly or be caught eyeing him.
The man had made sure to give nothing away on greeting the aristocrat and gangster.
His expression of condolence was impeccable.
as if he had been truly saddened.
That's politicians for you, I guess. Just as the urn was placed in the hands of Sasajima's attendant, the daimyo nodded ever so slightly.
The nobleman yelped on finding edge of a kunai lined up against his throat, the light from the torches glinting off it as their disguise melted away. The blonde had his ninjato behind Wagarashi's head while Sasuke and Sakura had kunai hovering over the stomachs of his right-hand man and another of his thugs.
I'd normally say, it is an honor to see you again, Sasajima-sama.
But I'd be lying, more than usual, Kakashi said.
What is the meaning of this? How dare you draw your weapons in the presence of our leader? Heki yelled, glaring at the daimyo. I doubt that's your most pressing concern. And this was Daimyo-sama's idea, just so you know. Kakashi pressed the point of the kunai into his neck, drawing blood and eliciting a gasp from the aristocrat. I'm sorry, Sasajima-kun.
You were far too careless.
I had warned that unchecked ambition will get you naught but misery.
Now, you will lose much more than just your heir, the daimyo said and turned away, making for the exit.
Heki's assistant made a beeline for the exit as well. You can't do this to me, you old foo dash.
Kakashi cut off the soon-to-be-deposed nobleman by slamming the blunt end of the kunai to the back of his head. The fat blob fell to the ground with a squishy thud. You'll pay for this, Kakashi. You'll have to spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder. I don't care how much it costs, but you and these brats are going to dash. This time it was Kuroko's own hiss of pain that interrupted what he surely thought was an intimidating threat.
Naruto's sword slid in and out of his neck smoothly.
He grabbed hold of neck and tried to stop the bleeding while crumbling to the floor. A faint gurgle was all that came out of his throat as he tried to say something to the rest of his men. If you guys are smart, you'll get the hell out of here.
Unless someone wants to die for their boss?
Naruto asked, stepping over the writing mobster with a twirl of his sword. The 5 men were still processing what had just happened in the last minute with varying degrees of shock and anger. Even though 2 of them were growling through gritted teeth, the others simply shook their heads, spun and left with a pat on the shoulders of those that remained.
Wagarashi had finally stopped making any noise from behind him while Sasuke and Sakura braced for any sudden movements, flanking him on both sides.
One of the men spat on the carved floor in front of them and they both left.
No respect for the dead, typical.
Anyway, Naruto, have your clones clean you this mess, prep this fool for transport, Kakashi said and started making for the exit with his teammates. He followed after making the cross seal. The daimyo was waiting for them outside. Apologies for making a mess, daimyo-sama, but it shall be cleaned up momentarily, Kakashi said bowing deeply. The genin mirrored their sensei. The most powerful man in Fire Country dismissed that with a wave and chuckle before saying, "It's quite alright, Kakashi-kun. Wagarashi was yours. But how time passes.
To think that you have become a sensei now. It only seems like yesterday that you were guarding me on my trip to Suna." Hokage-sama was most insistent that this was my calling. And I'm inclined to agree.
Your students are most impressive.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is Fugaka's younger one. Indeed. It was an honor, Daimyo-sama, Sasuke said with another bow, not as deep as before.
Give your father and brother my regards, Sasuke-kun. I must say I'm more comfortable with Itachi's squad guarding me whenever I'm venturing out of Fire Country. Wish you a safe trip home, Team 7. You have done us all a great service. Should any of you ever be in need of assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me.
Now I must be on my way.
Do express my gratitude to the Hokage as well, Kakashi. Good day. With that, the daimyo and most of entourage started leaving, and once his clones dragged Heki out, bound in wire, the 2 guards that remained left as well. Kakashi let out a deep sigh. And with that, our first real mission reaches its conclusion, I suppose, Kakashi said, shifting his gaze to his students.
Did the daimyo honestly have no clue this was going on under his nose? Naruto asked.
Didn't look too sharp of a man, all things considered, Sasuke said with a scoff.
He still knew who Sasuke-kun was though. How does it feel to be famous? Sakura asked, with a wry smile, nudging an elbow into his ribs.
It only drew a grunt from the boy and a soft chuckle from Kakashi and the blonde.
Can't argue with that logic.
At this rate, tales of Sasuke-kun's notoriety will spread through the nation like wildfire, their sensei chimed in, eliciting a growl from Sasuke this time. And to answer your question, Naruto, the official explanation that was given to the Hokage was that one of the ministers was in charge of this whole operation and he has since been removed.
But we never know. Enough of this sour business. All that matters is we've seen the mission through and we're all in one piece. Let's go home, team. Triple X.
Come in, they heard, in the Hokage's gruff tone, and Kakashi pushed open the door to his office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was facing the village while taking long drags from his pipe, barely even acknowledging their entry. It was only after taking 3 more puffs that he turned towards them. They all looked the same externally, but the genin met his gaze, without flinching.
So young. And yet.
I must say, I am quite impressed with your performance, Team 7. It appears that placing the 3 of you in the same team was indeed the right idea.
Irika has always had a knack for it.
I also apologize for the oversight on our part in sending you on an assignment that may have been out of your depth.
Few are gladder than I that it was not.
Which is also why you will be receiving pay for an A-rank mission, as you all deserve.
Hokage-sama, if I may? Sakura asked, drawing the gaze of both Naruto and the professor. Please, by all means, Sakura.
Seems she's found her footing.
Or is on the way to, at least. I wish to thank you for sending us on this mission.
It has been a great learning experience and has showed me where my skills are lacking and what I must do to become a better kunoichi. I'm sure my teammates can say the same, Sakura said, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke.
Indeed, Hokage-sama.
We are grateful for the opportunity you've given us, the boys said in unison. That is good here, Team 7. I wish you all the best for your future missions.
Train hard. But I am granting you leave for 3 days. You've earned it. Dismissed. And Kakashi, sit.
The 3 kids bowed to their sensei and left.
They seem to fine, for the most part.
They have taken their first kills pretty well, given that it was quite unexpected, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, after taking a seat opposite the old man.
You've done a good job, Kakashi.
As much as I wanted to warn you, I was not entirely sure if things would go off the rails.
And I wanted to see how well they would handle it.
He swiveled on his chair to face the village again and blew out another plume of smoke after joining his fingertips together in front him. Gray eyes settled on the grim visage of his successor.
I expect that you were satisfied, Hokage-sama.
I had even given them a choice to call F off after finding the drugs, but they refused.
His eyebrows widened. None of them wanted to back out? Not one. Even though Sasuke and Sakura had their doubts.
But out of all of them, it was Naruto who seemed the most unbothered about taking a life. Hiruzen spun back to face Kakashi.
It seems he takes after his father. Minato was rather cold as well. I can say the same for you and Itachi. His clones were quite handy, I trust? Kakashi nodded. Well, if there is nothing else. Actually, there is, Hokage-sama. Naruto did lose control for a little bit.
But I managed to calm him down. While that was the only reason they survived, it looks like he can't fully differentiate between friend and foe, Kakashi said.
I suppose that is to be expected. The Kyuubi's power is volatile. I hope he has not hurt either of his teammates?
Thankfully, I was able to render him unconscious before it got there. Sakura did not see a thing and I had to erase some of Sasuke's memories, but given his panic state it was easy. Hiruzen gave Kakashi a nod.
Very well.
I suggest you acquit yourself with the Gojo Fuin to better deal with such situations and train your charges harder from now. They are more than willing to be pushed in that regard, I take it.
Dismissed. Of course, Hokage-sama. Triple X. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. The wind made sure it stayed back. I wonder why it's almost always windy here.
The entirety Konoha spread out before him, bathed in soft moonlight from the full moon.
He was on the carved head of the yondaime. Probably because of the height.
There was barely anyone left on the streets given how late into the night it was. His teammates had practically run home as soon as Hokage dismissed them.
But Sakura had said she wanted to talk to him the next day. I hope it isn't about what I think it is. Naruto had instead opted to come to the only place other than the library that he could call one of his haunts.
But he wondered if the Forest of Death would also qualify, given how much he frequented the place. And it was not as if someone was waiting for him at home.
You know it's illegal to go beyond the railing, Kakashi said with his forearms on the rails.
The blonde did not take his eyes off the view but stopped dangling his legs. So is accessing the Forest of Death for anyone under Chunin, but I don't remember you having a problem with that, Naruto said.
You got me there. Anyway, how are you feeling? This time Naruto locked eyes with his sensei. What's going on here, sensei? It's not like you to ask these things. You could say that. It's obvious I'm no expert at emotional talk, but you did go through what some could consider a traumatic experience.
And first kills are rarely smooth.
Naruto snorted. I don't see why not. It's an eventuality in our line of work, isn't it? But I must say, the paycheck certainly makes living with it much easier. And I doubt you've asked my teammates. Even though they were the ones who looked shaken. Kakashi sighed and said, that's a level of pragmatism you don't see very often. Anyway, what are you going to do with the money?
And because I'm the only one of us who's an orphan.
I haven't thought about it much honestly. I don't really have anything I want to buy right now. What's the plan now, sensei, training-wise? Naruto asked.
Well, I was thinking you guys could use some more team-building exercises, although it's nice to see you've warmed up to them pretty well.
Don't ask me about her. Don't ask. Don't ask. What can I say, sensei? I've read that being on good terms with your teammates helps in improving overall group dynamics. Of course, deeper the bond, the better you fight.
I was going to ask you if wanted to learn anything, 'cause I didn't see you guys fight much, Kakashi said, vaulting over the railing and settling next to Naruto.
A damn good view.
I should come here more often. I hope you don't commander my spot, sensei.
I actually wanted to learn some kenjutsu.
I find that my technique is lacking, and I need a harder physical conditioning regimen. My physical stats are not enough, Naruto said with a shrug. Even Chunin would struggle to do the workouts I've put you through, Kakashi replied.
It doesn't matter, sensei. I feel my body has adapted. Did anyone tell you you're a masochist? And I'm assuming you want to start tomorrow? Kakashi asked. People would have to talk to me for that. I'd love to, but I suppose older people need rest. So, I'll see you at 9 in the morning the day after? Training ground 3?
Naruto grabbed the handrail behind him and swung over it.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
I'll do my best, Kakashi drawled out, making himself comfortable.
Looks like he's gonna sleep here. Did the Hokage really have no clue that the mission was going to go shit? Naruto asked.
He stepped in the flicker, heading home when Kakashi chose to stay silent.
Triple X.
Itachi had just returned after spending his time off with Shisui and some his friends. Not that he had a problem with Inuzuka Hana and the rest of his gang as the older Uchiha referred to them, but he would have preferred to spend his days off at home. The only reason he had not refused was that Sasuke had not returned from his mission yet. And Shisui's constant complaints that he was becoming more antisocial by the day. The Hokage had assured his father that there was no reason to be worried and that there was only a minor complication. The fact that Kakashi was with him gave their father enough confidence to not prod any further. But judging from his sandals being the rack, his younger brother had returned. He found his mother reading in their drawing room.
"Mother, is Sasuke back from his mission?" Uchiha Makoto looked up at him and said, "Yes. He seems a little off, Itachi. Could you go see what's wrong?" "He's in his room." "I was going to, Mother.
I remember father telling me that their mission had gone sideways, somewhat," Itachi said, and climbed the stairs. He did not bother knocking on approaching his brother's room and saw Sasuke lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. A glance was the only acknowledgement his little brother gave him.
"I take it that your mission took longer than anticipated. Is there anything you want to talk about?"
Itachi asked, sitting in the only chair in the room, after dragging it close to the bed.
"I killed someone, Nezen. And it's keeping me up at night."
But Naruto doesn't seem bothered at all, Sasuke said, voice low, almost whispering. He had brought his hands up to his face.
"I see blood whenever I look at my hands." Itachi sighed and leaned towards his brother.
Everyone has their own ways of dealing with their first kill, little brother.
There's very few that can detach themselves completely.
And merely because someone shows no outward signs of being uncomfortable with that level of violence does not mean that they are unaffected.
Believe me, I should know. Sasuke propped himself up on his elbows. "So, your first kill messed you up too?" "Not as much as it should have. Profoundly. The realization that you could die just as easily as you've killed is not one that is easy to deal with." Itachi lied effortlessly. "It makes sense when you put it like that. You're right, probably. He's probably just good at keeping things in. Anyway, how many days before your next mission, Nezen?" "At least a week, according to our commander." "Why do you ask?" Itachi asked, shifting his weight onto the backrest. "I want you to help me improve my kenjutsu."
As good as Naruto is, I just fought someone who was even better, and if it wasn't for Sensei showing up, the three of us would have been dead, Sasuke said.
He's quite calm about it, all things considered. "At dawn then?" Itachi stood up. Sasuke smiled and nodded. "My Sharingan is fully matured now, so I'm going to need some pointers about that too." "That is good news. Father will be pleased," he said over his shoulder and closed the door. He had a childhood at least. At least one that was a great deal longer than what he had. Mother had been right in not pushing him too hard. They had managed to shield his little brother from the horrors of the shinobi so far. His own feats and the reputation Shisui earned kept his father and the rest of clan satisfied enough to allow for some leeway when it came to Sasuke. Itachi could not prevent the smile on his lips, despite everything. Triple X. A knock at the door brought him out of troubled sleep. Naruto groaned. It was clear from the next round of knocks that whoever was at the door was not going to simply walk away. "What's the time?" It was 9 in the morning. While quite late by his usual standards, but he had been looking forward to sleeping in. He dragged himself out of bed and reached the door. Naruto had to resist a grimace on swinging the door open and finding Sakura, tapping her foot with her hands behind her. "How did she know where I lived?" "Hi. Did I wake you up?" Sakura asked. "Not really." They had exchanged addresses after the bell test since they were formerly a team in case they had to find each other during an emergency. Not that he expected anyone to actually show up. She blinked at the reply. "Can I come in?" "Oh." Of course, Naruto said and stepped aside to let her in, thanking his clone for cleaning the place up while he had slept. He never had visitors other than the Sandai Morambu coming to give his expenses prior to his graduation. "I would get you something to drink, but I finished the stuff I had before we left," Naruto said, sitting on his couch. "That's all right. But I did wake you up, didn't I?" Sakura plopped down on next to him. A little closer than what he deemed appropriate. "Doesn't really matter now, does it?" It's not a big deal, honestly.
I was about to wake up, myself.
I'm sorry.
I was expecting you to be up and about since you rarely slept past 7, Sakura said, rubbing the back of her head.
I would, if it wasn't for you. That's not a problem. Seriously. What's up? The blonde asked.
I told you I wanted to talk yesterday, right? She held her hands in front of her, fingers intertwined. One of them was loose and tapping against her hand, however.
Yeah, what did you want to speak about? One of his knees was jerking up and down despite his best efforts. Please don't be about that. I was wondering if you could lend me 2 of your clones instead of 1. For taijutsu. And I don't want them to hold back.
He let go of a breath he did not know he was holding.
Are you sure? They can be mean bastards, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow.
Sakura shrugged. They can't be as mean as those Rouge ninja we faced.
So can you? Jade orbs were boring into his own. Sure. Anything you need, he said, resisting the urge to break away.
She perked up at that and bit her lower lip while leaning towards him slightly.
Also, do you want to get breakfast?
Seeing as you don't look like you're in the mood to cook, she asked, gesturing to his empty table and kitchen.
Naruto started at the question. Not that I don't like your cooking, Sakura said, waving her hands. Is this a date? Naruto chuckled to hide anything his face may have been giving away. Why not? I was planning on resting today anyway.
Let me get changed, Naruto said with a shrug and turned towards his room.
The great Uzumaki Naruto taking a day off? Konoha should be looking out for a flood, he heard her say from behind. It's more for sensei than me.
He looked pretty tired yesterday. He pulled over the green hoodie that was becoming a trademark and a pair of track pants over his shorts. He stepped outside after giving himself a quick once-over and garaging with some mouthwash. So where do you want to go? He asked, locking his door and stepping into his sandals.
Why don't you pick? Naruto could not help as a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. XXX.
Kakashi was surprised to find that he was the one who was early and looked around training ground 3 for his most promising student.
Looks like hell is gonna freeze over.
He sensed a chakra trail just he hopped onto a tree and pulled his orange book out. He really had to ask Jiraiya how he managed to write such good literature that he was compelled to read over and over. Sorry for being late, sensei, Naruto said, looking up at him from the ground with a sheepish smile.
He put the book aside. Discipline is the foremost of qualities that a good shinobi must possess. That was what one of my cute students used to tell me every time I was late. You wouldn't happen to see him anywhere, would you? I'm sorry, sensei. I just didn't sleep too well last night.
I promise it won't happen again, Naruto said, jaw clenched at the indignation.
I'll let it slide, for now. Give me 5 rounds around the village. You only have 30 minutes.
Starting now, Kakashi said, returning his attention to the masterpiece that was the latest entry in the Ika Ika series. He saw Naruto take off after a salute from the corner of his eye and pondered on asking the blonde about what he had been doing with his teammate the previous day. It dawned on the Cyclops that none of Naruto's smiles ever touched his eyes. They were always the same.
Subdued, calculating, icy even. Until yesterday. Best not bring it up. Kakashi would wager the blonde was late because he was mulling over that interaction well into the night.
It would hardly take a genius to figure out what was going on given how he and Sasuke had found them the morning after their battle with Juzo's squad. It was comforting knowing that near-death experiences and being shown that his skills were inadequate in the vast world outside Konoha's hierarchies were not the only things that could catch Naruto off guard.
Nobody likes a smartass after all.
Regardless of being told as much when he was younger, and it was only much later did he come to agree. There simply was something satisfying about seeing a know-it-all being proved wrong. even if it was a little sadistic. Naruto had come back, panting, but he had not moved beyond the rather juicy chapter.
The copy ninja tucked the book into his pouch with a sigh and pulled out a tanto.
The handle's surface was worn, but it felt the same, even after all those years.
Even after all it had seen. The pale white blade shone in the sunlight when he unsheathed it. Blue eyes widened on seeing it. Is that?
Yes. It was my father's. I used to watch him train with it. Every day, Kakashi said his memories of his father recreating the scenes of his legendary exploits in their backyard came to him, unbidden. A smile threatened to spread under his mask.
The past is set in stone. Kakashi tossed it to his student and pulled out another one, plain and gray.
A spare that he found when rummaging through his apartment. Naruto caught it without effort, but his brows furrowed, gaze shifting from the weapon to him.
What you're holding is barely more than a knife. But theoretically, in the right hands, one can say it would be unstoppable.
To truly master Kenjutsu, one must understand, at the most fundamental level, the nature of the weapon in his hands, Kakashi said, landing on the ground. Naruto twirled the tanto around his fingers, despite its weight, testing its balance.
What good is practicing with this going to do? I appreciate the sentiment though. God knows how many people fell to this. Ah, the arrogance of youth.
Only if you can appreciate the properties of different types of swords will you be able to effectively counter them. And a true master of Kenjutsu must be capable of making any blade an extension of his arm and will. It could be a common kunai or a legendary weapon.
Because
a sword is only as deadly as the man who wields it. Naruto cut him off with a grin and settled into a slight crouch.
The number one rookie remembers his humble sensei's lessons. I'm honored, Kakashi said, cracking his neck. Let's see how you adapt then. Come now. He beckoned with a flick of his wrist, fingers tightening around grip.
Naruto led with a straight thrust, causing him to bring the flat of his tanto to block. But the blonde saw that and diverted his blade to the side, aiming to slash his fast, as expected.
The copy nin took half a step back, lowering his torso, bending his elbow while twisting his shoulder backwards.
The weapons met with a clang as the flat of his tanto dug into his sleeve.
But not fast enough.
He jammed his palm into the blonde's midsection and hooked his lead leg around the boy's own, tripping him. Kenjutsu is more about the feet than the hands. Any unsteadiness will cost you dearly, Kakashi said, allowing Naruto to get up. The boy wasted no time and tried swiping at his feet. He dropped to a knee, caught the incoming edge and knocked it away with a jerk of his shoulder too brash. The blonde had only managed to stop the forced backswing when a fist slammed into his chin. Instead of trying to stay planted, Naruto went with the momentum of the blow. He never was one of convention while bending his spine backwards, torquing into a spin. He was forced to sidestep, letting the blade cut through the air and fell on the boy with an overhead slash. Naruto managed to bring his blade up just in time to stop Kakashi's and let his feet drift apart, dissipating the force. His feet were firmly planted, however, the jonin noted. But he was locked in place, needing both hands to hold Kakashi's tanto in place. He tilted the blade slightly, causing it to slide, but the handguard caught it. Blonde eyebrows were furrowed with effort but rose when Kakashi kneed him in the face. And that's what happens when you let your opponent gain leverage. You've gotten used to being the stronger one, the faster one, the more aggressive one.
What happens when you're not? Kakashi asked, straightening up. Something like this, I'm assuming. Kakashi nodded.
You're good enough with the 9 basic cuts, but you're too concerned about the weapon to notice the other things.
What you lack is the ability to anticipate.
How do you think Sasuke managed to hold you off with a bigger sword despite being slower and weaker? The Sharingan allows him to read my moves better, Naruto said, pursing his lips.
They only improve what's already there.
He has practiced and seen swordplay to the point where it's easy for him to predict these things. While you don't have years, you have enough chakra to take full advantage of shadow clones. Now make 8 clones and have them spar with each other, Kakashi said.
Naruto complied and soon, for Kenjutsu duels had commenced around them. What about me? Naruto asked. Keep making more as they keep getting dispelled.
And give me 50 push-ups, Kakashi said, retreating to the tree and settling against the trunk.
Now to break you.
The high-kneeing notes of steel clashing against steel rang in their vicinity as white blurs danced around them.
Just like the ones that had snuffed out many hopes and lives. Triple X.
Naruto's knees gave out after he let the log fall to the ground, legs burning from the last set of squats. The muscles of his upper and lower back were still recovering from all the pull-ups. The only thing he could do to stop from falling face first in the dirt was to push his hips back.
The extension made of his quads made them scream and protest. Did I bite off more than I can chew?
Kakashi had spent the last 2 hours doing his best to push into his physical limit. And every time he was close to giving up, there was an offhand comment of how this was nothing compared to what he or Itachi had to do for the Umbu tests. At least he had been merciful enough to let him dispel the clones halfway through.
Sweat was pouring out of his black fishnet in rivulets.
His shorts stuck to his legs and the bandages around his shins had already turned yellow throughout, and brown in certain spots.
We're not done yet. But we will be after this one thing.
You have 2 minutes to catch your breath, Kakashi said, tossing him a canteen. The cold water was sweet against his parched tongue and throat. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve, which left his mouth with a salty taste.
Say, Naruto.
You were with Sakura at the ramen stand yesterday, right? His sensei asked. A fit of cough from drinking too fast rendered him unable to answer.
And I noticed Sasuke wasn't there either, so don't tell me it was just a team-building exercise.
We didn't want to disturb him since Itachi was at home, and Sasuke wanted to spend time with him. He told us they barely get to do that anymore after he became genin, Naruto said.
Please buy it. How thoughtful of you both. Anyway, on to our last task. Thank God.
Kakashi threw a piece of cloth onto the ground in front of him.
He examined it and asked, what are we going to do with his blindfold?
Your clones will start by practicing the 9 basic movements. And you will do your best to try and block my hits, Kakashi said.
With training swords, right?
Kakashi was silent.
Right? Triple X.
A fist sailed over her head, whipping a stray strand of pink hair back as her spine bent towards the floor. Sakura's core flexed as shifted her weight onto her hands and pulled her legs into the air, away from the swipe at her feet. She was in a handstand for a moment, almost perfectly straight.
The tatami mat squeaked under her palms.
Then, her sandals crashed into the clone behind her, all the muscles along the length of her arms burning from the effort of propelling her back upright. The clone was dispelled after crumbling to the ground under her feet. Paying no mind to the smoke, she swiveled on her feet while palming a kunai. All she had to was pointed where the other clone's leg would be and was rewarded with another pop as it too dispelled, leaving her alone in the training room. Despite the fact it had been cheating, technically, since it was supposed to be a strictly hand-to-hand spar, she allowed herself a tiny smile.
At long last. Deception was one of the fundamental weapons of a shinobi after all.
Her sensei had hammered it into her skull.
The only objective in any fight is to win. And the best way to do that is to play the game you are good at. Pride only led to surprises. And not of the pleasant kind.
She dusted her hands against her tights, noticing, not for the first time in the last week, the extra thickness of her forearms. And the barely visible lines of definition on her bicep. The results of Kakashi's training regimen were finally beginning to show. The last 4 months had been grueling in every sense of the word. She wondered if Kakashi had taken all their comments about his laziness to heart and taken revenge by setting a breakneck pace. He had managed to squeeze in 3 more C-ranked missions, which was the only respite they got from training. Not that she was complaining.
Sakura pushed the door open and walked into the corridor of the Uchiha Dojo, a 2-story complex with 24 training rooms and a large auditorium.
The walls lining the passage were a deep gray, with the fan painted every few feet. Sasuke had told them the main hall was where exhibition bouts were held once a month and had witnessed many great duels. That was where she was headed. The kunoichi pulled the sunbon out of her hair, undoing the bun and twirled a few strands around her fingers. Like how Naruto liked to do when they were alone. But among the myriad things they spoke about, neither of really brought up the question of why. Why indeed? The twin doors of the arena coming into sight brought Sakura out of her musings. The clangs of metal striking metal reverberated across the hall, capable of seating 200 according to her teammate as she opened one of the heavy wooden doors and entered. Uchiha Itachi was all over the blonde, never giving him a change to attack, lashing out with slashes and stabs while Naruto was doing his best to not get skewered. Kakashi and Sasuke watched, sitting on the wooden floor outside the circle, next to Naruto's hoodie. Not bothering at how close the points were coming to them at times. Sweat trickled down the raven-haired boy's brows, breath still deep from recent exertion. But the duel demanded her attention once more as she padded closer, halting behind her sensei. Far enough to avoid any flying swords, hopefully. Itachi's movements were graceful to pass off as a dance, not a single muscle doing more work than it should as he increased the pressure on the blonde. Despite an obvious improvement, both from the way he moved and his fishnet being tighter, Naruto looked clumsy and slow, parrying and blocking the black katana of his opponent with his trusty ninjato. Barely. There had been time when he thought Naruto's kenjutsu was flawless. It feels like it was yesterday. The elder Uchiha knocked Naruto's sword out of his hands with a hit just above the handle and had the tip of his katana a hair away from Naruto's wet throat, almost too fast to see. And his Sharingan isn't even active. I must say, Naruto-kun, Taicho has taught you well, Itachi said, returning his katana to its sheath over his shoulder in one fluid motion. Not enough it seems, Naruto said, despite the smirk on his face, picking up his sword and sheathing it. Itachi's gaze fell on Sasuke. I assume you are done for the day as well? Sasuke only nodded. Onyx eyes flickered to her. It is good to see you, Sakura-san. Have either of your teammates persuaded you to take up the art of kenjutsu yet? It looks like too much work. I think I'll stick to genjutsu for the moment, Itachi-san, Sakura replied, tone a touch shriller than she hoped for, the corners of her lips quirking upwards. Which he had chosen to mirror. Knowing one of Konoba's deadliest shinobi on first name terms was something that she had still found a little unnerving. A shame. In which case, I shall take you leave, Taicho, Sakura-san, Itachi said, evenly, with a slight nod. I told you to stop calling me that. Thanks for the help and the premises, Kakashi said with a faux salute. Itachi-san, Sakura said, returning the nod as the Uchiha heir made his way to the exit. Even the way he walked allowed no room for a wasteful movement. I think you should stop staring, Sakura. Someone might get jealous, Kakashi said as he stood up, lone eye crinkled. She snorted. And what is that supposed to mean? Her voice came out a little louder than she had hoped and her hand curled into a fist. Nothing at all, Sasuke said with a cough, standing up after slinging his katana over his shoulder while giving Naruto a sideways glance. Naruto only shrugged as he tied the arms of the hoodie around his waist, looking somewhat ridiculous. Blumet Jade, a rare smile flashed across the boy's face. Not a smirk or a grin, but a smile. Far deeper than what he thought he was capable of. And it caused her chest to tighten. An arm around her shoulder brought the pinkette out of the momentary stupor as Sasuke wedged himself between her and Naruto, dragging them out behind Kakashi. What do you guys think about a team lunch? At the new barbecue place, he suggested as they exited the building. Why not? The other members of Team 7 chimed in unison. Sasuke smirked at that and said, Sensei will be paying. Kakashi stopped in front of them. I am? Sasuke chuckled. Yes, you are, Sensei. And we can discuss that important thing that you mentioned. Fine. You guys won't stop till you bleed me dry, I'm sure, Kakashi said, shoulders deflating slightly. Sakura scoffed. Please, Sensei. You didn't even split those bounties with us, she almost yelled.
You were supposed to keep that to yourself, Naruto whispered, over Sasuke's head.
I heard that. An extra hour of training blindfolded for Naruto during our next session, the copy ninja drawled, leafing through his book, as he shouldered past a merchant. Naruto growled but refrained from saying anything, opting to glare at him, ignoring her silent mouthing of sorry all the way to the restaurant they had picked. The waiter gave Kakashi a sycophantic bow, almost too deep, and mumbled something about being honored to host the copy ninja.
But Sakura caught the twitch of his eye on seeing Naruto.
Her teammate did not seem to care as they settled down and placed their order.
How is he not bothered at all? And why was it always him?
Kakashi cleared his throat when the grill was set in front of them.
As to what Sasuke was saying, you guys must have heard the Chunin exams are coming up? And you want us to participate? Sakura should have seen it coming. I wanted to know what your thoughts were.
Especially since they're taking place here, in Konoha, Kakashi said. Neither of her teammates deigned to speak.
But we've only been genin for what, 7 months now? Don't you think it's too early for us? She asked despite knowing what was most probably going to be Naruto and Sasuke's answer. Age is just a number, Sakura.
And I think you guys have a solid shot. But even if you don't win, it's a good place to get know the competition.
I'd say think of like another mission, Kakashi said.
Didn't know you wanted to get rid of us that badly, sensei, Sasuke said after a snort, smirking. But jokes apart, I agree with sensei, for once. There are times when you should leap without looking, Naruto said, grinning at her while tilting his head to side a little, eyes changing from sapphire to azure because the way the light hit them. Her chest tightened again as she forced herself to look away, praying that the heat on her cheeks was not visible.
Fine, we should enter then, Sakura conceded, with a sigh.
You should have more faith, for you have me as your sensei, Kakashi said, reaching over the table and patting her on the head.
Naruto scoffed beside her. That's probably why she's so concerned.
I'm starting to see it as well, Sasuke, he wants to get rid of us, the blonde said.
Kakashi only placed a hand over his heart in mock disappointment. After all I've done for them.
You lot are an ungrateful bunch, the Cyclops said, drawing chuckles from the genin. The smell of succulent pieces of meat wafted around them as the waiter brought their order and they dug in. As each of them took turns grilling their meat, her mind drifted back to their first lunch as a team.
On first glance, I don't like you guys.
She withheld the chuckle bubbling inside her.
Triple X.
Sakura had accompanied him to the library after lunch, stating that she had a list of genjutsu techniques that Kakashi had given her to look up. Naruto was more interested in some basic notes on the shape manipulation of chakra. Once they had checked out the scrolls, he had offered to walk her home. But his thoughts kept going back his spar earlier. He had obviously not been expecting to best the Uchiha Itachi, or even land a blow, but there simply was no opening he saw. All he could do was swing his sword while trying to keep that black katana from slicing him up. And he had managed that for only a minute.
What's wrong? You're even quieter than usual. Sakura stepped around an old couple as they shouldered through the crowded evening market. It's nothing. I was just thinking. Let me guess, about the spar. And how you couldn't get a hit in.
Almost as if you've not improved at all, she said. Naruto ducked under a pair of hired hands transporting what looked like a door. I didn't know I was that easy to read, Naruto replied with an arched eyebrow.
Sakura smiled, angling her head to side and closing her eyes for a second.
And he found himself returning it, despite himself. It seemed he was doing it more often than he liked. She slid her hand into his and squeezed, with more strength than he expected.
You have improved, Naruto. It's just going to take time. Even he didn't get to where he was in a day. Deep emerald pools sparkled in the sunlight.
Naruto sighed, raking his free hand through his hair in an attempt to push down the warm feeling in his stomach.
I just don't know. I keep asking myself if I'll ever get to his level at this rate. It looked like he was just dancing or something. And his Sharingan wasn't even active, for God's sake. The last part come out as more of a whine. I was not supposed to say that out loud. So, you're planning on learning how to dance? Sakura asked. What? A boy once told me that everyone must play to their strengths. And if I had the guts to dream big, he said I must have also had the guts to try. A rare grin flashed on her face. He found himself grinning back, again. He sounds like a pretty swell guy. Why are you here, Sakura? A question that he did not ask, even though he intended to, ever since she had first come to his apartment after their first mission. But just like all the other chances he had, he did not. Triple X. A crack split the air, echoing off the smooth walls of the hall when a punch broke one of the many stone slabs that comprised the large platform. And substantial increase in power. Orochimaru chuckled, leaning forward in the stone chair that overlooked the training platform. Or what was left of it. Kimimara's punch had resulted in a spider web of cracks that still had not spreading through the rock bed, forcing the other four to scatter. Jirobo grabbed one of the many bone spikes jutting out of Kimimara's back, but the tail could also act as a whip, it seemed. He could hear bones crunching when the large boy crumbled. The last of the Kagaya then clubbed the heads of Sakan and Yukon, forcibly fusing them together again, before tossing them away into the wall. Orochimaru could not help but grin as the twins cratered into the distant wall. Kimimaro then dodged an arrow, caught it and redirected it towards Tayuya, forcing her to stop playing the flute. He had neutralized Kadamaru in the fraction of a second, speed amplified by the genjutsu dispelled, and proceeded to knee Tayuya in the guts. He followed it up with a chop to the neck, knocking her out cold. But he can still follow orders. How interesting. The bone spikes receded into his back while his skin changed from a deep brown to his usual pale complexion. Kimimaro dropped to a knee. Orochimaru was standing over him, and a moment later, tuning out the groans as he took the results of all the tedious experiments in. 100 lives were all it took. One of his hands cupped his cheek, tilting his head upwards while he peered into green eyes, curiously blank. The muscles around them were still tense, however. An outstanding success. Bravo, my boy. Your power will be an asset in coming days, Orochimaru said, withdrawing his hand. His face relaxed, and the tension in his body leaked out. He could even feel traces of a smile. It looks unnatural on his face. I am glad, Orochimaru-sama. Is there any other way in which I can be of service? He asked, lowering his head. He sighed, deeply. All 5 of them, Kimimaro especially, were undoubtedly fearsome. But their names would never inspire dread. Like his own. Like the Uchiha boys in the recent years. And Orochimaru needed such a piece. A piece that could change the nature of the game. This is all you can do, I'm afraid, Kimimaro-kun. Watching you grow has been interesting, most certainly. But this is as far as you can go, it appears. The smile faded, replaced with a frown and furrowing of white eyebrows. A chakra trail stopping behind him drew his attention away from the Kagaya. Orochimaru turned around and found Kabuto, crouched on a knee, eyes pointing to the floor. I must say, it is nice to see you, Kabuto. Please tell me you have something interesting that I can look forward to. The silver-haired boy adjusted the post-ion of his glasses. I do, Orochimaru-sama. The Chunin exams are to take place next month. In Konoha, and Team 7 is set to participate, he said, smirking all the way. What you hide under it, I wonder, at times. He chortled at the thought of finally seeing the boy who could draw the terror that he needed. In person. Splendid. And how goes his progress? Their first C rank, from what I could gather, had evolved into an A rank, involving a nobleman and Biwa Juzo. It seems Hatake Kakashi has killed the man. Naruto-kun seems to have ended the lives of few C-ranked nuke-nin as well, Kabuto said, eyeing the forms of the 4 shinobi in varying states of incapacitation. Ku. Kakashi was always talented and ruthless. A deadly combination for a shinobi. To think he would come this far.
Still, he pales in comparison to his father.
Anything else? Orochimaru asked. They have since completed 3 more missions but nothing significant.
It also seems that Kakashi has taken his job as a sensei more seriously since then. It also seems that the members of Team 7 are growing rather close.
Especially, Naruto-kun and the girl. Ah. How predictable.
Then it is fortunate the exams are nearly upon us.
He is still unaware of his status, I assume? He is, Orochimaru-sama.
Then I suppose I shall show you how to truly craft a weapon of mass destruction, Sarutobi-sensei.
Orochimaru chuckled again. One could always count on the sentiment of Konoha's shinobi. Tender the paperwork for 2 teams from Orochimaru, Kabuto. It seems a homecoming is order, Orochimaru said, before his gaze settled on Kimimaro once more.
If all goes well, I shall have found a leader for the 5 of you. One who is capable of slaughtering even monsters.
Or he will be. And a more fascinating study by far. Monsters far scarier than the likes of you. As you command, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, bowing. Whatever would I do without you, Kabuto?